Chapter 001. The bronze sarcophagus in the starry sky life is the most magnificent miracle in existence. The cosmos is described as the universe, vast and boundless, yet its essence remains elusive from ancient times to the present. We refer to the passage of time as the continuum, which despite its expansion, defies the knowledge of its origin in the infinite expanse of the universe. Numerous scientists speculate that Earth may be the sole cradle of life. Humanity, in its essence, is profoundly solitary. Amidst the vast heavens, despite the myriad stars, the search for a second life-bearing planet proves to be an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, humanity has never relinquished its quest for exploration since the last century. Numerous space probes have been launched. Voyager 2, an unmanned space probe, was launched in 1977 from the Kennedy Space Center in the United States. It carries a golden record entitled Greetings to the Universe, which contains a selection of popular music and greetings recorded in 55 languages, in hopes of being intercepted by any extraterrestrial civilizations that may exist. Since the 1970s, Voyager 2 has been on its solitary journey, a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Most contemporary space probes have either malfunctioned or lost contact, vanishing forever into the desolate void. Over 3 decades have passed, and as technology progresses, humanity has developed more advanced probes. Perhaps in the near future, our exploration of the stars will reach new heights. Yet for a considerable time, newer probes remain unable to match the pace of Voyager 2. After 33 years, Voyager 2 is now over 14 billion kilometers from Earth at this moment. It has achieved the third cosmic velocity. Its trajectory no longer capable of guiding its return to the solar system, transforming it into an interstellar spacecraft in the cold and dark universe. The stars twinkle like diamonds embedded in a black canvas. Although Voyager 2 travels at great speed, it appears as a tiny insect crawling across a vast, shadowy terrain. Today, at this very moment, Voyager 2 made a startling discovery. In the desolate cosmos, 9 colossal corpses lie quietly in stasis. On May 22, 2010, NASA received a mysterious set of data transmitted back by Voyager 2. After arduous decoding and reconstruction, they beheld an unimaginable sight. That moment, the control room of the space agency fell silent, as everyone was rendered motionless, struck by an overwhelming shock. It was not until a considerable time later that they regained their senses, and then the control room erupted in chaos. My God, what have I witnessed? This is impossible. I cannot believe it. Voyager 2, having long lost its guidance, could only proceed forward, hurriedly transmitting this mysterious data before moving towards even darker and more distant realms of the universe, due to the immense distance of that starry expanse. Even with this monumental discovery, humanity finds itself powerless. This set of mysterious data was not disclosed to the public. Shortly thereafter, Voyager 2 experienced a malfunction, severing its communication with Earth. Perhaps this marks the conclusion of the narrative. However, events often unfold in ways that defy expectation. Whether in the observation and exploration of the cosmos, or in the scientific study of life and physics, space stations provide an unparalleled environment. Since the successful launch of the first manned space station by the Soviet Union in 1971, the world has launched 9 space stations to date. On June 11, 2010, at this precise moment, within the orbiting International Space Station, several astronauts simultaneously experienced a change in color, their pupils dilating in alarm. To this day, the existence of deities has been dismissed. Should anyone continue to believe, it is merely a quest for solace in a spiritually vacant existence. Yet at this moment, the thoughts of these elite astronauts were profoundly shaken as they beheld an extraordinary sight. Outside the International Space Station, amidst the cold and dark cosmos, 9 colossal beings lay motionless, as if they had existed there since time immemorial, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation and antiquity. These were indeed the corpses of dragons. Each dragon corpse measured 100 meters in length, seemingly forged from iron and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. All 9 were 5-clawed black dragons, their crystalline horns shimmering with a violet hue, while their bodies, entirely black, glistened with an eerie brilliance, the scales reflecting mysterious light against the backdrop of darkness. Dragons, legendary beings, are said to stand alongside gods, transcending the natural order. Yet, in this age of scientific advancement, who would still believe in their existence. The astronauts aboard the International Space Station were profoundly affected, their minds grappling with the incredibility of the scene before them. In the desolate universe, the cold dragon corpses felt like an indomitable steel fortress, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Yet, they had lost their vitality, forever resting in the chilling void of space. That is, after being deeply shaken, the astronauts' pupils constricted once more as they beheld an even more astonishing sight. Each dragon corpse, 100 meters long, was bound at its tail with thick black iron chains, leading into the darkness behind them, where a 20-meter-long bronze sarcophagus hung in stillness. The massive chains, forged through endless trials, appeared both sturdy and chilling, casting an ominous sheen. The ancient bronze sarcophagus, unadorned yet profound, bore vague ancient patterns, imbued with the weight of countless years, having drifted through the cosmos for an unknown duration. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In this dark and frigid universe, the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze sarcophagus, connected by the thick black chains, created a staggering tableau. After a moment of dazed disbelief in the face of the unbelievable monitoring footage, the astronauts swiftly initiated a distress signal. Calling Earth. Chapter 002. Soon in ancient times, people lived for 100 years during the spring and autumn seasons, their movements showing no signs of decline. Yi Fan closed the Huangdi Neijing, filled with a yearning for the idyllic era described in the Suan section. The ancient period is not thoroughly documented in precise texts. To modern individuals, it remains an enigmatic chapter of history shrouded in endless fog, inviting boundless contemplation that a gentle breeze rustled through the courtyard, where a few phoenix trees swayed softly, their lush foliage producing a soothing rustle. While fresh air wafted in through the window, the Yi Fan had a penchant for books on curiosities, and with a cup of delicate green tea brewed, he resumed his perusal of the ancient texts. Common mortals could live beyond 100 years, their actions free from the ravages of age. What a mysterious history this ancient era must have been. As for the concerns regarding the longevity of ancient individuals as mentioned in the Suan, he, as a modern man, could hardly believe it. His curiosity lay solely in why this ancient epoch was subtly referenced in numerous historical texts. As if a civilization enveloped in endless mystery had vanished into the annals of time. Did there truly exist a segment of history unknown to mankind? After a brief reverie, he continued reading. The Huangdi Neijing is a treasure of an ancient text, composed thousands of years ago, regarded as one of the 3 great classics of ancient China. Though one should not take the entirety of the text at face value, it undeniably possesses immense value. Harnessing the heavens and earth, mastering yin and yang, breathing in essence, standing guard over the spirit, as the muscles unite. Thus one can endure beyond the heavens and earth, without an end. This is the way of life. The Suan frequently alludes to ancient beings with profound insights into the changes of the cosmos, adept at refining their essence, achieving immortality, a notion modern man can scarcely accept. Unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually sank in the west, the evening glow cascading down, tinting the grass and phoenix trees outside with a delicate blush. Yi Fan set aside the Huangdi Neijing, preparing to attend an important class reunion. It had been 3 years since he left the university campus, and after graduation, he remained in this city, reflecting on the past. The simple and pure student days were now irretrievable. 3 years, neither long nor short, had seen his former classmates scattered far and wide, each embarking on distinct life paths. The melodious ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was his classmate Lin Jia, a remarkably astute and beautiful woman who had moved to a neighboring city after graduation and had been promoted to department manager a year prior. Thanks to her exceptional skills, he pressed the answer key. He was greeted by Lin Jia's playful banter. She had always displayed remarkable social acumen, easily forging connections with others. "What's this, missing me?" Yi Fan retorted lightly. Laughter echoed from the other end. "I'm not quite sure of the gathering location. Let us go together later." After confirming the meeting point, Yi Fan drove out. He had once pursued Lin Jia during their university days, only to be gently informed that they were not suited for each other. Lin Jia was stunningly beautiful, her sharp intellect and rationality eclipsing her beauty. she knew precisely what she wanted and how to achieve it. Embodying a pragmatic nature. With 10 minutes to spare before their rendezvous, Yifan found a parking space in front of the Baixing shopping mall that he alighted from the car and waited by the roadside for Lin Jia. The entire city basked in the remnants of the sunset, many buildings adorned with a layer of soft golden light, while vehicles streamed ceaselessly along the roads and pedestrians thronged in abundance. After a few minutes, a Toyota pulled up to the curb, revealing a beautiful and refined face. Lin Jia emerged from the car. Yifan approached her with a smile, remarking, "Ah, you even have a chauffeur." "Don't tease me. I have no chauffeur. It's our classmate Lu Yunji," she replied. Despite having stayed in touch over the past 3 years, they had only seen each other once 2 years ago. Lin Jia remained as youthful and radiant as ever, dressed casually in snug jeans paired with a purple t-shirt that accentuated her long, graceful figure. "It's been over 2 years. How have you been?" Lin Jia's shoulder-length hair was dark and lustrous, reflecting light beautifully. Her enchanting phoenix eyes, framed by long lashes, slanted slightly upward, bestowing upon her an innate charm. "I'm well," Yifan replied with a smile. Teasing, "With such natural beauty, you really ought to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Do you want to get smacked?" Lin Jia laughed charmingly, her eyes sparkling, her crimson lips exuding a captivating allure. At that moment, the window of the parked Toyota rolled down, revealing a familiar face, none other than their former classmate Lu Yunji. Like Yifan, he had remained in this city after graduation, benefiting from the support of a well-connected relative. He had established a modestly sized company and had achieved a notable level of success among their peers. Although they resided in the same city, Lu Yunji had scarcely kept in touch with Yifan, primarily due to a disagreement during their university years. Lu Yunji did not exit the vehicle, but offered a casual smile, saying, "Long time no see." "Indeed, that we should catch up sometime," Yifan replied, keeping the exchange cordial despite Lu Yunji's reluctance to leave the car. "Did you take a cab here?" In response to the overt disdain, Yifan chose to dismiss it, responding nonchalantly. Lin Jia, being a perceptive and clever woman, sensed the tension and smiled at Yifan, saying, "I rushed over this time and called a few old classmates still in this city. Let us ride with Lu Yunji." Before Yifan could voice an opinion, Lu Yunji interjected apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. I've already arranged for 2 other classmates at the next intersection, and it seems like there might not be enough seats." "No worries, you go ahead. I'll catch up later," Yifan replied, turning to Lin Jia with a smile. "Shall we go together, or—" As Lin Jia hesitated, Lu Yunji urged, "The beautiful Lin Jia should ride with me first. Otherwise, I fear I might drown in a flood of saliva." After waiting by the roadside for a few minutes, Lin Jia expressed her apologies to Yifan and ultimately got into the Toyota at Lu Yunji's insistence. As the window rose, Yifan faintly caught Lu Yunji's condescending murmur, "It's rush hour. Good luck finding a taxi." Then, the Toyota sped off into the distance, once a prominent figure on campus. Yifan now felt somewhat diminished, perceived as having arrived by taxi compared to Lu Yunji, that he chose to disregard Lu Yunji's attitude, yet Lin Jia's action surprised him. However, everyone has their own approach to life. One must navigate reality. And it is inevitable to encounter factors like utilitarianism, pride, and vanity. The Yifan held no deep resentment. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky, tinged with a bloody hue, gradually darkened, enveloping the city in a shroud of gray. As nightfall approached, this moment, 9 colossal dragon corpses dragged a bronze giant coffin, lying amidst the dark and frigid cosmos, a scene of such awe that it seemed eternally frozen in time. A few astronauts aboard the International Space Station transmitted this world-shattering information back to Earth, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 003. Now and then. Although Yifan could not be described as particularly successful in his career, due to various reasons and experiences, he had amassed some capital. Not long ago, he purchased a Mercedes-Benz, which in terms of price, exceeded Lu Yunji's Toyota. Yet, he felt it rather vulgar to gauge one's status based on such material possessions. A few minutes later, Yifan arrived at the gathering location, the Sea Moon City. This establishment is a super entertainment complex that combines dining and leisure, situated in a prime location amidst bustling activity, evident from the array of mid-range luxury cars in its parking lot. Having graduated just 3 years ago, most of his classmates had yet to achieve notable success in their careers, leading Yi Fan to feel that choosing such an extravagant venue for a reunion was somewhat excessive. Upon exiting the parking lot and approaching Sea Moon City, he quickly spotted several familiar figures, classmates attending the gathering, some of whom he had not seen in 3 years. Yi Fan, a fair-skinned, refined young man, exclaimed as he recognized him, approaching with a smile. "This is quite the oversight on your part. As the local magnate, you should have been the one to organize this gathering." This well-spoken young man, Wang Ziwen, was one of the organizers of this reunion. Having been an active figure during their university days, it was said that he had thrived in another city over the past 3 years, amassing considerable wealth. Others quickly joined them, and though it had been a long time since they last met, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Clearly, Wang Ziwen was waiting for someone. It was easy to deduce that only a couple of individuals could warrant his presence at the Sea Moon City entrance. Wang Ziwen, being astute, did not linger to wait alone, but while chatting, led the group into the establishment. The 5th floor housed a small business center capable of accommodating 30 to 50 people for meetings, which had been reserved to BY then. Darkness had settled outside, and most of the classmates attending the reunion had nearly arrived. The arrival of a few individuals instantly enlivened the atmosphere, with many welcoming them. The reunion evoked a sense of time slipping away, as if moments from their university days were overlapping in a dreamlike haze. 3 years had passed. They were now all in their mid-20s, with some already married and a couple having become young mothers. Each person had carved out their own unique life path. Yet, overall, most classmates were ordinary individuals. The ideals and ambitions of their youth had been worn down by time, returning to the mundane in the ebb and flow of everyday life. Dreams have long faded, and the vast majority of people have come to the sober realization that they are merely ordinary individuals. Yi Fan was led to the other side by Wang Ziwen, who, with keen observation, noticed that the classmates here were either accomplished in their careers or came from families of some standing. "Yi Fan, you arrived so late. You must be punished with 3 drinks, someone remarked. 3 drinks is far too few. You underestimate Yi Fan's capacity for alcohol, he replied. Lin Jia, seated nearby, cast a sidelong glance with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, her tall figure and graceful curves exuding a captivating allure. "Which beautiful lady wishes to impose a penalty on me?" Yi Fan playfully included several male classmates in the category of beauties. "You have the audacity to take advantage of us upon your arrival. We must impose a severe penalty." The group of men and women unanimously rallied against him. Sharpening their metaphorical knives, Lu Yuns, who possessed a certain background in the city, casually remarked, "I thought you would take some time hailing a taxi." This comment abruptly created a moment of tension, as everyone present was aware of the unresolved grievances between Lu Yuns and Yi Fan from their university days. Now, Lu was thriving in the city, and his casual mention of Yi Fan arriving by taxi felt rather pointed. Others in the group took notice of the situation, casting glances in their direction. But Yi Fan merely smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to respond. "I'll go outside to fetch Zhou Yi," Wang Ziwen interjected, redirecting the conversation before turning to leave. Lin Jia began discussing cosmetics with 2 female classmates, then transitioned to several designer clothing brands, while others reminisced about amusing anecdotes from the past. The earlier awkward silence was soon forgotten, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. However, following the earlier incident, the mood had become somewhat nuanced. No one dared to mention penalizing Yi Fan again, yet conversations increasingly gravitated towards Lu Yun's remarks. Although Yi Fan had been a prominent figure in university, such distinctions held little weight beyond campus life. What mattered now was one's success in the professional realm. Glances frequently drifted his way, as this gathering appeared to be a unique enclave of individuals who were currently flourishing. And Yi Fan found himself on the periphery, that he remained unbothered by this, yet ultimately chose to rise and relocate to another table with some classmates, not wishing to be labeled as part of a special group. Cosmetics and designer clothing remained perennial favorites among the female attendees, while the male classmates engaged in discussions ranging from football to current affairs, covering a broad spectrum of topics. Half an hour later, all 25 participants had arrived for the reunion. The class comprised 33 members, 3 of whom were studying abroad, while another 5 were unable to attend due to various reasons. The initiators and organizers of the gathering delivered their speeches, infusing the atmosphere with warmth, after which the group dispersed into smaller circles, engaging in animated conversation. Eventually, they departed the modest business center, ready to raise their glasses in celebration of this reunion, without any deliberate arrangements. The hierarchy among tables became evident that Yi Fan chose not to sit with Lin Jia and Lu Yun's S group, but rather found a seat at another table instead. Following another round of speeches, the mood relaxed considerably, with some moving between tables to toast one another, while others found themselves encircled at their tables, unable to make even a single step without being urged to drink. Over the past 3 years, much had transpired and everyone had undergone significant changes. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, many classmates began to share insights into their lives, some brimming with pride while others expressed discontent. One individual lamented the unreasonable demands of their boss, who insisted on overtime while offering meager compensation. That a female classmate mentioned that her boyfriend was a department manager at a renowned corporation, while another shared that her husband had been promoted to vice president, and yet another claimed their fiancée was the niece of a senior bank executive. However, a number of attendees remained silent, as many were not faring particularly well in life. Among them was a female classmate who appeared especially haggard. It was said that she had married someone she did not love and was unhappy in her marriage. Her husband, drinking excessively, one of their peers who visited her city, had even noticed bruises on her body. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy for this weary classmate. Recalling her shy, innocent demeanor during their university days as she cheered for him from the sidelines of the football field, it was evident that her life had taken a turn for the worse. She nodded gratefully, her voice barely above a whisper as she expressed her thanks. Yi Fan, perhaps you should consider making some changes yourself. One female classmate, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, remarked somewhat bluntly, "Look at how well Lu Yun's is doing now." The entire table turned their gaze toward Yi Fan and then towards Lu Yun's S table, where all the flourishing classmates congregated. Yi Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you were quite a figure in university. However, everything changes once you leave campus. You must put in the effort, chimed in another male classmate, who had mentioned his fiancée was the niece of a bank executive. The mention of Lu Yun's prompted sentiments from this table, with some expressing nostalgia for classmates who had once seemed less accomplished but were now far beyond comparison. Others grew cynical, harboring resentment and drunkenly lamenting how those individuals returned home in glory, flaunting their wealth. Some female classmates teased Yi Fan, expressing relief that their affections had only been secretive during their school days, now regretting their past rejections of Lu Yun's advances. The same city, the same individuals, yet upon reuniting, everyone's mindset had shifted dramatically. Chapter 004. Ancient bronze inscriptions. The night had long descended, with neon lights flickering along the roadside, and the vibrant city continued to pulse with boundless energy, skyscrapers rising majestically into the sky. Yet, viewed from space, all of this seemed trivial, merely a dot on the vast canvas of the universe. This was an extraordinary night, destined for turmoil, as dozens of main control rooms on the ground meticulously monitored the inky black sky in the desolate cosmos. 9 dragon corpses gleamed with a metallic sheen, their bodies cloaked in the size of palm leaf scales, glistening with an ominous luster. Dragons, legendary beings, were not meant to exist in this world, yet they now loomed eerily in the sky. The images captured from the dark expanse of space were breathtaking, instilling fear in those who beheld them. The enormous dragon horns resembled ancient bifurcated trees, exuding both strength and mystery, while their bodies resembled mountains, robust and imposing, the scales sharp and glimmering with a cold light, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The presence of 9 lifeless colossal bodies was a profound shock to humanity's understanding, challenging certain entrenched beliefs. Yi Fan, how has your life been these past 3 years? Many expressed genuine concern for him, asking with care, "It's been all right. My life is quite mundane, with nothing particularly special occurring over the past 3 years." At that moment, the group from Lu Yun's table approached to offer a toast, delivering numerous well-wishing remarks as glasses clinked in a lively atmosphere. Those who had earlier proposed punishing Yi Fan did not seek him out for a toast. until Lin Jia and Wang Zuan each came over to share a drink with him individually. As the evening progressed, many began to feel the effects of intoxication, leading them to karaoke, the songs transporting everyone back to their youthful student days. How many have admired your youthful beauty? Who knows who is willing to endure the relentless passage of time? How many have come and gone by your side? Who knows that in this life, I will always be by your side? Perhaps due to genuine inebriation, a pair of classmates who had once been romantically involved during their school years found themselves at a loss for words as the melodies played. The female classmate, overwhelmed by emotion, suddenly broke down, tears streaming down her face, prompting gentle reassurances from her peers. Due to various circumstances, no couple from their group of classmates had managed to endure beyond graduation. Despite their earnest attempts at nurturing their campus romances, all ultimately resulting in heartbreak, graduation inevitably meant separation, perhaps a curse, with each year's graduates replaying the same tragic narrative. Unfortunately, this tragedy is likely to endure. Intertwined with youthful impulsiveness, employment pressures, and societal realities, perhaps with other factors as well. Almost everyone chose songs from 3 years prior, some singing with great emotion, pulling everyone's thoughts back to their student days. With vivid memories still fresh. Eventually, a mic hog emerged, a drunken classmate monopolizing the microphone for an extended duration. Though their singing was anything but commendable, a cacophony of discordant sounds that both tortured the ears and fostered a jovial atmosphere, causing laughter to erupt among the group. Late into the night, they finally departed from the seaside Bright Moon City, as there were activities planned for the next day, with a visit to their alma mater on the agenda. Classmates who had traveled from afar mostly booked accommodations in the same hotel, while a few with cars offered to drive the others. Lin Jia, allow me to drive you back to the hotel, Lu Yun's offered as he parked his Toyota beside her. Other classmates contemplated hailing a taxi, but with limited seats in the nearby vehicles, they hesitated to approach Lu Yun's and his companions to that moment. A Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the curb, and Yi Fan stepped out to approach the haggard female classmate, saying, "Let me give you a ride home." Yi Fan felt a deep sympathy for her. During university, she had been a carefree and innocent girl who cheered passionately for her classmates from the sidelines and occasionally shyly handed out bottles of water. Yet now, the disappointments of life had cast a shadow over her, leaving her pale and withdrawn, speaking little throughout the evening. Suddenly seeing Yi Fan stop by the roadside to offer her a ride filled her with gratitude and confusion. She was unaccustomed to receiving such attention from her peers after a long night of feeling overlooked. On the other side, Lu Yunji was taken aback upon seeing Yi Fan drive towards him, his expression swiftly darkening. Around him, the crowd exhibited a myriad of emotions. Some appeared puzzled and confused, while others were astonished and contemplative. All eyes inadvertently drifted towards Lu Yunji, as the reality before them starkly contrasted with his assertions that in that moment. Lu Yunji felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been dealt a sharp slap. The few classmates who had previously lectured Yi Fan with an air of superiority now found themselves engulfed in profound embarrassment, wishing to speak, yet uncertain of how to begin. But a handful of others displayed a mix of amusement and intrigue, particularly those who had shared a toast with Yi Fan, seemingly relishing the sight of Lu Yunji's small circle diminished in stature. Just then, 2 more individuals approached, opened the car doors, and took their seats inside. They were classmates intimately familiar with Yi Fan. The Mercedes-Benz gradually drove away, leaving many in a daze, while Lu Yunji remained rigid, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him, feeling as though he were being pricked by unseen thorns. At this very moment, in the distant expanse of space, aboard the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, several astronauts wore grave expressions, their nerves taut with tension, verging on extreme anxiety in the cold and dark void of space. 9 colossal dragon corpses lay seemingly eternal, bound by iron chains as thick as a bowl, leading to a mysterious bronze coffin, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation and antiquity. The decision-makers on the ground had long since resolved that should a significant anomaly occur, they would promptly obliterate the 9 dragon corpses and the enigmatic bronze coffin. Yet, no one wished for such an event to transpire. The 9 dragons pulling a coffin, originating from the deep, dark recesses of the cosmos, held immeasurable value and significance beyond estimation. Suddenly, The main control room of the International Space Station intercepted a series of mysterious signals, emanating unusual fluctuations. The source was alarmingly close, the bronze coffin being towed by the 9 dragon corpses, from which enigmatic waves radiated, emerging from the ancient and indistinct patterns adorning its surface. Difficult to decipher, the signals were transmitted back to the ground for decryption by the most advanced supercomputers, yet yielded no clarity. The ancient designs upon the bronze coffin were obscured by verdigris, rendering them nearly illegible. Preliminary analysis suggests that these bronze engravings relate to ancient Chinese legends. Monitoring stations from various nations reached a consensus. The beast-like engravings on the bronze coffin bear resemblance to certain ancient ferocious creatures documented in the Shanhai Jing, while the figures depicted in the bronze patterns appear to be deities. Despite identifying some of the origins of the bronze engravings, the faint and mysterious signals remained indecipherable, offering no clues whatsoever. Chapter 005. Li Xiaoman and the alma mater had not changed significantly compared to years past. Only the people coming and going had altered, leaving behind an indelible imprint of memories etched through 4 years of youth. Beneath the verdant shade, beside the grassy patches, some junior students quietly immersed themselves in their books, creating an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility. Yi Fan and his companions felt as though they had returned to a bygone era, distanced from the restlessness and clamor experienced over the past 3 years. After graduation, everyone busied themselves with life's demands and aspirations. Many departing from the city, with only a select few, including Yi Fan, making their first return to their alma mater. Nearby, a small lake rippled gently, the scenery unchanged, vividly recalling the days when those melancholic or spirited figures strummed guitars by the lakeside, serenading campus ballads. Even after many years, the melodies still evoke memories of that carefree, innocent time, a bittersweet nostalgia that easily tugs at the heartstrings. The passage of time inevitably leaves a tinge of poignant sweetness. Yet, one wonders whether those once familiar faces can still lift their guitars and sing. I vaguely heard from a friend that the melancholic guitar virtuoso is now performing at a bar in another city. Weathered by the years, do you remember that talented, long-legged girl from our school band? The stunningly beautiful and pure lead singer. I heard she now works as a hostess at a nightclub. A collective sigh escaped the group. After graduation, many encountered the harsh realities of their dreams and aspirations. At times, life can be undeniably disheartening, leaving one feeling defeated and lost. Following a brief silence, the group resumed their walk to AT that moment. Lin Jiao approached Yi Fan's side. She wore a blue and white chiffon dress, the hem grazing her thighs, accentuating her long, fair legs that a black belt cinched her waist, enhancing her graceful silhouette, while her long hair cascaded over her ample bosom. Her curves captivating, with an exquisite visage, porcelain skin, and alluring upward-turned almond eyes, Lin Jia exuded a distinctive charm. Why didn't you mention you had a car yesterday? When would I have had the chance to say anything? Aren't you inviting me to ride with you today? I would be delighted. Here, I formally extend an invitation to Miss Lin Jia. With this, both smiled. Lin Jia unexpectedly broached the subject of the previous day's events, but lightly skirted around it, refraining from delving deeper or lowering her stance to bridge any perceived gap. After exchanging these words, she turned and walked away, her demeanor clever and composed. She understood that being overly intentional could come off as insincere, far better to be direct and natural. Such subtle transformations were evident in other classmates as well. As they departed from their alma mater, it was nearing noon, and the group made their way to a street lined with culinary delights, ascending the dining establishment. Wang Ziwen discreetly invited Yi Fan to join their table. Yet Yi Fan merely smiled and offered a few toasts, choosing to remain with those he had dined with the previous day. Yi Fan, please do not take offense at my drunken words from yesterday. Allow me to raise a glass, as a gesture of respect. The male classmate who had claimed his fiancée, he was a high-ranking bank executive, previously lecturing Yi Fan, now adopted a more humble demeanor, striving to clarify the previous day's events. Likewise, the female classmate who had boasted about her husband's promotion to vice president at his company also altered her stance, treating Yi Fan with newfound courtesy. Come. Let us all raise our glasses together. In contrast to the previous day, Yi Fan's table was now lively, with frequent clinking of glasses and individuals from other tables occasionally coming over to toast. Naturally, Yi Fan could not decline, reciprocating toasts one after another, especially with those from Wang Ziwen's table. Lu Yunji remained composed. Despite the embarrassment of the previous day, he appeared unfazed, displaying no outward signs of distress. As if nothing had transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, last night I received a call from across the ocean. The speaker was Zhou Yi, an elegant young man rumored to come from a well-connected family. A fact that had long circulated among classmates. The IT was he who had awaited Wang Ziwen near the seaside Moonlight City the previous evening. All attention turned towards Zhou Yi, as he had always exhibited an affable demeanor, never coming across as arrogant. Zhou Yi revealed that 3 classmates studying abroad were en route back home, immediately inciting a lively discussion among those present. After graduation, we have each ventured onto our own paths. Leading distinct lives to gather like this is a rare occurrence. The next time we meet, we may be parents ourselves, and who knows how many years will have passed by then, with 3 classmates returning from their studies abroad. I propose we extend this gathering a little longer. Yi Fan returned home, brewed a cup of light green tea, and gazed quietly out at the phoenix tree outside his window, reminiscing about the past. Those lost individuals, the footsteps that had departed, the roads that grew ever distant, fluttered like the leaves of the phoenix tree, gently falling to Li Xiaoman, a name that had faded from Yi Fan's memory for quite some time. After graduating from university, Li Xiaoman had gone to study abroad. For the first few months, they maintained close contact, yet as time passed, their emails and calls dwindled until they ultimately ceased altogether, rather than merely being separated by distance. It felt as if they had forgotten each other across the sea, that a romance that had not garnered the approval of friends had, as expected, come to an end. Learning from Zhou Yi that Li Xiaoman was soon returning to the country, Yi Fan felt a strange unfamiliarity upon hearing her name, suddenly realizing that over 2 years had elapsed. The gathering was extended, with plans to visit Mount Tai, and all expenses covered by Wang Ziwen and Zhou Yi among others. For ordinary individuals, this might constitute a substantial expenditure, yet for them, it was but a trifling matter. 3 days later, at the foot of Mount Tai, Yi Fan laid eyes once more on that familiar figure. 3 years had passed, yet Li Xiaoman remained graceful and poised, exhibiting little change. Standing at approximately 170 centimeters, wearing sunglasses, her long black hair danced in the wind, her silhouette tall and elegant. She dressed simply, donning shorts that reached above her knees, her long, fair legs captivating, paired with a t-shirt adorned with cartoon graphics. Undoubtedly, Li Xiaoman was stunning, her skin pale and delicate, her large eyes framed by long lashes. Exuding an air of vitality, she engaged effortlessly with the classmates around her, evidently becoming a focal point while maintaining an approachable charm. Beside Li Xiaoman stood a tall young man, introduced as her American classmate. Possessing a distinctly Western appearance, a high-bridged nose, slightly sunken blue eyes, and tousled golden hair, conforming to Western standards of handsomeness. "Hello everyone, I am Cade, and I have long yearned to see Mount Tai," the American youth named Cade. Though not particularly fluent in his speech, was nonetheless capable of articulating his thoughts with clarity. Meanwhile, 2 other students who had returned from studying abroad were already surrounded by eager individuals, engaged in inquiries about their experiences across the vast ocean. After a lapse of 3 years, Yi Fan encountered Li Xiaoman once more, evoking a profound sense of the passage of time and the shifting of spatial dimensions. The two exchanged courteous greetings, devoid of the exuberance typically associated with a long-awaited reunion. Instead, their interaction was marked by a serene calmness, almost ethereal in its detachment. Their words were few, and they merely brushed past one another. Some matters are better left unspoken, and silence can indeed convey a conclusion. Chapter 006. The Sacred Altar. In the desolate and dark expanse of space, 9 colossal dragon carcasses lay sprawled, accompanied by an ancient and grand bronze coffin, seemingly coexisting with the primordial universe. Days passed without any success in deciphering the mysterious signals transmitted by the bronze patterns. No reliable method had been devised to retrieve it and bring it to the surface. "It's moving. It's deviating from its course and sinking," At that very moment, several elite astronauts aboard the International Space Station experienced a sudden constriction of their pupils as they witnessed the Nine Dragons Coffin veering off its trajectory and slowly descending. Mount Tai, majestic and profound, stands as the foremost of the five great mountains, revered as the preeminent mountain of the world. Since ancient times, Mount Tai has symbolized sanctity, located at the easternmost part of the ancient Central Plains. Encircled by the Yellow River and the Wind River, regarded in antiquity as the cradle of life and development for all beings, and mountain surpasses its grandeur, and no history is older than that of Mount Tai. Its magnificence is steeped in centuries of historical significance, tracing back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, making it a site close to the divine. The heavens are unattainable. On Mount Tai, the sacred rituals are performed to draw near to the divine. The illustrious Qin Shi Huang and the formidable Han Wudi both held grand sacrificial ceremonies on Mount Tai. Even earlier, during the ancient period, 72 emperors had performed similar rites here. The pre-Qin text Guanzi, Fengshan records. In the past, the Huai clan conducted sacrifices on Mount Tai. Fuxi sacrificed on Mount Tai. Shennong sacrificed on Mount Tai. The Yellow Emperor sacrificed on Mount Tai. Yao sacrificed on Mount Tai. Yu sacrificed on Mount Tai. In ancient times, countless sage kings and divine emperors chose this place for their sacrificial rites, shrouding Mount Tai in layers of mystery and imbuing it with an endless aura of the unknown. During the spring and autumn period, Confucius frequented Mount Tai in search of relics from the ancient sacrificial ceremonies, but he left with regrets, unable to yield any answers when questioned by his disciples. Subsequent generations have made various discoveries that in the 20th year of the Republic, General Ma Hongke stationed his troops at the foot of Mount Tai and inadvertently uncovered a 5-colored earth altar containing 2 sets of jade tablets, sealed with stone mud and golden ropes, hidden underground. The reason why ancient emperors chose this site for their sacrifices remains a mystery, perhaps one that will never be unraveled. After a night of rest at the hotel, Yi Fan and his companions began their ascent of Mount Tai the next day. Among the group, many were embarking on their inaugural journey to this revered mountain. Only by being present could one truly appreciate its vastness and majesty. The mountain structure is tiered in 3 layers, resembling a staircase to the heavens, oriented north to south, with a 10-kilometer-long path leading to the towering peak. Whether viewed from afar or up close, one could feel the overwhelming grandeur that stirred the soul. Before the imposing presence of Mount Tai, one could not help but feel insignificantly small, akin to an ant, rendering even the celestial bodies above seemingly trivial. This sensation was profoundly exhilarating, sending tremors through the spirit. The guide recounted the ancient sacrificial rites. The allure of the unknown and the mysterious captivated the minds of all, for humanity has always been drawn to that which lies beyond comprehension. Li Xiaoman walked alongside Cade, continually translating and elucidating, deepening the American youth's astonishment toward Mount Tai, prompting a flurry of questions. Lu Yunji cast a knowing glance at Yi Fan and then at the 2 ahead. Yet his evident demeanor seemed to go unnoticed by Yi Fan, who remained entirely unperturbed, much to Lu's disappointment that in truth, Yi was fundamentally oblivious to him and maintained an air of tranquility. Having finished reading the Huangdi Neijing, Yi Fan was struck by a whimsical thought. Could there truly exist a lost ancient civilization? If so, Mount Tai must have undoubtedly been a sacred site during that epoch. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as a product of recent ennui. Mount Tai's ancient pines flourished, complemented by numerous flowing springs and cascading waterfalls, exuding an aura of solemnity interspersed with grace. The ethereal clouds added an extra layer of mystery and profundity. As they ascended, they encountered an abundance of notable scenic spots and inscriptions carved into the rocks, evoking admiration. From the altar of the earth, passing through the emperor's palaces and the Dai Temple, to the celestial peak of the Jade Emperor, they traversed a 10-kilometer axis connecting the realms of the living and the divine. As evening approached, the group finally reached the summit of Mount Tai, the Jade Emperor Peak. Gazing down upon the myriad mountains and the distant Yellow River, they suddenly grasped the true meaning of Confucius' words. Climb Mount Tai and gain a small view of the world. The poet immortalized such sentiments in timeless verses. At that moment, the sun dipped low, casting a radiant golden edge upon the mountain peaks, shimmering like precious treasures. Such a magnificent sight was intoxicating. Suddenly, several dark dots appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. 9 colossal entities descended from the sky, resembling 9 black rivers plummeting downward in that instant. All present on Mount Tai were frozen in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. It was, astonishingly, the 9 enormous dragon carcasses, dragging with them an ancient bronze coffin. Descending toward the peak of Mount Tai. Dragons, legendary beings that stand alongside the divine, transcend the laws of nature. Yet, in this day and age of scientific advancement, who would still believe in their existence? The tourists atop the mountain, momentarily stunned, held their breath, forgetting to scream. A brief silence ensued, followed by a chaotic eruption as everyone frantically fled in all directions, seeking refuge from the looming dragon carcasses. It was a breathtaking scene, as under the blood-red sunset, the 9 dragons bore down upon Mount Tai. Panic-stricken cries and helpless wails filled the air as people scattered in fear. The descent of the 9 Dragons Coffin was not a rapid fall, but when it landed, it reverberated heavily upon the summit. Boom! The 9 colossal entities crashed down like 9 mountain ridges, causing the Jade Emperor Peak to fracture, with rocks and debris flying in all directions. Enveloping the area in dust, the ancient bronze coffin landed with a resounding clang, shaking the mountain as though an earthquake had struck. Numerous stones tumbled down, creating a thunderous noise akin to the galloping of 1,000 horses. Many were caught in the chaos, their bodies mangled by the falling rocks, tumbling down the slopes amidst the cacophony of terrified cries. The tremors subsided, and the mountains soon calmed, but chaos reigned on Mount Tai. With many falling amidst the panic, it was a scene of utter disorder, as numerous individuals stumbled, bloodied and terrified, rushing down the mountain. The 900-meter-long dragon carcasses lay half across the summit, their massive bodies forming and imposing. Dark edifice, strikingly powerful in their visual impact. The Jade Emperor Peak had been shattered, with the ground marred by terrifying fissures. The 20-meter-long ancient bronze coffin, simple and unadorned, bore some indistinct ancient patterns, exuding an aura of time-worn mystery. Chapter 007. The 5-colored altar. The events unfolded with startling suddenness, surpassing the limits of human imagination. People struggled to comprehend the scene before them. However, the 9 dragon carcasses and the bronze coffin lay undeniable in their presence. A stark reality that defied logic and shattered their perceptions, leaving everyone in a state of profound shock. During the earlier tumult, Yi Fan and his companions had not succumbed to panic. They remained huddled together until tranquility returned to the Jade Emperor Peak. Though they all collapsed to the ground, there were no significant injuries, only a few with minor arm bruises. At this moment, their faces radiated disbelief, and the astonishing sight before them would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. The 9 colossal dragon carcasses lay silently ahead, alongside the massive bronze coffin, an overwhelming visual impact that was both shocking and enigmatic. Words escaped them as emotions surged within. Fear, bewilderment, and trepidation played across their features, making it difficult to regain their composure. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Jia finally spoke softly. "We should descend the mountain quickly." The group nodded in agreement, feeling the urgency to leave the area. No one wished to linger a moment longer. The atmosphere atop the Jade Emperor Peak was chilling, prompting questions. Why had 9 dragon carcasses brought a bronze coffin here? Why had they descended upon Mount Tai? Even as the evidence lay before them, acceptance felt elusive, and unease gripped their hearts. Under the crimson sunset, the Jade Emperor Peak lay in ruins, particularly around the ancient bronze coffin, where a massive pit had been formed, surrounded by fissures stretching 1 to 2 meters wide. Resembling a spiderweb radiating outward, one fissure, like a serpentine centipede, extended toward Yi Fan and the others' feet. Fortunately, its end was narrow enough not to create a sinkhole just as they prepared to leave. Li Xiaoman pointed ahead and exclaimed, "What is that?" From beneath the cracked earth emerged a fragment of jade, glimmering in the sunlight. Despite their apprehension, the group took a few cautious steps forward, discovering that a circular altar had been partially revealed in the 1-meter-wide fissure, with a broken piece of jade displayed atop it, resembling a jade tome. How could this be? Is there something buried beneath? The altar was modest, ancient yet simple, constructed from 5 hues of unique materials. Imbued with the essence of time, its existence shrouded in mystery for countless years. Look, there's more ahead. Standing at the forefront, Wang Ziwen exhibited an expression of astonishment, pointing towards the expansive chasm ahead. Beneath the nearly 2-meter-wide fissure lay a 5-colored earthen altar, which had been shattered by the tremors, revealing a jade slab encased within, inscribed with intricate characters and symbols that eluded comprehension. That moment, all present bore expressions of shock, instantly recalling the term fengshan, leading them to conjecture that this might very well be an ancient altar for celestial worship. With jade tablets sealed within the 5-colored circular altar, this closely resembled the accounts found in Bangu's Beidou Tongi from the Eastern Han Dynasty, which noted, some say the seal consists of gold mud and silver cords, while others claim it to be stone mud and gold cords, representing the seal of authority. Similarly, Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, Fengshan from the Western Han Dynasty, also mentions flying spirits and golden mud stone records. In mere moments, the onlookers were astounded to discover that beneath the surrounding fissures, numerous 5-colored altars were revealed, amounting to several dozens. Each of these ancient earthen altars bore the marks of time, their age unmistakable, and contained either jade slabs or stone tablets, all inscribed with ancient and indecipherable characters that a profound sense of astonishment swept through the crowd, hinting at a possible connection with the dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan, an aficionado of antiquities, had a deeper understanding of the various aspects of fengshan than others, and he was profoundly shaken. Could it be that the legendary 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings of antiquity had indeed performed the fengshan rites here? Perhaps the myths held some truth. Otherwise, how could there be so many 5-colored circular altars? From the inscriptions, most appeared to be oracle bone script, seemingly corroborating this hypothesis. The onlookers should have retreated at once. Yet they found themselves irresistibly drawn in, having already circled the bronze coffin more than halfway, awestruck by the 9 colossal dragon corpses and the 20-meter-long ancient bronze coffin, astonished by the numerous 5-colored altars beneath. It appears there is no immediate danger. But what of the dragon corpses? As they completed their circle, their initial trepidation began to wane, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, prompting a decision to descend the mountain with alacrity. Look, there is a massive altar in the central pit. The bronze coffin had created a vast depression in the ground. And as the crowd moved to the other side of the bronze giant, they gazed downward in renewed astonishment. Below lay an enormous altar, not constructed of earth, but rather assembled from colossal stones of 5 distinct colors, solidly supporting the 20-meter-long bronze coffin, showing no signs of fracture whatsoever. This supersized 5-colored stone altar was markedly different from the other earthen altars, positioned centrally atop the Jade Emperor Peak, exuding an imposing grandeur far surpassing those of the earthen altars. The impact of the descending bronze coffin must have been tremendous, yet it had not marred the altar in the slightest, leaving one to ponder the nature of the extraordinary stones from which it was formed. Upon this grand 5-colored altar, in addition to the bronze coffin, lay numerous jade pieces and stone tablets, all steeped in an ancient aura. Both the jade and stone bore inscriptions of remarkable antiquity, far more primitive than the oracle bone script seen on the earthen altars, resembling cryptic symbols akin to celestial script. That a complete row of such jade slabs and stone tablets was meticulously arranged upon the colossal 5-colored altar, untouched by the bronze coffin's descent, leaving the onlookers bewildered. "We should depart from here swiftly," Yi Fan and Zhou Yi urged the crowd simultaneously. The group nodded in agreement. The place was indeed unsuitable for prolonged stay. Despite the endless mysteries, they were not in a position to explore them, especially with the 9 massive dragon corpses nearby, and the bronze coffin evoked a sense of dread, just as they turned to leave. A female student let out a startled cry as a large stone beneath her foot rolled into the pit, causing her to teeter and fall. "Be careful," a male classmate reacted quickly, catching her. while several others rushed to assist in pulling her back up. The stone that had been stepped upon tumbled into the pit with a resounding rumble, crashing heavily against the five-colored altar at once. A five-colored haze emanated from the supersized stone altar, enveloping everyone in a palpable force that rendered their legs as heavy as lead, making movement nearly impossible. Boom! The five-colored altar trembled incessantly, causing the Jade Emperor Peak to shudder. And those standing at the edge of the pit felt the world spin, yet they could not move, all of them rolling down into the chasm. They fell upon the five-colored altar, colliding with a collection of ancient texts carved from jade and stone, creating a cacophonous clang, leaving the altar in disarray. The ancient bronze coffin lay nearby, its surface marred by verdigris, yet still revealing indistinct bronze carvings of what appeared to be ancient deities, some even adorned with traces of tears. So close that they could reach out and touch, a chill crept up the spines of all present. This five-colored altar, having withstood the test of countless ages, was built by the ancients for heavenly worship. Could it be that the ancient emperors truly summoned something here? In that moment, a profound and ancient aura began to circulate, stirring emotions within the crowd. Before them lay the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Could it be that they were indeed summoned by the five-colored altar? Legend spoke of ancient rites performed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors long before the Qin and Han dynasties. But what had they summoned? The five-colored altar glowed with brilliance, and the jade pieces and stone tablets displayed an ethereal transparency, their ancient inscriptions shimmering with light, as the colossal altar radiated a gentle glow. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the jade and stone began to fracture, releasing brilliant rays of light, the ancient characters appearing to come to life as they surged into the air. More ancient characters, glowing with luminescence, materialized above, as the jade and stone disintegrated into dust with a gentle breeze, liberating all inscribed characters from their confines. Above the bronze coffin and around the chasm, thousands of ancient characters sparkled, appearing as though forged from molten iron, gleaming with metallic luster. The sound of shattering persisted as the nearby smaller five-colored altars also revealed ancient characters that floated into the air. Around the bronze coffin, it seemed as if stars were pulsating with light, taking on an air of mystery beneath the sanguine sunset that on the summit of the Jade Emperor Peak. Others who had not fled during the earlier chaos now witnessed Yi Fan and the others tumble into the pit, confronted with this bizarre spectacle, and they hastily rushed down the mountain in a panic. Amidst the turmoil, some stumbled, cries of distress and pleas for help echoed. Simultaneously, the luminous ancient characters in the air coalesced into a massive bagua, emitting a mysterious force that was a breathtaking sight. The ancient characters and symbols possessed an incredible power, converging into a grand bagua diagram that enveloped the bronze coffin and the 9 dragon corpses, exuding a metallic weight and texture, as if forged from the essence of refined gold. "I want to leave this place," someone cried from the depths of the pit. "I cannot move my body." Everyone felt immobilized by fear, yet unable to alter their circumstances. What is that? At that moment, a Taiji diagram emerged in the center of the bagua, with 2 yin and yang fish entwined within. Even in this modern age of technology, the profound significance of the ancient Taiji bagua remains largely unsolved. Some have attempted to correlate celestial bodies with the positions of the bagua, using astronomical parameters to calculate orbital velocities. Notably, the founder of modern computer binary was inspired by the Taiji bagua's patterns, leading to remarkable success. The ancient Taiji bagua continues to be an alluring enigma, raising questions about its creation, purpose, and function. With only legends and uncertain speculations to provide hints, lacking definitive evidence to this moment, Yi Fan and the others were witnessing a significant, previously unknown function of the Taiji bagua. It was intrinsically linked to time and space. Around the enormous Taiji bagua, space distorted, light flickered, and the 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhun, Li, and can emitted their brilliance in succession, as if a set of mysterious ancient codes were illuminating the air. The 2 yin and yang fish within the Taiji diagram appeared as strange portals, quivering and gradually opening a rift that seemed to connect to distant, uncharted realms of the cosmos. The light continued to shimmer, The 8 symbols of the Bagua flickered unpredictably, and after a complex sequence of transformations, they all finally illuminated simultaneously, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Boom! A deep rumble resonated as the 2 yin and yang fish at the center of the Taiji diagram slowly parted, revealing glimpses of starlight within, even unveiling an ancient cosmic path. Ultimately, the yin and yang fish swung open like doors, exposing a mysterious and vast passageway, leading who knows where, shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, atop Mount Tai, the 9 colossal dragon corpses began to tremble, and at that moment, the bronze coffin emitted a thunderous clang, shaking violently. Wei Fan and the others, in close proximity to the coffin, were startled into screams, with many female classmates crying out in alarm. What should we do? Help! In this chaotic scenario, everyone felt utterly helpless, and many female classmates began to wail loudly. At the same moment, some resolute individuals stood in hesitation, gazing at the colossal bronze coffin, its lid inexplicably shifting from its original position, revealing a significant gap that exuded an eerie aura. Clang! The bronze coffin trembled once more, the lid nearly dislodged, as an inexplicable, intangible force began to tug at the crowd. In the next instant, everyone felt as though the world was spinning beneath them, followed by an engulfing darkness, as they all descended into the depths of the coffin. Help! Some individuals were on the brink of collapse, emitting terrified cries. Bang! 9 massive dragon corpses suspended over the precipice quivered, while simultaneously the lid of the bronze coffin produced a resounding crash before sealing shut completely. Immediately, the 9 dragon corpses, resembling mountain ridges, ascended into the air. Though they still exhibited no signs of life, they gradually pulled the immense bronze coffin into the dark and mysterious passageway formed by the Taiji Bagua diagram. Boom! The entire Mount Tai shook violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse, with the Yuhuang Peak illuminated by radiant 5-color divine light penetrating the cosmos. Subsequently, as the blood-red sun vanished, the summit of Mount Tai dimmed in an instant, and the vast Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky closed entirely, slowly fading from view. The 9 dragons had vanished, leaving no trace. All the jade blocks and stone slabs upon the 5-colored altar turned to ashes, swept away by the gentle breeze. The events that transpired under the sanguine sunset were destined to stir a tremendous uproar, echoing across the corners of the world, ensuring that Mount Tai would become the focal point of global attention. However, all of this was of no concern to Yi Fan and his companions. Inside the bronze coffin, darkness reigned, permeated by an icy chill. Some female classmates were on the verge of breakdown, their hearts laden with helplessness and dread. Yet they dared not scream aloud, suppressing their emotions and sobbing softly. What should we do? Who can save us? Are we really inside the bronze coffin? Why is this happening? Is there any way to escape? Many continued to dial numbers on their phones, but none could connect, further intensifying their terror. Everyone, do not panic. Although we currently cannot reach the outside world, an event of such magnitude occurring at Mount Tai will inevitably be reported immediately. Rest assured, rescue teams will arrive shortly, Zhou Yi asserted calmly, his words providing a modicum of comfort to the anxious crowd. Zhou Yi is right. Do not be alarmed, that we must remain composed. I believe we will be safe. Wang Ziwen's voice was also steady, aiming to stabilize the emotions of those present. Indeed, let us not succumb to panic. What has happened has already occurred. Fearing it serves no purpose. What matters is finding a way to escape. Lin Jia, though a woman, displayed remarkable poise, unflustered in the face of adversity. Wei Fan remained silent, seated quietly as the dark and mysterious passageway formed by the Taiji Bagua diagram frequently flickered in his mind. At this moment, were they still atop Yuhuang Peak? A sense of foreboding crept into his thoughts. With the faint light of their phones, anxious faces came into view. Many appeared pallid, and some trembled uncontrollably. Li Xiaoman sat nearby, hugging her knees. Although her complexion was somewhat ashen, she maintained her composure. Beside her was Cade, an American youth, and the two engaged in hushed conversation in English. Lu Yun's hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening, clearly reflecting his inner tension, yet he did not exhibit any signs of panic. In truth, everyone present felt uneasy, confined within the enclosed bronze coffin. Has everyone fallen into the coffin? Let us confirm the number of individuals present. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. Upon reaching the count of 30, the student responsible for tallying the numbers suddenly trembled, exclaiming, "How can there be 30 people?" The class comprised 33 students. Initially, 3 were abroad for studies, and 5 others could not attend for various reasons. When they arrived at Mount Tai, the 3 returning students had come back, yet the 5 absentees remained absent, leaving a total of 28 present. Adding Cade, the American classmate of Li Xiaoman, should have made it 29. At this moment, how could there be 30 individuals? In that chilling and dark coffin, an unsettling realization washed over everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 009. The 30th person in the bronze coffin. How can there be an extra person? Who is it? The voices inquired, quaking with trepidation. All the phone screens illuminated, and the crowd scanned their surroundings in dread, fearing the emergence of an unfamiliar face. Familiar faces huddled closer together. Nervously surveying the area, in that moment, they confirmed that indeed there was an additional person, leaning against a nearby corner. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? In this enigmatic bronze coffin, the potential for sinister happenings loomed large, causing extreme unease among the attendees. A coarse cough emanated from the shadowy corner, the figure shifting slightly, then emitting a deep, hoarse voice, saying, "Ghost, ghost." The raspy sound echoed through the bronze coffin, and at that instant, chills ran down everyone's spines, the air thick with dread. They felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, many losing their nerve, while some female classmates screamed in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Ghost! Place!" The voice sounded weak, revealing the shadow's exhaustion as it swayed, attempting to rise. "What a ghostly place! Are we in the coffin?" The shadow in the corner gradually stood, voicing this bewildered inquiry, its tone growing stronger. Upon witnessing the towering shadow rise, several individuals instinctively recoiled. As the shadow approached, it continued, "It's me, Pang Bo. Stop! Don't come closer!" Everyone raised their phones, illuminating the darkness as they strained to see. Yi Fan parted the crowd and slowly stepped forward, asking, "Is that really you, Pang Bo? Can't you recognize my voice?" The dim light from the phones revealed a familiar figure holding a phone, broad-shouldered with distinct features. Pang Bo was Yi Fan's closest friend from university. He had been unable to attend the gathering due to personal matters, and his sudden appearance aroused suspicion among the onlookers. "I don't believe it. Pang Bo didn't come to the gathering at all." "Who? Are you really?" Someone from the back stammered. The presence of someone who should not have been there unnerved many. "I am." "Of course, Pang Bo. Does anyone have water? I'm about to die of thirst." The shadow continued to step forward. "Stop." The crowd remained hesitant to trust him. Pang Bo halted, striving to prove his identity by recounting various anecdotes from their university days. "I believe he is indeed Pang Bo," Yi Fan asserted firmly. Striding to Pang Bo's side, the two embraced tightly, having not seen each other for quite some time, even in such dire circumstances. "Initially, I couldn't attend the gathering due to family matters. Then I heard everyone was heading to Mount Tai. Once I resolved my issues, I came as quickly as I could." Pang Bo accepted the water bottle Yi Fan offered, drinking greedily before recounting his experience of entering the coffin. When he arrived, everyone had already ascended the mountain. He had taken the cable car up along the ropeway. All in all, he was fortunate, having reached Yuhuang Peak safely just before the 9 dragon corpses collided with the bronze coffin. Instead of fleeing with the crowd, he clung tightly to a large tree. Waiting until Mount Tai had settled down, emerging unscathed, he then witnessed Yi Fan and the others fall into the pit. And as he approached, he saw ancient characters shimmering in the air, rendering him momentarily immobile outside the pit. When the bronze coffin began to tremble and the lid shifted, he was drawn in after the rest. It was uncertain whether it was due to his position outside the 5-colored altar, but upon his entry into the coffin, he had briefly lost consciousness. Gradually, everyone began to dispel their doubts, the tension in their hearts finally easing. "We must find a way to save ourselves." Being trapped in this bronze coffin is deeply unsettling. And I have an ominous feeling. Li Xiaoman's complexion had paled slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the darkness within the depths of the coffin. Compared to the other female classmates, she and Lin Jia remained remarkably calm. Hearing her words, many felt a chill creep through their bodies. Everyone, gather together. Do not disperse, Zhou Yi suggested. The group huddled close, using the dim light from their phones to assess their surroundings. They pressed against one side of the coffin, observing indistinct bronze carvings depicting ferocious nine-headed divine birds soaring through the air, as well as enormous, fierce beasts adorned with long, hard spines, roaring skyward. The bronze images, covered in verdigris, included some ancient beasts recorded in the Shanhai Jing, such as Tao Tai, Qiongqi, and Tao Wu, depicted in colossal sizes with fearsome visages, vividly lifelike and instilling dread. After traversing a distance along the inner wall of the coffin, they also discovered numerous engravings of figures, resembling ancient ancestors and primordial deities. Soon after, they stumbled upon a vast array of peculiar patterns, densely packed, resembling a star map. The bronze sarcophagus extends an impressive 20 meters in length and boasts a width exceeding 8 meters. What the onlookers have witnessed is merely a fraction of its entirety. They do not linger any longer, for at this moment, a sense of unease grips them as they discern the presence of some object deep within the copper coffin. All mobile devices are raised in unison as the crowd, emboldened by curiosity, takes a few tentative steps forward, faintly perceiving a vague rectangular form in the pitch-black center of the bronze sarcophagus. It is evident that this is neither a corpse nor a living entity, which offers a slight comfort to the assembly as they press on cautiously. There is a coffin within the coffin. It appears to be another bronze sarcophagus. When they finally behold the object ahead in its entirety, several individuals gasp in astonishment. Centrally positioned lies another bronze coffin, measuring less than 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width, ancient and somber, adorned with archaic engravings and shrouded in verdigris, etched with the scars of time, evoking a chilling sense of foreboding. This is not merely a coffin within a coffin. This one is the true sarcophagus, the vessel for entombing a body. While the outer bronze giant is referred to as agua, a type of casket, together they are known as a coffin and gua. Pang Bo elucidated for the few who are unfamiliar with the term. Upon learning that the inner coffin serves as the actual receptacle for a body, numerous individuals instinctively recoil, retreating in fright. What manner of person could possibly lie within such a mysterious bronze sarcophagus? A blend of astonishment and dread fills their hearts. The archaeological secrets they had previously heard of, tales of imperial tombs and ancient graves, pale in comparison to the presence of this bronze coffin. They seem trivial and insignificant. Who has ever encountered a 20-meter-long bronze casket? Who has witnessed a colossal sarcophagus descending from the heavens? Who has seen 9 dragon corpses pulling a coffin? The very notion of what might be entombed within is almost unfathomable. Chapter 010. The vast expanse, the interior of the dark bronze coffin gradually falls silent, no one daring to utter a word, each person enveloped in trepidation, gazing towards the bronze coffin that houses the remains. Their heavy breaths echo, each heart racing with anxiety. The green and rusted bronze coffin. What manner of person does it conceal? All of this must be connected to the 5-colored altar on Mount Tai. After a period of silence, the crowd begins to murmur, eager to understand the reasons behind these events. It stands to reason. The ancient altar has summoned the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. The extraordinary nature of their surroundings overwhelms their minds, shattering their previous understandings. The 5-colored altar, constructed by ancient ancestors, is shrouded in mystery. The Yi fan contemplates the extent of secrets hidden in the obliterated annals of history. As no immediate danger transpires, the collective anxiety begins to wane, and they earnestly speculate about the phenomena before them. Perhaps the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were called forth by the ancient ancestors. At this, a voice interjects, but the ancients have long since perished. It has been countless years. What I mean to say is that the 9 dragons have arrived late. Their emergence now is a response to the ancients. When a female student proposes this notion, everyone is momentarily taken aback, pondering the idea of a delayed response from the ancients spanning millennia. What is the truth? We cannot ascertain. All we have are conjectures, each bearing multiple possibilities. Indeed, perhaps the nine dragons pulling the coffin have no connection to the ancient ancestors, but have returned on their own accord. Did you observe the bronze engravings? They depict ancient ancestors and primordial deities, many figures etched with tear stains, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy, as if narrating a tale from ages past. Perhaps it is true. The nine dragons have breached the perilous skies to return home. A sorrowful saga. Could it be that the ancient ancestors possessed unknown methods to traverse to a distant and uncharted realm? The nine dragons, returning home, life departing, bones returning, bodies wrapped. Amidst their discourse, the fear among the crowd diminishes, and various possibilities emerge. Yet, they remain in awe of the bronze coffin at the center, none daring to touch it, let alone attempt to open it. I suspect the rescuers have ascended Mount Tai by now. Perhaps they are not far off. Let us hope for no unforeseen events, and that they extricate us soon. With no means of escape from the ancient coffin, the bronze sarcophagus towers at a height of 8 or 9 meters, sealed tightly by its lid, rendering any flight impossible. Just as the crowd yearns for a swift rescue, the bronze sarcophagus suddenly begins to tremble violently, causing everyone to lose their footing and sway, many collapsing to the ground. What is happening? What has occurred? The air is thick with uncertainty. Some female students begin to cry, clutching tightly to those beside them. Have the rescuers arrived? Are they here to save us? Amidst worry and fear, the tremors of the coffin intensify, leaving no one able to stand. Nearly all are cast down, coming into close contact with the frigid bronze. Bang! Another jarring shock reverberates, akin to an aircraft soaring through icy clouds, encased in a thick layer of frost, continuously shaking. Boom! The final tremor sounds like thunder, threatening to shatter all tangible forms, unmistakably indicating a significant collision within the bronze giant. Yet, at that very moment, within the dark copper coffin, the engravings begin to emit faint glimmers of light, instantly counteracting an unimaginable force of impact. The crowd is engulfed in confusion. They had just sensed an imminent upheaval. Yet in an instant, tranquility envelopes them, instilling a peculiar illusion. No, there was indeed a terrifying force. How could it suddenly cease? This is no illusion. The bronze coffin has indeed endured a fierce collision, rolling over several times, yet we remain unscathed. At that moment, the crowd is astonished to discover that the bronze coffin, meant for entombing remains, is now suspended against the side wall of the casket, firmly secured in place, having not fallen. The bronze coffin has now toppled to the ground. The small coffin for remains must be securely cast within the base of the larger coffin, unable to shift even slightly. Thus, when the casket tipped, it appeared as if it was hanging against the side wall. One can only imagine the magnitude of the earlier force, yet it was dissipated by the dim light emanating from the engravings, leaving them in disbelief. Light! It is light streaming in from outside, Li Xiaoman exclaimed. Everyone turned in unison to follow her gaze, and indeed, a faint glow penetrated through. The bronze giant has toppled. The lid is ajar, creating a gap through which we can finally escape. The lid of the bronze coffin has shifted from its original position, the opening wide enough for two people to exit side by side. However, it remains dim outside, rendering the light filtering into the coffin quite subtle that a chorus of cheers erupts as the crowd rushes forward, eager to flee this dark and dreadful space, wishing not to linger even a moment longer. Yet, when they emerge from the bronze casket, they stand frozen, akin to lifeless statues. The earth appears stained with a sanguine hue, a reddish-brown, cold and desolate, presenting a scene of utter desolation and emptiness, with scattered colossal rocks resembling tombstones. The light in this realm is dim, shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, reminiscent of a lifeless twilight enveloped in faint black mist. The crowd stands in stunned silence. This cannot possibly be the summit of Mount Tai. The boundless reddish-brown expanse is remote and eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, utterly unlike any place they have ever known. They have never seen nor heard of such a locality. It is entirely strange and mysterious. Where is this? Have we left Mount Tai? The voice of the speaker trembles. Have the rescuers isolated us in a desolate region, fearing the danger posed by the 9 dragon corpses? The student who voiced this doubt struggled to convince themselves. A growing sense of foreboding envelopes them, as if something profoundly ominous is about to befall them. That I in this moment. Many simultaneously attempt to dial out on their phones, but are met with failure. No signal can be found. This is not Mount Tai. Where are we? Many faces reveal panic, overshadowing any joy of escape, replaced instead by trepidation. Mere moments have passed since their confinement in the bronze coffin, yet the scene before them is transformed drastically. The majestic and imposing Mount Tai, capable of overlooking myriad mountains, has vanished, replaced by a gently undulating terrain, blanketed in gravel, a limitless wasteland. The Yi Fan observes quietly. The ominous premonition he harbored has indeed come to fruition. From atop Mount Tai, as he witnessed the Taiji Bagua diagram coalescing, forming a dark and immense passageway, he had sensed an unsettling connection. Although he had not seen the 9 dragons pulling the coffin enter that corridor leading to an unknown realm, it is now clear that they are no longer on Mount Tai, nor even on Earth. Chapter 011. The Source of Light. Where exactly have we arrived? I wish to return home. Some female students can no longer suppress their tears. Another 5-colored altar. Pang Bo and Yi Fan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. They had been the best of friends since university, frequently meeting even after graduation, understanding one another profoundly. Now, both sensed the gravity of the situation. The crowd's plight was precarious, filled with uncertainty and variables. Meanwhile, others shifted their focus from the vast wasteland, anxiously surveying their surroundings. The colossal bronze sarcophagus lies toppled behind them, revealing a grand 5-colored stone altar beneath it, strikingly similar to the massive altar they had witnessed on Mount Tai. Constructed from 5 distinct colors of immense stones, the 5-colored stone altar spans an extensive area, and one can only imagine the grand scale of the construction that must have taken place in bygone days. Yet, over the years, it has been relentlessly battered by wind and sand, causing the once towering edifice to become nearly buried beneath the earth, now level with the ground, which is strewn with reddish-brown gravel. Today, as the 9 dragons arrive to carry the coffin, they strike the ground heavily, dislodging the surrounding gravel and revealing a vague outline of the altar. Not only does a colossal bronze coffin lie atop the altar, but also 9 massive dragon corpses rest upon it, evoking a sense of the altar as former grandeur. We are lost. We cannot find our way back. A frail female classmate weeps, her body trembling. Had it not been for someone's support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Many faces are pale in this moment, as thoughts of myriad possibilities flood their minds, and the scene before them resembles a foreign world, and no one wishes to accept this reality. Yet the towering Time Mountain is nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by an expansive desert that enforces a silence upon them. Do not panic, do not fear. There will be a way to resolve this, Yi Fan shouts. How will we resolve this? How do we return? How do we escape this strange world? Even some of the male classmates' voices tremble, thick with dread and unease. The unknown can instill awe and fear in some, while igniting a desire for exploration in others. Avoiding the 9 immense dragon corpses, Yi Fan and Pang Bo move forward to assess their surroundings. That Li Xiaoman stands not far away, seemingly chilled, hugging her arms. Her beautiful visage appears somewhat pale, yet she maintains a calm demeanor, like a delicate lotus blooming in the dim light. As Yi Fan passes, he removes his jacket and offers it to her, but she simply thanks him and shakes her head in refusal. He says nothing further, not wishing to press the matter, and continues onward with Pang Bo navigating around the enormous dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. They notice Li Xiaoman's American classmate, Kaide, observing the area, occasionally exclaiming God in astonishment. Not far from the 5-colored stone altar lies a massive rock, lying there with a height of over 20 meters. Its slope is not particularly steep, allowing for ascent. The Yi Fan stands approximately 179 meters tall. Though he appears gentle in demeanor, he possesses a robust physique, having been a key player on the school's soccer team. often referred to as a brute on the field, Peng Bo, true to his name, possesses a magnificent stature, not overweight, but genuinely strong, a towering figure with arms nearly as thick as an ordinary person's legs. Both of them possess exceptional physical abilities. They sprint towards the massive rock without a hint of caution, directly charging up its side. Upon reaching the summit and gazing into the distance, they are astonished to see faint glimmers of light piercing through the darkness. It seems we are unlikely to return, Yifan states candidly to his best friend, sharing his thoughts and assessments. This place is certainly not the same space-time we inhabit. Indeed, it is no longer the realm we once knew, Peng Bo replies, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. He gazes toward the distant glow, furrowing his brow as he asks, "Do you think there truly are deities in this world?" Yifan, still fixated on the elusive light, responds, "Having witnessed dragon corpses, I believe that if a living god were to appear before us, I would not be astonished. What would it be like for a living god to manifest before us?" Peng Bo muses that a sound arises from behind them as Kide, standing at an impressive height of nearly 190 meters, climbs up the rock. Upon spotting the distant glow, he lets out an exclamation, "Praise, merciful God, I see the light." He speaks in somewhat halting Chinese, then turns to vigorously wave at Li Xiaoman in the crowd, shouting, "I see the light." He then descends from the rock and rushes toward her. The Kide's call incites a flurry of activity among the crowd, with many rushing to the source of the commotion. Peng Bo glances at Li Xiaoman and Kide standing together, then turns to Yifan, asking, "Is that foreign guy truly Li Xiaoman's boyfriend? How would I know? Are you really just going to give up?" Peng Bo shoots him a sidelong glance. Some things, even if they can start anew, are unlikely to return to their original state. Even on the same path, life can be traversed twice, but will never yield the same sensations. Those are matters of the past. One must move forward. Yifan shakes his head. Then, as if recalling something, he chuckles. "You, my friend, are quite carefree, with a vibrant nightlife. I scoff at you. Where is your life rich?" Peng Bo observes Yifan, then looks back at Li Xiaoman not far away, saying, "By a man's intuition, I have a feeling something will transpire between you two. Don't tarnish my reputation." Yifan laughs. "Do you have a sixth sense like a woman?" At this moment, it seems that only the two of them can still find laughter. Neither are pessimists, and they rarely wear frowns regardless of circumstances. Soon, many others begin to scale the enormous rock, peering into the distance, where the faint light flickers like fireflies, illuminating the darkened space and capturing everyone's attention. Though the glimmer is not bright, it ignites a spark of hope within the crowd, prompting several female classmates to cheer. Although the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty, the allure of the light compels everyone to advance. Perhaps it is human nature to fear the dark and yearn for the light. Please do not let us down. May a miracle occur. One by one, the group descends from the rock and approaches the five-colored altar to deliberate on their strategy. Everything here is unfamiliar to us. Even with the light ahead, it is prudent to proceed with caution, Wang Ziwen suggests cautiously. Zhou Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, nods in agreement. "Indeed, let us send a few individuals to scout ahead. After all, the glow does not seem far off." "Just in case," the others concur, recognizing the unpredictability of the unknown ahead and the necessity of caution in this strange environment. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberates, and the bronze coffin atop the altar emits a metallic resonance. "What just happened?" "I felt it was a sound from within the coffin," a pale-faced female classmate closest to the coffin remarks. Upon hearing this, the group turns ashen, for within the giant coffin lies a smaller casket meant for a body. Chapter 012. The Wandering Star. Do not speak recklessly. The coffin is toppled, and the lid must have shifted, Lin Jia calmly states, stabilizing the emotions of those present. The 9 colossal dragon corpses, each stretching over 100 meters, lie ominously nearby, their scales glistening darkly, while the bronze coffin, measuring 20 meters in length, rests heavily upon the altar, instilling a profound sense of unease. "I believe we should collectively explore the source of that light," one suggests. "I too think we should act together," several voices echo. clearly filled with trepidation, as nearly everyone is reluctant to linger any longer in this place. Ultimately, the consensus is reached to proceed together toward the source of the light. The land is composed entirely of reddish-brown soil and gravel, vast and desolate, with enormous rocks sporadically scattered throughout as they pass the previously ascended rock. Lu Yunzhong exclaims in surprise. There are inscriptions on that massive rock. Approaching the side of the stone facing the light, they can clearly see two enormous ancient characters etched into its surface, each standing 5 to 6 meters high, with strokes that are bold and vigorous, exuding an air of grandeur, resembling two furious dragons entwined. Unlike the more complex modern characters, these ancient inscriptions must date back many years. The duration of their existence unknown. The group gathers before the stone wall, gazing at the two imposing characters, many furrowing their brows in an attempt to decipher their meanings. This appears to be bronze script. The first character should be Ing. Zhou Yi identifies the first character. Frowning as he muses, what kind of place have we arrived at? Indeed, it is bronze script. These two characters read Inghua, Yifan casually states after recognizing the characters. Though he appears composed, the significance of the words sends a shock through him. Inghua? How could it be Inghua? He can scarcely believe it, casting his gaze toward the heavens where, despite the dimness, only a few stars have yet to emerge. What does Inghua mean? Is Inghua a location? Many remain puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning of the two characters. Upon hearing Inghua, Zhou Yi, like Yifan, experiences a profound shock, his face paling as he remarks, flickering light, chaotic and bewildering, that we truly cannot return. What does this mean? Where are we? Confusion reigns among the crowd. Upon hearing the term Inghua, Wang Ziwen comprehends its implications and explains to the others. This place is likely no longer Earth. The term Inghua refers to the planet Mars, which was considered an ominous sign in ancient times. The ancients noted Mars' red hue and variable brightness, likening its flickering to fire. Furthermore, it moves in the sky, sometimes eastward, sometimes westward, which is perplexing. Flickering light, chaotic and bewildering, it was thus named Ing in ancient times. Emperors were superstitious and wary of this disaster star, believing it heralded misfortune. Its appearance often presaged the dismissal of a chancellor or the death of an emperor. Such superstitions, of course, are not believed by later generations. Oh my God! Next to Li Xiaoman, Kaid was utterly perplexed. Upon grasping the Chinese meaning of the term Inghua, he repeatedly dug into the reddish-brown soil and struck the rocks, incessantly observing the geology, astonished to the point of exclamations. How is this possible? Many stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom the reality before them. The reddish-brown earth beneath our feet is Mars? Are we no longer on Earth? Anyone hearing this revelation would be left in a state of bewilderment, devoid of any rationale. Just half an hour ago, they were atop Mount Tai, and now they found themselves on the ancient star of Inghua. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Lin Jia, tall and graceful, her elegant visage slightly pale, glanced towards the crowd with her phoenix eyes and remarked, "For now, we have merely seen this stone carving. We cannot definitively ascertain whether we are truly on the planet Inghua. But it is said that the dry surface of Mars is strewn with red soil and gravel. Does what we see not correspond to that?" A female classmate wailed. Humanity had launched space probes to explore Mars as early as the 1960s. And in 1997, the Mars Pathfinder had successfully landed on its surface. After decades of exploration, humanity was no longer in ignorance regarding Mars, having acquired a wealth of invaluable data. The Martian soil contains a significant amount of iron oxide, and due to prolonged exposure to ultraviolet rays, Mars resembles a rusted world, precisely mirroring the scene before us. Could it be that we have truly left Earth and are now standing on another planet? A male classmate clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. If we are indeed standing on Mars, I fear we cannot survive. There is insufficient oxygen, and the temperature is unsuitable, Li Xiaoman said, her pallid complexion notwithstanding. Yet her words ignited a flicker of hope in many. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and a few others remained remarkably composed, convinced that they were no longer on Earth. What could be worse than this? Whatever transpired next could hardly be more dire. The group lingered before the massive rock for a considerable time before finally departing, continuing towards the distant faint light that it appeared not too far away. Yet after traversing over 500 meters, they still had not reached their destination. It seemed they would need to cover the same distance again. Burdened with heavy thoughts, few spoke, creating an atmosphere of melancholy. Fearful that the last glimmer of hope ahead might also vanish. Bang! Pang Bo forcefully kicked a fragment of rock beneath his feet, sending up a cloud of dust at that moment. He was struck by astonishment. The stone he had kicked seemed to be a shard of tile. It's truly a tile. Picking up the half-broken piece, he instantly confirmed it to be coarsely manufactured pottery. In an instant, a crowd gathered around to examine the fragment, many revealing expressions of excitement. If there are shards, there must be structures. This land was once inhabited. Far more complex than merely a five-colored altar. We are saved. We will undoubtedly find a way to escape. The pessimistic mood began to wane, replaced by a burgeoning sense of joy as the group glimpsed the hope of survival. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, with stars twinkling above. The Ye fan gazed up, noticing a hazy disk hanging at the horizon. Roughly half the size of the moon is seen from Earth, enough to confirm that this place was not Earth. In another direction, there was a bright star, roughly the size of a fist, shining much more brightly than ordinary stars, yet dimmer than the smaller moon. It was too bright to be merely a star, and too small and faint to be classified as a moon. Zhou Yi Wangzuan and Lu Yunzi stood nearby, having noticed Yi Fan's actions, and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing two diminutive moons suspended in the sky, their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 013. The Celestial Palace Ruins. This is. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, their faces were still etched with disappointment. Influenced by these few, the others also gazed skyward, quickly realizing the presence of two moons hanging above. How can this be? Many could not help but cry out. The last thread of hope for returning home severed, forever out of reach of loved ones. Numerous female classmates wept uncontrollably, as everyone comprehended that they had indeed strayed far from Earth, unable to return. Mars has two moons akin to what we see as the moon on Earth. Kaid muttered in halting Chinese, then rapidly spoke in English, conversing with Li Xiaoman. For decades, various space probes had relayed a wealth of invaluable information about Mars back to Earth. The two tiny satellites orbiting Mars, compounded by the altitude and distance from the surface, appeared roughly half the size of the moon when viewed from Mars, while Phobos was slightly smaller, yet shone brighter than other celestial bodies. Resembling a miniature moon, upon hearing these revelations, the group was engulfed in profound disappointment. It seemed there was no path back home, and their foremost task now was to seek a way to survive. Having traveled 600 meters from the five-colored altar, they were now much closer to that faint light, appearing to be only about 500 meters away. The group no longer hesitated and pressed onward. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. After advancing 100 more meters, they drew nearer to the light source. At that moment, someone exclaimed, discovering a collapsed structure. It seemed to be an ancient pavilion. Having succumbed to the ravages of time, a man-made pavilion. This desolate planet must have once been home to humanity, that we are bound to find a path to survival. Is this truly Mars? Why would there be human architecture? The air, temperature, and gravity are all strikingly similar to Earth. It resembles merely a desolate expanse from our home. Despite the overwhelming sense of despair, the group did not succumb to hopelessness. Their minds were rife with questions. We have encountered dragon corpses. What do these structures signify? Perhaps this is a unique region on Mars. Perhaps there is a grand five-colored altar here, capable of summoning the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin. It could very well be described as a sacred seal. If our conjecture holds true, and this is merely a special region on Mars, then our space for survival may be quite limited. The moment those words were spoken, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. If this is merely a small sanctuary on Mars, what avenues remain for us? Their emotions surged, a tumultuous tide of concern for their lives and futures, leaving no one unperturbed. Ah, a female classmate suddenly shrieked, her voice echoing hauntingly in the night. What is it? The group turned pale, hastily inquiring. A skull? A human skull? The girl was visibly shaken, her body trembling as she stumbled backward. Not far from the collapsed pavilion, half of a snow-white skull protruded from the gravel, having been trodden upon by the frightened girl. Explaining her terror, all the male classmates gathered around, and Beidou used his foot to dislodge the skull from the earth. Clearly, it belonged to an adult, weathered by the years, nearly eroded, with rough cracks marring its once smooth surface. What astonished them most was the perfectly circular hole in the forehead, about the width of a finger, as if pierced by a sharp object, with the edges of the hole remarkably smooth. It seems this place is fraught with the unknown and unpredictability. Although this is a skeleton left from many years ago, we should still tread carefully. The unfamiliar environment and the myriad uncertainties instilled a chill in their hearts. What are those ahead? Beneath the dim night sky, the stars and moon were not particularly bright, revealing only vague outlines of what appeared to be a cluster of jagged stones. Uneven and interlacing as they approached, everyone froze in astonishment. It was indeed a ruin, and what lay before them was but a small portion of a far more extensive wreckage stretching into the distance. Broken walls and debris littered the ground, whispering of untold histories. Beneath the moonlight, the site appeared eerily desolate. It had once been a magnificent palace sprawling across the landscape, yet now it lay in ruins. This vast expanse of devastation was extensive, the solid foundation constructed from massive stones, allowing one to envision the grandeur and magnificence of the palace in its heyday. The light source was situated at the far end of this ruin, just beyond a crumbling wall. Are we truly on Mars? Was there once a magnificent palace here? What colossal effort would it take to construct such an immense edifice? What calamity rendered this place into ruins, causing all the grand structures to collapse? The group nearly forgot their fear, awestruck by the enormity of the ruins before them. If they were indeed on Mars, everything felt utterly surreal. Yi Fan calmly remarked. In truth, it is not so surprising. We have encountered so much today that defies logic. Even if someone were to tell me that this grand ruin is a celestial palace site, I would not be astonished. Beidou reflected. A celestial palace site. It is indeed conceivable, especially since we have encountered dragon corpses. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent, contemplating a celestial palace site. Perhaps this was not mere folly. The light source shimmered just ahead, gently emanating from behind the crumbled wall, casting a soft, ethereal glow, evoking an indescribable sense of mystery and sanctity. What could it possibly be? The light source meanders at the end of the ancient ruins, rendering the crumbling walls even more desolate and forlorn, evoking an indescribable sense of mystery. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of footsteps crunching over the rubble resonates through the vast night sky, echoing far and wide as they pass by collapsed palaces. Ultimately traversing this immense wasteland, ahead, although the broken wall is partially damaged, it still stands at a height of 4 to 5 meters, leaving one to ponder the grandeur it once possessed. I must see what that light source truly is. A group of individuals cautiously navigates around the colossal broken wall, arriving at the end of the ruins, where they are immediately enveloped by a refreshing aura, as if a divine radiance has pierced the void, illuminating their vision. They have completely exited the ruins, standing behind the broken wall, and now they can distinctly perceive the source of light ahead. Approximately 50 meters away, an ancient temple quietly resides, adorned with an ancient lamp and a solitary flickering light akin to a bean. In front of the temple, a Bodhi tree stands robustly like a coiling dragon, its trunk entirely desiccated, save for a few scattered emerald leaves 2 meters above the ground, each shimmering with a translucent green hue. Reminiscent of jade. Chapter 014. Maharaja Temple. At the end of the ruins, an ancient temple emerges, silent and unassuming, modest in scale, hardly worthy of the term grand. It consists merely of a single ancient hall, within which stands a stone Buddha, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, alongside an ancient bronze lamp that flickers with a feeble glow. Accompanying the ancient temple is a sturdy Bodhi tree, its trunk too massive for 6 or 7 individuals to encircle. The ancient main trunk is hollowed out, and were it not for the 5 or 6 radiant green leaves adorning it, one might mistake the tree for dead. The temple and the Bodhi tree complement each other, steeped in antiquity, evoking a sensation of hazy time flowing, a transformation of the ages, imparting boundless tranquility and an ancient essence. Upon reaching this point, all present cannot conceal their astonishment. The once grand and monumental palace complex has been reduced to ruins, while this diminutive ancient temple endures, offering a feeling of serene authenticity. How can such an ancient temple exist? The few remaining leaves of the Bodhi tree shimmer with a crystalline green light. The Bodhi tree, almost synonymous with the Buddha, is deeply entwined with Buddhist lore. According to legend, over 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree, achieving the status of Buddha. The Bodhi tree before them, in conjunction with the ancient temple, emanates an extraordinary presence, leaving them in awe. Why do I feel as though a river of history is flowing, as if everything before me is immensely ancient? Steeped in the sediment of time, the 50-meter distance is traversed swiftly, and soon they find themselves before the temple, each heart swelling with a peculiar sensation, as if gazing upon a weathered historical tapestry. The air thick with the essence of bygone eras. Could this be a temple inhabited by deities? Surely, there cannot truly be a Buddha. Although the temple is dilapidated, it still exudes an atmosphere of simplicity and tranquility. The ancient temple remains silent, enveloped in peace. There is a bronze plaque there, inscribed with characters. The weathered temple features a rusted bronze plaque, engraved with 4 ancient characters, coiling like dragons and serpents, embodying endless Zen. The script is complex and difficult to decipher. Yet the first character, Da, is easily recognized. Many, even those unfamiliar with ancient scripts, can identify it. The last character is Si. Zhou Yi possesses a certain understanding of ancient scripts and discerns the final character. These 4 characters read Ma Rahasya Temple. At that moment, Yifan pronounces all 4 characters aloud. The gathered crowd is taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief. Marahasya Temple. Surely I did not mishear? How can this be possible? The legendary Marahasya Temple is said to be the abode of the Buddha, the supreme holy site of Buddhism. Yet this dilapidated ancient temple, so diminutive, devoid of any grandeur, consisting merely of a single hall, how can it bear the name Marahasya Temple? Having already witnessed 9 dragon corpses pulling a coffin, the group has prepared themselves psychologically, almost convinced of the existence of deities. However, they still feel a pang of trepidation. What does it signify that an ancient temple on Mars is named Marahasya Temple? Perhaps many histories and legends will be reinterpreted, and the obscured ancient chronicles will unveil a sliver of their mysterious veil. The sound of Buddhist teachings resonates like thunder. This is indeed the Marahasya Temple. Could it be that this ancient temple truly is the fabled sanctuary? If this conjecture holds true, it would undoubtedly be profoundly shocking. Amidst the red-brown soil and gravel of Mars, an ancient temple, cloaked in dust, possesses an astonishing origin. The more they observe, the more extraordinary the temple appears. Behind them, the once magnificent celestial palace has crumbled to ruins, leaving only a sea of rubble. Yet this ancient temple, though seemingly in decay, remains steadfast, creating a remarkable contrast. Accompanied by the Bodhi tree, the ancient lamp, and a solitary flickering light, it embodies simplicity and tranquility, resilient against the ravages of time, leaving only the truth, while the ephemeral is but fleeting dust. A lamp, a Buddha, a temple, a tree, all timeless and eternal in this world. All of this is harmonious and serene, wrapping them in a gentle spring breeze, as if ethereal Zen chants resound. If this is indeed the legendary Marahasya Temple, could the ancient tree before the temple be the very Bodhi tree beneath which Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment? How could this be? That is merely a religious legend. The DOU truly believe that Siddhartha Gautama sat beneath an ancient tree on Mars for 7 days and nights, ultimately becoming the Buddha. Given our experiences and encounters, nothing is impossible. Everything that the group has experienced today feels dreamlike, yet it is an undeniable reality. At that moment, Yifan suddenly strides forward, with Pang Bo accompanying him, and they step directly into the ancient temple. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi hastens to follow, with Wang Ziwen trailing closely behind, also entering the temple. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji seems to recall something, his expression shifting suddenly, and he rushes forward. Others awaken from their reverie. If this is indeed the Maharaja Temple, then within lies the abode of the deities. Although long abandoned and cloaked in a thick layer of dust, it remains an extraordinary place. The ancient temple is modest, merely a hall for the Buddha, stark and empty, almost devoid of any belongings. That Yi Fan strides directly to the stone Buddha, grasping the ancient bronze lamp that stands beside it. The bronze lamp appears unremarkable, with a simple design, yet feels warm to the touch, lacking the cold hardness of metal, akin to holding a piece of warm jade. Remarkably, despite the dust that blankets the temple, the bronze lamp remains pristine, as if it possesses the ability to repel dust. It is evident that this temple has not been cleaned in many years, with a thick layer of dust accumulated. Yet the ancient lamp remains unsullied, still glowing, leaving Yi Fan astonished. Could it truly have burned continuously from the distant past until now? It is astonishingly clean, apart from the stone Buddha and the bronze lamp. There is nothing else left. Pang Bo surveys the surroundings, but alas, he finds no other artifacts. Just then, Zhou Yi, who had entered shortly after them, steps onto the thick layer of dust, producing a loud clank, as he inadvertently kicks out a bowl. At the same moment, Lu Yunji and others enter the temple, all falling silent as they search quietly. Initially, they could not shake their preconceived notions, facing the ancient temple with uncertainty, still contemplating matters as if they were on Earth. It was only when Yi Fan took the first action that they suddenly remembered they were on another planet, confronting what could possibly be the legendary abode of the Buddha, the Maharaja Temple, where divine artifacts might still exist. Inside the temple, Yi Fan, holding the immaculate bronze lamp, lets its gentle light cascade, illuminating the ancient structure. Suddenly, he hears a faint melody of Zen chants, as if emanating from the heavens. At first, he thinks it to be an illusion, but the Buddha's voice gradually grows louder, reverberating throughout the temple, resounding like the mighty tones of a grand bell, solemn, magnificent, profound, and mysterious as the dust within the temple dissipates. It becomes immaculate and pure, and a 6-character mantra resonates. Om, Ma, and I Pad Me Hum. Chapter 015. Bodhi, what is wrong with you? Pang Bo's voice breaks through to Yi Fan, who is shaken from his trance as Pang Bo vigorously shakes his shoulder. Yi Fan awakens from his reverie. There is no Buddha sound, no Zen chant, and the temple remains cloaked in thick dust while the others seem oblivious. Is this truly the Maharaja Temple? He murmurs to himself. Reflecting on the brief yet vivid experiences he just encountered, Yi Fan gazes intently at the bronze lamp in his hand, yet no distinct sensation remains. It bears some engravings, ancient and natural, entirely unremarkable, devoid of any anomaly. A meditation cushion. One of the male students uncovers an old meditation cushion from a pile of ashes, its integrity unscathed by the passage of time. Soon after, another female student finds a purple sandalwood prayer bead beneath the thick dust, unblemished by the ravages of time, still glimmering faintly after being brushed free of dust. Simultaneously, Kai discovers a half-broken wooden fish among the dust at the foot of the stone Buddha, adorned with 3 bodhisattvas, each vividly depicting solemnity or compassion. This moment, Yi Fan's mind races. If this is indeed the legendary Maharaja Temple, then this must be a place abandoned by deities, and all unearthed artifacts should be extraordinary. Clang! Wang Ziwen's foot strikes something, producing a metallic resonance as he uncovers a palm-sized broken bronze bell from a dusty corner, missing a section of its wall, its design ancient. As he rang the bronze bell, a melodious chime resonated, akin to the ethereal sound of Buddhist chants, instilling a profound tranquility within the heart. Yi Fan's thoughts were interrupted, and he couldn't help but gaze at the bell, which was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, exuding a rustic simplicity imbued with Zen essence and the resonance of Buddhism. Pang Bo muttered softly to himself as he stepped into the ancient temple first, yet found nothing, his luck evidently waning. Almost simultaneously, Li Xiaoman discovered a half-section of a jade rui at the foot of the stone Buddha. As she brushed off the dust, the translucent fragment of jade shimmered with a radiant luster. The ancient temple appeared desolate, Yet several individuals unearthed artifacts hidden beneath the dust, prompting others to hasten their search. The Yi Fan paid little heed to those artifacts. The only object within the temple that remained utterly pristine and unscathed was the ancient bronze lamp, which shone with an eternal brilliance, rendering all other items pale in comparison. I refuse to believe that there is nothing to be found, Pang Bo grumbled. Search carefully here. Whatever artifacts you discover, be sure to collect them. Yi Fan handed the ancient lamp to Pang Bo, allowing him to utilize its light for his search. Although the extraordinary nature of these broken Buddhist relics was not immediately apparent, he understood that if deities truly existed in this world, these items must hold great significance. Temporarily entrusting the bronze lamp to Pang Bo, Yi Fan stepped out of the ancient hall and walked towards the Bodhi tree in front of the temple. At this moment, he had liberated himself from his previous mindset, allowing himself to entertain the notion that deities genuinely existed. Since this ancient temple was the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it would be remiss to overlook the accompanying Bodhi tree. If there were indeed Buddhas in this world, then this ancient, withered tree must be extraordinary. The Bodhi tree, revered as the sacred tree of Buddhism, is documented in the records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty, where the Buddha once told Ananda that there are 3 objects in the world worthy of worship: the relics of the Buddha, Buddha statues, and the Bodhi tree, for it was beneath the Bodhi tree that the Buddha attained enlightenment. To see the Bodhi tree is to see the Buddha. The ancient tree before him stood robustly like a coiled dragon, its trunk so thick that it could not be encircled by 6 or 7 people. Its hollow trunk bore a single withered branch, from which 6 verdant leaves hung 2 to 3 meters above the ground, glistening like translucent green jade. Regardless of whether this ancient tree was connected to the Buddha, the mere presence of those 6 jade-like leaves was enough to signify its remarkable nature. Yi Fan approached the Bodhi tree, scrutinizing it closely. The massive branches nearly enveloped the ancient temple above, and one could only imagine the awe-inspiring sight it would present when fully adorned with foliage. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a stirring in his heart. He noticed that the 6 shimmering green leaves emitted faint, almost imperceptible green wisps, with a small portion drifting towards the distant 5-colored altar. While the majority merged into the roots of the tree, the wisps flowed like silk, continuously emanating from the 6 leaves, imparting a palpable sense of life. An endless vitality coursing through Yi Fan crouched down and began to clear the soil around the roots. Eager to discover what lay beneath that could conjure such ethereal green wisps from the Bodhi leaves, beneath the soil, he found no extraordinary objects, only a Bodhi seed, dull and unremarkable, lacking any luminescence or radiance. Its color a mundane gray that could easily be mistaken for a clod of earth. The sole remarkable feature was its size. While ordinary Bodhi seeds were merely the size of a fingernail, this gray seed was as large as a walnut. Yi Fan was taken aback. Could it be that the green wisps emanating from the Bodhi leaves were absorbed by this seed? After observing for a moment, he noticed the wispy green essence flowing toward the seed, dissipating just 3 inches away from it, although he had not witnessed it absorb the essence of the Bodhi leaves. It was nearly certain that it was the cause. Holding the Bodhi seed in his palm, he examined it closely, astonished to reveal that the natural patterns on this seemingly ordinary gray seed intricately formed the image of a compassionate Buddha. The Buddha appeared to be manifested entirely through the natural convergence of the seed's patterns, yet it resembled the work of a master sculptor. The gray depiction of the Buddha, ancient and organic, subtly exuded a Zen-like aura, a naturally formed image of the Buddha. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama achieved enlightenment because of the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom, the tree of awakening, or the tree of thought, is said to unlock the divine potential within individuals, leading to self-realization. Yi Fan lifted the Bodhi seed high above his head, presenting it to the 6 green leaves above. The flow of green essence quickened significantly, the vibrant life force intensifying as it converged upon the Bodhi seed. Though the brilliance still dissipated 3 inches away, a soft pop resonated as a crystalline Bodhi leaf released its final wisp of green essence, shattering into fine ash that gently fell to the ground. With this, Yi Fan was finally convinced. The Bodhi seed, while seemingly unremarkable, was indeed extraordinary, and he resolved to safeguard it carefully that moment. He noticed a multitude of powder on the ground, identical to the ash produced by the previous Bodhi leaf. Could it be that all the leaves on the tree vanished in such a manner? This revelation astonished Yi Fan. The Bodhi seed, bearing the image of the Buddha, felt immensely significant to him. He sensed it was even more important than the ancient bronze lamp that had accompanied the stone Buddha. There were still 5 green leaves remaining on the Bodhi tree, though they appeared far less radiant than before. Yi Fan refrained from plucking them, satisfied with his singular acquisition of the Bodhi seed. Not wishing to attract attention to this moment, no one else had exited the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Thus, Yi Fan departed from the Bodhi tree and returned to the ancient temple. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 others had discovered various Buddhist artifacts. Each with unique characteristics, Lu Yunzi had unearthed a half-section of a golden vajra from behind the stone Buddha. Though buried in dust for who knows how long, it gleamed brilliantly upon its resurrection, exuding a sense of weighty refinement. Had it not been for one damaged end, it would have been regarded as a flawless and powerful masterpiece of casting. This staff-like vajra was known in Buddhism as the vajra, symbolizing the indirect notion of destroying foes, representing invincibility, indomitable wisdom, and the true nature of Buddhism, wielded by revered saints that if Buddhas truly existed in this world, this vajra would undoubtedly be a sacred object, likely possessing extraordinary characteristics. Yet at present, its miraculous nature remained elusive. Lu Yunzi swung the half vajra with force, and it arced through the air like a streak of golden lightning, radiating brilliance and exuding an imposing aura. What do you think would happen if these artifacts were indeed possessed by deities? And we discovered how to utilize them? Upon hearing Lu Yunzi's words, all who had unearthed Buddhist artifacts were filled with awe and wonder. Chapter 016. As if deities descend to earth, besides the vajra. Several others found broken incense burners, ritual staffs, copper bells, and fishing drums. Among them, the female classmate, who had appeared weary during the reunion, discovered a particularly remarkable artifact that was a complete set of prayer beads. Consisting of only 6 beads, glistening with a faint golden hue, as transparent as crystal, each the size of a longan. Could it be made from relics? A nearby individual speculated uncertainly. The 6 beads, all pale, golden crystals, resembled exquisite gemstones, easily evoking thoughts of the relics left behind after a Buddha's parinirvana, especially since this artifact resided within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, its material undoubtedly exceptional. This set of prayer beads was indeed extraordinary. Discovered serendipitously by the female classmate atop the head of the stone Buddha. The 6 beads were strung together by a fine, transparent thread, each adorned with a vague, humanoid figure in varying poses. This marked the 3rd complete artifact following Yi Fan's bronze lamp and Zhou Yizong's bowl. Naturally, the bronze lamp remained the most captivating, for it was the only item untouched by dust. Eternal in its luminance, clearly extraordinary to all. Numerous intense glimmers within the ancient temple darted towards the bronze lamp. Although Yi Fan sensed them, he remained unperturbed, facing everything with tranquility. The Buddha Hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been thoroughly searched, yielding no further artifacts, prompting the crowd to step outside. Pang Bo was particularly disheartened, having witnessed over a dozen individuals unearth ancient relics. He, the first to enter the temple, had yet to find anything. As he stood before the temple, reassessing it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He strode back purposefully, bringing several large stones to elevate himself, that he removed the copper plaque inscribed with Great Thunder Sound Temple, leaving many onlookers dumbfounded. Realization dawned upon the crowd. This plaque was surely extraordinary, weathered by time, yet devoid of any dust, remaining immaculate. That was noteworthy that among all the artifacts within the temple, only the ancient bronze lamp and this plaque were pristine, clearly indicating their exceptional nature. It truly is heavy. Pang Bo dragged the plaque back, and just as he stepped away from the temple, the entire structure trembled, and the stone Buddha within suddenly cracked, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Then, the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism resonated. Om Mani Padme Hum. The majestic sound of the Buddha reverberated across the heavens, shaking the firmament, causing the world to tremble. The compassionate, solemn, profound, and mystical chant resonated with immense power, cleansing impurities and washing away the mundane. enveloping the surroundings of the ancient temple in a sacred and serene light. This was no mere illusion. Not only did Yi Fan and Pang Bo hear it, but everyone else stood in stunned silence, as if carved from clay, unable to utter a word. Simultaneously, all the artifacts unearthed by the crowd within the Buddha Hall, whether intact or damaged, radiated with a gentle glow, casting brilliant light that astonished everyone. Ultimately, with a thunderous boom, the stone Buddha within the ancient temple shattered into fine ash, and soon after, the great thunder sound temple disintegrated into dust in a gentle breeze. Puff! At the same moment, the accompanying ancient Bodhi tree also crumbled, leaving no wood shavings or withered branches, only a flurry of ash descending gracefully from the sky. Subsequently, the radiance of the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands receded, all dimming back to an ordinary state. Everyone was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the occurrence of such events. Could it be that the removal of the sacred artifacts from the temple and the detachment of the bronze plaque were the cause? The ancient temple was reduced to a heap of ashes, leaving nothing behind. After gazing for a moment, Yi Fan remarked, "The removal of various sacred implements and the stripping of the ancient temple's plaque have stripped the already forsaken Great Thunder Sound Temple of its very meaning of existence. Perhaps this is the reason it has dissipated into the winds." Zhou Yi, typically gentle and refined, was now visibly agitated, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light as he proclaimed, "I am now even more convinced that there truly are deities in this world. Perhaps we can follow in their footsteps. The myriad experiences we have encountered today may indeed represent a grand opportunity for us." The notions of deities, Buddhas, and immortality, once deemed absurd, now seem plausible in light of the current circumstances, suggesting that many established norms could be overturned and that divinity is not an absolute impossibility. To follow the path left by the deities, it sounds simple, yet I see no hope, Pang Bo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Yi. Right now, our foremost concern should be survival. This desolate expanse offers neither village nor shop, no source of water, no food. After 7 or 8 hours, our situation could turn dire. All indications suggest that this planet is likely Mars. And we all know that Mars cannot support life, Li Xiaoman, strikingly beautiful, stated with increasing composure after a series of events. If deities do exist, then perhaps it could explain all of this. This is merely a small sanctuary on Mars. As soon as her words fell, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from the reddish-brown earth, causing the vast landscape to tremble as if 1,000 troops were galloping or raging seas were surging. A sandstorm. A superstorm on Mars? Kaide, standing beside Li Xiaoman, exclaimed in broken Mandarin, his expression alarmed. Each year, Mars is cloaked in raging sands for a quarter of its time, while typhoons on Earth reach speeds of over 60 meters per second. Storms on Mars can reach up to 180 meters per second, capable of sweeping across the entire planet. Not only humans, but even heavy tanks would be lifted into the sky. In an instant, the celestial bodies vanished, and an endless tide of reddish-brown dust completely shrouded the heavens, heralding the onset of a storm that would engulf all of Mars. Wait, there is no storm here. Just moments ago, many were terrified, fearing impending doom, but now they realized that while a storm raged in the distance, the area around them remained eerily calm, centered around the 5-colored altar and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A hazy dome with a diameter of over 1,000 meters enveloped the region, isolating it from the outside world. To Li Xiaoman's words proved true. This was indeed a small sanctuary, shielded by supernatural forces from the storm, indirectly affirming the potential existence of deities, suggesting this could be a place of divine protection. Not good. The hazy light shield is dimming. It will soon vanish. A female classmate, gazing at the sky, turned pale. The dim light above was gradually dissipating, and it would not be long before it completely disappeared. Upon witnessing this, everyone's complexion changed. Death was so near, and no one could remain calm. What do we do? Are we truly to perish here? Some spoke with trembling voices. I don't want to die. Several female classmates began to weep. If the light shield disappears, we will be crushed by the superstorm. Even the male classmates were filled with dread. realizing that this solitary sanctuary on Mars would cease to exist, leaving no space for survival. Rumble. The storm roared like distant thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. The atmosphere was thick with chaos. Fear spreading among the group. Yi Fan, his gaze clear, looked towards the engulfing storm and calmly stated, "Perhaps there is only one path to survival. Can we escape? Tell us how. This sanctuary will no longer exist. Where else can we survive?" On the brink of life and death, the group was in a frenzy, many losing their composure. "We must follow the path that the deities have tread, leaving this inhospitable environment," Yi Fan declared. Instantly, some grasped Yi Fan's intention, though many remained perplexed. "Indeed, this may be our only path to survival," Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. According to Yi Fan's hypothesis, in the distant past, deities had forged ancient pathways through the cosmos, allowing travel from Earth to Mars. But this may not be their ultimate destination. Mars also harbors a five-colored altar, likely connecting to even more distant realms of the universe. This was the path once traversed by the deities. And now, cornered in their plight, they had no choice but to continue forward along this ancient road, leaving Mars behind in pursuit of hope for survival. That moment, everyone understood and rushed towards the five-colored altar. Although it was merely 1,000 meters away, it felt as if they were separated by an ocean. This distance held their lives in the balance that if the light shield shattered before they reached the altar, they would undoubtedly perish. The grand ruins of the celestial palace lay strewn with rubble, making the journey treacherous. In their haste, some stumbled, but they dared not pause, enduring the pain as they pressed on, unwilling to be left behind. Even if they reached the five-colored altar safely, whether they could activate the ancient pathway remained uncertain, a massive shadow looming over their hearts as they recalled how everything had been beyond their control at Mount Tai. However, at this moment, there was no choice. That altar was their only lifeline, and they could only reach it before devising a plan. A female classmate suddenly screamed as she ran through the ruins. Thud! She collapsed into the dust. Motionless, her face was a mask of terror, a bloodied hole the size of a thumb gaping from her forehead, blood flowing profusely. In her final moments, she seemed to have witnessed something horrifying. What happened? The group felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts filled with dread. A vibrant life had just been extinguished, one who had been among them mere moments ago, now lost in such a sudden and mysterious manner. "Don't go near her," Yi Fan warned two male classmates who were approaching the body. Recalling the snow-white skull he had seen on their way here, which bore a similar finger-sized hole in the center of its forehead, that a sense of foreboding took hold of him. "We have desecrated the great Thundersound Temple. Could this be punishment from the deities?" A female classmate quivered, her heart gripped by fear. "Even if deities exist, Buddhas are merciful," Zhou Yi interrupted, seeking to quell the growing terror, stating, "We have no means to carry her away. We must allow her to rest here. We must hurry back to the five-colored altar." No one hesitated. In this critical moment of life and death, they could not linger over their fallen classmate. Suddenly, a melodious chime echoed, resounding grandly and solemnly. As if a great bell were ringing, a brilliant golden light erupted from Wang Ziwen, enveloping him in resplendent radiance, akin to a thick golden battle garment, dazzling as if divine flames ignited in his hands. A broken bronze bell trembled gently, the profound sound emanating from it. "What is happening?" Lu Yunji, standing closest, asked anxiously. "Something attacked me just now." Wang Ziwen, usually gentle and refined, was now cloaked in golden divine flames, exuding an aura of majesty as if a deity had descended upon them. "Did you see what it was?" Pang Bo inquired, seeking to uncover the source of the danger, typically carefree yet steady in critical moments. "I saw nothing, only felt a terrifying presence enveloping me." And then the bell began to tremble. At this moment, Wang Ziwen, still shrouded in golden light, felt lingering trepidation. Hearing his words, anyone who had gained something from the great Thundersound Temple clutched the broken sacred artifacts tightly. Now proven to be extraordinary, undoubtedly possessions of the deities. The trembling of the broken bronze bell ceased, the harmonious chime gradually fading, and the golden divine flames surrounding Wang Ziwen dissipated, returning the brilliance to the bell. Let us go. We must leave this ruin quickly. Yi Fan, holding the ancient bronze lamp, which scattered divine light, took the lead towards the five-colored altar. The others quickly followed, aware that something dreadful lurked within the vast ruins of the celestial palace. Every second spent there increased their peril. Ah! A scream pierced the air again as they neared the edge of the ruins. A male classmate fell to the ground, a finger-sized blood hole in the center of his forehead. Blood gushing forth, meeting the same fate. His eyes remained wide open, filled with terror, the expression of fear frozen on his face in that moment. Many were engulfed in fear. Another classmate had died suddenly, witnessing it yet powerless to intervene. Completely unaware of what had claimed his life. The reality of life and death, though easy to speak of, was bitterly felt as they experienced it firsthand. A close companion had perished without a word, leaving them in disbelief. Numerous female classmates nearly broke down, softly weeping, having never witnessed such a scene before. Run! They did not linger, nor could they afford to, hastening towards the five-colored altar, finally escaping from that desolate ruin. Yet two lives remained forever ensnared there, never to be seen again. I fled far and turned back to glance. The crumbling walls loomed like grotesque demons, their shadows flickering ominously beneath the night sky, sending shivers down one's spine. However, before anyone could catch their breath, three chilling screams echoed almost simultaneously as two male classmates and one female classmate fell heavily to the ground, their wounds still fresh on their foreheads. Three identical gaping holes starkly visible, blood soaked the ground, and thus perished three former classmates, friends, their eyes wide with terror, expressions frozen in horror. In mere moments, 5 lives had been lost, leaving everyone engulfed in sorrow. Their bodies icy, and their scalps prickling with fear. Perhaps the next victim would be among them, for none could ascertain when life would meet its end. Wah, a female classmate on the brink of collapse, began to wail, exclaiming, "The deceased found no relics in the temple. That unknown demon lurks nearby. Without the sacred artifacts left by the deities, death is inevitable." This was an undeniable truth. The 5 who had perished in the temple had returned empty-handed, while Wang Ziwen had escaped unscathed solely because of that battered bronze bell. Help us! Those who had found no relics in the temple were gripped by terror, while those who had come close to obtaining something pleaded for salvation in nearly desperate tones. Yet, in such a life-or-death moment, who would relinquish their sole talisman of survival? Some did not hesitate, not even glancing back, as they sprinted toward the multicolored altar. The bond of friendship, though precious, paled in comparison to the instinct for self-preservation. As many chose indifference in the face of life-and-death decisions. The complexities of human relationships and the contradictions of human nature faced their first arduous test. "Please, I beg you, save me." The nearly distraught female classmate sobbed as she ran, tears streaming down her face, a picture of pitiful despair, her shoes lost in the chaos, yet still utterly oblivious. At this moment, terror had consumed her soul. Yi Fan shouted, "The artifacts found in the temple can be shared among us." Fanbo, ever steadfast by Yi Fan's side, echoed loudly, "Indeed, we can share the relics discovered in the ancient temple among 2 or 3 of us." Many turned to look, though their faces betrayed doubt, with one voicing, "What if these damaged artifacts hold little power? If they can only protect one person, wouldn't that endanger the original possessor?" Such words caused immediate hesitation, prompting 2 individuals to quicken their pace and run ahead without a backward glance. "Thank you." Yi Fan, the female classmate, her shoes gone, tears streaming down her face, stumbled towards Yi Fan, her expression one of deep gratitude, mingled with the tears that fell, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. She reached out a trembling right hand. But upon drawing near to the ancient lamp, her expression suddenly froze, her eyes glazing over as she fell heavily to the ground. The change was so abrupt that Yi Fan could only watch in horror as her eyes dimmed. Her once beautiful face marred by tear stains, that fleeting smile of gratitude forever etched in time, causing a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yi Fan yearned to help her rise, but ultimately only extended a hand, which he then retracted. This unfortunate girl had been pierced through the back of her head. This time, not the forehead, as dark hair soaked with blood spilled forth. Just a step away, yet she succumbed before Yi Fan's very eyes. That frozen smile pierced Yi Fan's heart, and he slowly retreated from the now cold body. What on earth is that thing? This was the question on everyone's lips. With death so near, anxiety surged among the crowd. Soon, 3 or 4 individuals gathered around Yi Fan and Pang Bo, eagerly reaching for the ancient lamp and bronze plaque, their demeanor bordering on desperation as they sought to claim them for themselves. "What are you doing?" Pang Bo glared, his voice booming. "We are here to save you, to share these relics, not to abandon our lives by handing them over." His imposing stature lent weight to his words, causing those few to hesitate, awkwardly placing their hands on the bronze plaque and ancient lamp. Time was of the essence. The crowd sprinted forward, but an unsettling tension began to fester, as some eyes gleamed with the desire to seize the relics. Those who possessed the damaged artifacts were filled with wariness, regretting their decision to share. "We hail from the same place. We have been classmates for 4 years. Do not let your later years be burdened by shame and regret for your choices today." Yi Fan's voice rang out, commanding attention even more effectively than Pang Bo, calming many of the restless individuals. Boom! At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly erupted with a cacophony of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing around him, akin to a thunder god descending. Lightning crackled, enveloping his form entirely, illuminating the surroundings as the brilliance of the golden vajra in his hand radiated magnificently, all derived from that fractured treasure. Lu Yunji appeared clad in a battle garment woven from lightning, exuding an unmatched, formidable aura, surrounded by arcs of electricity, resembling a deity of thunder. Just now, I was assaulted by that inexplicable entity. He uttered but that one sentence, then fell silent, his piercing gaze inadvertently sweeping towards Yi Fan. But upon sighting the bronze lamp, the intensity in his eyes quickly faded. Moments later, the electricity surrounding Lu Yunji gradually dissipated, leaving the golden vajra dull and lifeless, the staff held by the deities. The power of this vajra was evident to all, sending waves of shock through the crowd. Along the journey, silence reigned, until they finally arrived at the multicolored altar, relieved that no further deaths had transpired. Allowing them to exhale slightly, the 9 colossal dragon carcasses and the ancient bronze coffin lay quietly at the altar, still as awe-inspiring as ever. "What is that?" Upon reaching the altar, everyone gasped in surprise. The multicolored altar shimmered with a hazy glow, faint lights converging from all directions, merging beneath the stone base. The luminous dome enveloping the sky gradually dissolved, seemingly due to the multicolored altar, as it appeared to gather some mysterious energy. Initially astonished, joy soon flickered across their faces, for the altar was glowing, reminiscent of the time at Mount Tai, possibly heralding the opening of a celestial pathway. Yet this time, the energy was not provided by the stone book and jade volume, but by a vast, nebulous light shield. Rumble. As the hazy light shield melted away, the outer world roared like a tempest, causing the very ground to tremble. The shield dimmed, and everyone ascended the multicolored altar, anxiously observing the events unfolding. In the shadows lurked that terrifying entity, a presence akin to a specter haunting their minds. Though it had yet to manifest, as long as they remained here, it posed a tremendous threat, compelling everyone to yearn for escape from Mars. For a full half-hour, the dim shield continued to compress, ultimately covering the altar, its diameter shrinking from over 1,000 meters to less than 200. Nearly crashing down to the ground, as all mysterious energy was absorbed by the multicolored altar. Pang Bo leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering, "Lu Yunji has glanced our way several times. That fellow is quite cunning. We should be cautious." His perceptive nature had picked up on this detail. "Rest assured, I am aware." Yi Fan turned to Lu Yunji, offering a gentle smile. Lu Yunji appeared calm, nodding amicably, revealing no signs of abnormality. Beside him stood 2 others, one of whom was the male classmate who had recently sought refuge with Yi Fan, having safely arrived here thanks to the ancient lamp. This displeased Pang Bo, who muttered, "That ungrateful wretch, always hovering around Lu Yunji back in school. Yet it was us who protected his life. and now he's cozying up to Lu Yunji again. A quarter of an hour later. The outer nebulous light shield continued to shrink, threatening to collapse upon the multicolored altar, the ferocity of the storm outside palpable. Oh! The wind howled like a banshee, sand and stones battered against the shield, producing thunderous sounds, and even some dust swirled inside, suggesting the shield was perilously fragile, on the verge of vanishing entirely. The crowd grew anxious, retreating cautiously. Should they tumble from the altar, they might be swept away by the storm. At that moment, the male classmate labeled as ungrateful by Pang Bo slowly approached from Lu Yunji's side, suddenly lunging for the ancient lamp in Yi Fan's grasp, simultaneously shoving Yi Fan in an attempt to seize the lamp while pushing him off the altar. Chapter 018. Confrontation. Yi Fan, clutching the ancient lamp in his left hand, stepped back 2 paces and with a resounding bang, seized the male classmate by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. Pang Bo, realizing the situation, erupted in anger, shouting, "You heartless wretch, a true ingrate! Have you forgotten who shared the lamp with you, safeguarded your life, and brought you safely here?" Pang Bo's hands gripped the classmate's collar tightly, intent on throwing him off the altar, his fury palpable. Cough! The male classmate's complexion turned pale. Trapped by Yi Fan's single hand, he struggled but could not break free from Yi Fan's grasp. Meanwhile, Pang Bo's grip on his throat left him gasping for breath. The expressions of those nearby varied greatly. Some were already restless within, yet none anticipated that someone would truly take action. Especially against Yi Fan, who had once saved him. "You ungrateful wretch, devoid of conscience. Were it not for Yi Fan's timely intervention, you would have perished outside." The more Pang Bo pondered, the more incensed he became. Being a man of passion, he felt that merely tossing the assailant aside would not suffice. He raised his right hand and delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps that a male classmate approached from behind, attempting to mediate, saying, "We have shared for years as classmates. Let us not resort to this. Pang Bo, please release him." Pang Bo shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "You think I should just let him go? Did you not witness his attempt to harm Yi Fan? If it weren't for Yi Fan's quick reflexes, he would have already been cast into the tempest from the 5-colored altar. Such a malicious scoundrel deserves no mercy. We all hail from the same place. It is time for us to unite and discuss matters calmly." "Let him go for now," another classmate urged. Pang Bo recognized that this individual had previously stood alongside Lu Yunji. Although they had parted ways for the moment, their alliance was evident. Furthermore, the classmate Pang Bo had in his grasp had also been in their company earlier. Despite the lack of evidence suggesting they were conspirators, Pang Bo, undeterred by logic, firmly believed they were colluding. It's easy for you to say. If someone wished to end your life, would you remain calm? Or shall I toss you into the 5-colored altar to see how you react? Pang Bo grew increasingly agitated, delivering several more fierce slaps. "This is no time for fatal disputes. Let us speak rationally and lower the tension," a female classmate interjected, casting a discreet glance at Lu Yunji. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Yunji maintained an air of tranquility, neither stepping forward to intervene nor voicing his opinion, as if he were a mere observer of the unfolding drama. Yi Fan took in the myriad of expressions around him, realizing he could not count on Lu Yunji to intervene, and thus commanded Pang Bo, "Release him. Indeed, let him go for now. Yes, let's not let this escalate. We can resolve our differences amicably," chimed in the 2 male classmates and the female classmate who had previously urged calm. As soon as they saw Yi Fan speak up, others joined in the chorus of persuasion. "Escalate? Do you truly believe we have not crossed that threshold yet?" Pang Bo glared at the male classmate allied with Lu Yunji, exclaiming, "He nearly caused Yi Fan's demise, and you still defend him?" However, Pang Bo refrained from further escalating the situation. Observing Yi Fan's signal, he ultimately loosened his grip. Yet no one anticipated that while Pang Bo released his hold, Yi Fan himself did not. With a firm grip on the assailant's collar, he lifted him effortlessly, striding to the very edge of the 5-colored altar, seemingly intent on throwing him into the abyss. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by Yi Fan's actions. Simultaneously, they were astonished by his strength, recalling the moniker, the Barbarian, he had earned during their school days on the verdant field. Though Yi Fan appeared gentle in demeanor, his physique was remarkably robust, his strength astonishing. Like a chick in a grip, he effortlessly hoisted the classmate to the precipice of the five-colored altar. Before this, I saved your life. Why then would you wish to harm me? Yi Fan pressed him against the altar's edge, poised to cast him down into the swirling chaos just a half-foot away. The classmate, gripped by fear, cried out, "Do not push me. I am treacherous and foolish, momentarily blinded by greed. Please spare me. I will never do it again." Yi Fan smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. His expression radiant as he replied, "Every action is motivated. Do you not agree? I truly would dislike witnessing you swept away by the tempest." With that, he pressed down harder on the classmate, inching him closer to the altar's edge. "Help! I am begging you. I will confess everything." As a modern urbanite, this classmate had never encountered such a dire situation, and he crumbled under the pressure, his face ashen and devoid of color in the face of the imminent storm. "This is unwise. Yi Fan, you should let him go. This is far too dangerous," another classmate protested. "Indeed, everything can be negotiated. We must not disregard our camaraderie, that if someone were to perish, it would be disastrous," echoed the same classmates who had previously urged restraint. Gradually moving closer, clang! Pang Bo slammed the half-man-high brass plaque of the Great Thundersound Temple onto the ground with a thud, glaring at them, causing the group to halt in their tracks. Yi Fan turned back, offering a gentle smile, saying, "It's all right if he is willing to explain. I too wish to understand where I went wrong, that I assure you. I will not hold any ill will against him." As he turned back to face the classmate pinned at the altar's edge, his eyes sharpened with intensity, silently conveying that should the classmate remain reticent, he would be cast into the void. I found no treasures in the ancient temple, no divine artifacts, and felt a sense of danger. Thus, I succumbed to greed. Truly, I am heartless," he exclaimed, striking his own face in despair. The Yi Fan remained silent, pushing him outward, half his body hanging perilously close to the dimly glowing barrier. "No help!" the classmate screamed in terror. "It was Li Chongqing. He was the one who prompted me." Yi Fan reeled him back, dismissing the cowardly soft gun as inconsequential, recognizing that such a person posed no real threat, that if he were to cast him out before everyone, it would likely tarnish his reputation among his peers, resulting in a loss that far outweighed any gain. With a natural ease, Yi Fan took the bottle of mineral water from the classmate, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "We have been companions for 4 years. We must support one another through this ordeal." "Absolutely, indeed." The classmate, now free, trembled as he retreated, still visibly shaken. This moment, Pang Bo was already enraged, charging forward with the brass plaque aimed at the classmate named Li Chongqing. Bang! Pang Bo, tall and strong, swung with such force that Li Chongqing was knocked to the ground. "No wonder you continually urged restraint. It turns out you were the mastermind behind this." Pang Bo pressed the plaque against him, demanding, "You would scheme against your classmates after 4 years together. Do you possess no humanity?" He was furious. Li Chongqing had been one of those who had stood with Lu Yunji not long before, as well as one of those who had urged caution. Yi Fan approached, effortlessly taking Li Chongqing's bottle of water and handing it to Pang Bo. As he seized the second bottle, a complex array of emotions crossed the faces of those present. If they could not escape Mars swiftly, the value of water would soon become paramount. Yi Fan felt regretful for not being able to draw Lu Yunji out, aware that he likely had a hand in instigating the chaos. Yet lacking concrete evidence to confront him openly, Li Chongqing stubbornly remained silent, enduring Pang Bo's wrath without admitting anything, merely claiming he had acted rashly, causing another student to harbor ill intentions toward Yi Fan. Pang Bo yearned to hurl him from the five-colored altar, but, mindful of his classmate's sentiments, contained his rage. Nevertheless, he sensed that this seemingly tranquil relationship would not last much longer, if another survival crisis arose. The bonds of camaraderie and face-saving would likely be shattered, as some hearts had already begun to stir restlessly. Yi Fan, unfazed, smiled amiably at Li Chongqing, saying, "Humans can be quite complex at times. Certain actions may be involuntary. But it is best to remain self-aware, lest you become a pawn in someone else's game." With that, he crouched down, calmly reaching toward Li Chongqing's waist, aiming for a battered fishing drum, an artifact he had discovered in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "What are you doing?" Li Changqing protested vehemently, having remained unflinching under Pang Bo's earlier assault. Yet now he panicked, desperately clutching the fishing drum at his waist, while his upper body remained pinned by Pang Bo's plaque, rendering him powerless to resist. Boom! Suddenly, the fishing drum emitted a thunderous sound, unleashing streaks of azure light that danced like lightning. It resonated like the drum of the thunder god, vibrating intensely before erupting into an even louder roar, enveloping Li Changqing in a swirling cocoon of purple light. The radiance was brilliant, resembling a colossal violet chrysalis, bursting forth with blinding divine brilliance that illuminated the five-colored altar. Surrounding witnesses gasped in astonishment, their ears ringing, some nearly losing their footing. Simultaneously, the brass plaque in Pang Bo's hands erupted with thousands of beams of light, accompanied by a rumbling thunder, the words Great Thunder Sound Temple shining brilliantly as ethereal chants filled the air. The booming sounds of the Buddhist teachings reverberated like thunder. The resplendent light emanating from the brass plaque swiftly subdued the violet cocoon, nearly silencing the drum's thunderous echoes. Meanwhile, the ancient bronze lamp held by Yi Fan cast down a gentle glow, enveloping him in a halo of sacred light, as if he had donned a divine armor. The radiance was not blinding, but rather hazy and gentle, instilling a profound sense of awe in all who beheld it. As if a deity stood before them, that layer of sacred luminescence resembled the divine vestments of a god, rendering Yi Fan ethereal and otherworldly. The fishing drum was instantly subdued, its violet glow receding, the giant cocoon vanishing, leaving the battered drum dull and ordinary. The Yi Fan remained composed, effortlessly lifting it into his grasp, as if nothing could impede him. He appeared akin to a living deity. The ancient bronze lamp casting flickering divine light that accentuated his transcendent presence to that moment. Lu Yun's female classmate, who had previously dissuaded Yi Fan from confronting Pang Bo, approached with a damaged copper bell in hand, stating, "Yi Fan, your actions are somewhat excessive." Immediately following her, another male classmate chimed in, "We should maintain harmony among ourselves and not stand in opposition. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need for such resoluteness." From the outset, these two had aligned themselves with Lu Yun's and Li Changqing, their positions unmistakable, and it was evident that they wished to prevent Yi Fan from acquiring yet another divine artifact at this juncture. Lu Yun's, who had remained aloof, stepped forward, brandishing a Vajra pestle, and remarked, "Yi Fan, let the past be the past. Even if he was in the wrong earlier, such punishment is unwarranted. It equates to depriving him of his very life." To Yi Fan's surprise, Zhou Yi, who had been silent and seemingly indifferent, approached with a purple gold bowl, urging, "Yi Fan, you should not take away his fishing drum. You already possess the bronze lamp. Acquiring another artifact serves no purpose. If he loses the drum, he may very well fall victim to the unknown and terrifying entity lurking in the shadows." Chapter 19. Composure. You all witnessed the events that transpired. Everyone knows the truth of the matter. Yi Fan, with the ancient bronze lamp in his left hand and the damaged fishing drum in his right, did not retreat, but instead advanced a few steps towards the group, declaring, "Since I have taken the fishing drum, I cannot return it." The divine light emanating from the bronze lamp was resplendent as the sun, pure as the moon, and akin to a segment of sacred rainbow light, sparkling and vibrant, perfectly harmonizing with Yi Fan, as if they were one and the same, rendering him otherworldly, like an immortal clad in divine attire. Though the fishing drum in his right hand was broken and dimmed, everyone had just witnessed its thunderous might, purple lightning crackling and thunder rolling. Its presence in Yi Fan's grasp evoked trepidation. Li Changqing indeed should not have spoken so carelessly, inciting covetousness that led to this unpleasant incident. However, Yi Fan, it is excessive to seize his life-saving possession, Lu Yun's asserted as he approached, the Vajra pestle in his hand gleaming with a heavy, imposing aura. Beside him stood a male and female classmate who had consistently intervened to prevent Pang Bo from taking action and had supported Li Changqing from the beginning. "Yi Fan, I understand your anger. Anyone in your position would be enraged. Yet, we should embrace a measure of tolerance. The female classmate spoke calmly, embodying fairness and impartiality. In this context, to strip him of his means of survival. We all comprehend the implications. You cannot act so harshly. In her delicate fingers, she held a weathered copper bell, seemingly covered in years of dust, dull and lackluster, yet impossible to overlook. That as she spoke, her slender fingers moved unconsciously, occasionally producing a faint chime. The male classmate beside Lu Yun's added, "We should all possess a heart of forgiveness, having known each other for 4 years and now facing this calamity together. We ought to support one another. Let bygones be bygones." Yi Fan returned his life-saving fishing drum. Surely, you do not wish to witness his demise. In his lowered right hand rested a rusted incense burner. Small and somewhat damaged, yet exuding a rustic charm. The three stood together, all having gained something from the great Thunder Sound Temple, each holding a relic abandoned by the deities, and their words carried considerable weight. Clang! Pang Bo strode forward and heavily placed the great Thunder Sound Temple's bronze plaque on the ground, exclaiming, "Your words are more melodious than a song. I see your talent for distorting the truth is remarkable. First, you must grasp what transpired just now, and second, you should recognize the necessity of integrity." Clearly, it was Li Changqing who conspired against Yi Fan. How did it morph into Yi Fan's supposed lack of magnanimity? What rationale is this, that ultimately Yi Fan is deemed at fault? If others sought to end his life, and Yi Fan removed their means of reliance, what wrongdoing is there in that? According to your reasoning, Yi Fan is the villain, while Li Changqing bears no blame. Spare me your hypocritical righteousness. It disgusts me. At that moment, the brilliance surrounding Pang Bo remained undiminished. The 4 ancient characters spelling Great Thunder Sound Temple on the plaque radiating with resplendent light, the sound of Buddhist chants reverberating like thunder. With ethereal Zen melodies faintly echoing, that he stood like a blazing sun, exuding an undeniable presence. His words immediately caused the male and female classmates who had spoken earlier to change their expressions, revealing their discomfort. We did not claim Yi Fan was in the wrong. We merely wished for him to consider the bonds of camaraderie and not take away Li Changqing's fishing drum, allowing him to survive. This was a blatant evasion, neglecting to mention how Yi Fan had nearly been thrust from the 5-colored altar, at risk of being swept away by the storm, while emphasizing that Yi Fan's actions were tantamount to endangering a classmate's life. Yi Fan listened to their words, offering a calm smile as he remarked, "In truth, you 3 need not worry. I have no intention of holding a grudge against him." He radiated divine light, imparting a serene and ethereal sensation, surrounding him with an aura of tranquility and harmony. However, I must clarify that it was Li Changqing who nearly took my life, not the other way around as you persistently claim. This is evident to all. Yi Fan cast a glance at Lu Yun's and the others, stating, "Many classmates here did not acquire anything in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, yet they continue to thrive. Why is that? Because not long ago, we shared the divine relics in our possession, that my taking of Li Changqing's fishing drum is merely to prevent him from having a means to perpetrate wrongdoing. He could incite others to seize my belongings and harbor similar intentions towards others. As for his safety, you need not concern yourselves. We are all classmates, capable of sharing the divine items we possess and supporting one another, ensuring everyone remains unharmed. Of course, if you are unwilling to share your copper bell, incense burner, or Vajra pestle with him, then let him remain by my side. I shall not disregard our camaraderie." Yi Fan first pinpointed the crux of the matter, addressing the core issue. Then he mentioned the sharing of divine relics, subtly implying that it was his proposal that had allowed many to escape calamity. Subsequently, he lightly rebuked Lu Yun's and the other 2, leaving them speechless. Zhou Yi, who had previously opposed Yi Fan's retrieval of the fishing drum, had been quietly listening throughout this exchange and finally spoke up, saying, "Li Changqing is indeed in the wrong. Any punishment meted out would be justified. However, Yi Fan, is it not somewhat wasteful for you to possess 2 divine relics? There are many classmates present who do not even have a single remnant." Zhou Yi came from a family of some standing, but had never come across as arrogant. He was always graceful and affable. His remark immediately caused Pang Bo to furrow his brow, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. I am willing to share the ancient bronze lamp with everyone. Now that I have acquired this fishing drum, I must also consider its implications. Yi Fan smiled as he gestured to a male classmate behind him, saying, Zhang Xiling, this is for you. Should danger arise, remember to share it with those nearby. The classmate named Zhang Xiling had been standing behind Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Their bond forged on the football field years ago, making him somewhat closer to Yi Fan than the others. Although he had not acted as Peng Bo had, he clearly stood with Yi Fan. Yi Fan's decision came as a surprise, causing Zhou Yi's lips to twitch, though he said nothing. Lu Yun's frowned, while the female classmate beside him immediately objected, saying, many of the male classmates have gained something in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, whereas few of the female classmates have found any relics that I believe a female classmate should receive it. As she spoke, she gestured towards a girl behind her. Peng Bo wore a mocking expression as he retorted, why should we distinguish among classmates? Those who possess divine relics should share with others. It matters not to whom it is given, do you not wish to help others? By selectively ignoring the core issues and focusing on the aggressive aspects. Peng Bo turned her words against her, leaving the female classmate flustered and indignant, her face alternating between shades of anger and embarrassment as she exclaimed, do not misinterpret my intentions. Zhang Xiling naturally stepped forward to accept the fishing drum from Yi Fan, and neither spoke as their understanding passed between them silently. The Yi Fan pointedly disregarded Lu Yun's, not even glancing in his direction, and asked Zhou Yi, what do you think, Zhou Yi? I have no objections. We find ourselves in a predicament. We should help one another and hope that no further unpleasantness arises. Zhou Yi responded calmly, and then fell silent. The surrounding classmates observed everything and sensed the subtle dynamics at play, although it appeared tranquil. There were several instances of invisible tension, all deftly diffused by Yi Fan. This brought to mind the Yi Fan of their student days, who was at once easygoing and serene when required, yet unhesitatingly assertive when the moment called for it. He never instigated trouble, but neither did he shy away when it came to him. Peng Bo leaned against the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, gazing at Lu Yunji and his companions ahead, and remarked, Yi Fan may not hold grudges against those who harm him, yet there are certain truths that must be acknowledged. The heavens are always watching. By now, one cannot deny the existence of the divine, that it is wise to uphold righteousness and refrain from engaging in disreputable acts. His words were a stark affront to Lu Yunji and his group, yet they rendered them speechless, for he stood firmly on the side of justice. Lu Yunji remained impassive, his countenance betraying no embarrassment, merely nodding in agreement, while said that we must take care to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen, positioned behind, maintained a neutral stance, having refrained from voicing opinions earlier, now spoke in succession. To avert further unpleasantness, I believe we should discuss matters thoroughly. We should establish how those who benefit from the Great Thunder Sound Temple can assist others, how many individuals each should aid. Throughout this exchange, Li Xiaoman remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan in the distance, observing him navigate the situation with remarkable composure, her expression devoid of any indication of allegiance to either side. Beside her, Kai, with a limited understanding of Chinese, had only now grasped the unfolding events, inwardly astonished. Suddenly, a shattering sound pierced the air, startling everyone as the protective barrier surrounding the colorful sacrificial altar was breached, allowing something to penetrate. All eyes turned towards the source that a streak of dark light darted forth with incredible speed. Thud. It pierced the forehead of a male student, a spray of crimson erupting as he collapsed. Eyes wide in shock, lifeless upon impact. Were it not for the barrier, this terrifying entity would have gone unnoticed until it was too late. The memory of recent attacks in the night gripped everyone with fear. The dark light, concealed in shadows, was utterly undetectable. The emergence of this ominous presence signaled the return of death itself. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted. Chaos ensued around the altar, as those without divine relics frantically lunged at Lu Yunji, Zhou Yi, and Wang Ziwen, clinging to them in desperation, seeking to share in the divine artifacts. A chilling roar suddenly erupted from the storm, overwhelming the thunderous sandstorm. It is the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, Many faces turned pale as they recognized the origin of the sound. It emanated from the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Great Thunder Sound Temple has been destroyed. Could it be that something ominous lies beneath its ruins? Pang Bo's words sent shivers down many spines, invoking an unsettling dread. Chapter 020. The Crocodile Ancestor. A bone-chilling roar resonated from the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth breaking free from its confines, shaking the very earth and sending tremors through the mountains and stars, instilling a primal fear deep within their souls. Yet just as suddenly, silence enveloped the scene, the terrifying roar subsiding, leaving only the dull roar of the sandstorm. What was that? Are there other beings on Mars? It is said that the Buddha suppressed numerous demons. Perhaps the sealing grounds are near the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Mere speculation sent waves of trepidation through the crowd. As modern urbanites, they had never truly believed such legends. Having witnessed a series of inexplicable events today, the thought of even more horrific tales surged within them, evoking a tidal wave of fear that if their conjectures were accurate, their situation would be dire. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had turned to ashes, devoid of Buddha or deity, leaving them to confront the very mythological monsters they had only heard of. Today has been a relentless assault on our psyche, pushing us to our limits. The demons from ancient myths may soon materialize before us. The mere thought of the possibilities sent chills down everyone's spine, leaving them feeling cold and vulnerable. Before them lay a lifeless body, blood staining the ground, the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, a grim reminder of their precarious situation as the unknown once again reared its head, claiming a vibrant life. A peculiar sound emanated from the corpse's head, causing many present to tense up. It resembled the noises of consumption and chewing, provoking discomfort. After all, it was the head of a human being, and some unseen creature seemed to be feeding within. Creak crack, the sound of bones grinding echoed. As if sharp teeth were slicing through the skull, the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Silence fell over the colorful sacrificial altar. Many holding their breath, the air thick with a sense of dread. This was a torment, the sounds of consumption intertwined with the grinding of bones, akin to a haunting symphony of hell, tormenting the minds of those present. Many girls covered their mouths, wanting to cry, but too terrified to make a sound, overwhelmed by the scene before them. Yet not everyone felt fear. Those with divine relics retained a semblance of courage. Pang Bo, ever the bold one, felt a sense of oppression and, brandishing the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, prepared to strike the skull. The Ye Fan halted him, saying, "Do not act recklessly." Thud! At that moment, a burst of blood sprayed from the wound in the corpse's forehead, accompanied by a white liquid, causing many to feel a wave of nausea as brain matter oozed forth. Then, from the bloodied hole, a black, conical head emerged, small and sharp, covered in scales. What is that thing? The crowd instinctively recoiled. Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo took a few steps back. The creature bore a resemblance to a crocodile. Emerging from the corpse's wound, its body stained with blood and brain matter, an unsettling sight that sent chills through many. This unknown entity, now free from the bloodied hole, crawled atop the corpse's head, its tiny eyes gleaming with a cold ferocity, gazing at the onlookers with an unsettling intelligence. Unlike that of a mere lowly creature, 7 classmates, for years of camaraderie, vibrant lives extinguished, devoured by this grotesque being. Its gaze was malevolent, akin to that of a vengeful spirit, surveying the crowd, not as equals, but as potential prey. You vile creature, no bigger than a rat, yet you managed to kill 7 of my classmates. I will crush you. Pang Bo roared, wielding the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple as he charged at the cold-blooded entity. The sound of thunder echoed, radiance flared, and the plaque emitted a dazzling light, weaving a net of energy. Swish! However, the unknown creature was remarkably swift, seemingly aware of its danger, darting away like a shadow, evading the brilliant onslaught. The Yi Fan advanced with the bronze lamp, blowing fiercely at the wick. A blazing divine flame erupted, surging forward. The grotesque creature emitted a shrill wail, a sound so loud it was as if a vengeful spirit were howling, reverberating in their ears and sending shivers down their spines. It was hard to fathom how such a diminutive, scaled body could produce such a terrifying sound. The flame Yifan unleashed traveled 3 meters, but it did not fully engulf the creature. It merely grazed its tail, causing scales to fall away and severing part of its appendage. It glared at Yifan with an expression of pure malice, its mouth revealing sharp, white teeth, continuously growling lowly at him. What in the world is this abomination? Many students behind quaked in fear. Even those possessing divine artifacts hesitated to approach. You wretched creature, with such a vicious glare, I shall surely smash you to bits. Pang Bo, undeterred, charged forward, brandishing the bronze plaque, declaring, "You killed 7 of my classmates. And now I've only taken a piece of you. Prepare to die." Pang Bo was enveloped in the blinding light emitted by the plaque, exuding an aura akin to an enraged war god. The relic trembling as the sound of the Buddha's chant echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Yifan sought to corner the monstrous creature, the flame from his lamp erupting like an angry dragon. The heat distorting the very air around them. That moment, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and others rushed to join, raising their divine artifacts against the crocodilian beast. Though besieged and pursued, this creature moved with astonishing speed, darting across the multicolored altar like a bolt of black lightning, evading all attempts to capture it. Its chilling cries echoed through the air, a sound both grotesque and terrifying, as the monstrous entity was relentlessly hunted. Radiating an aura of deep-seated malice and fury, its wails reminiscent of vengeful spirits from the netherworld. Crack! The sound of something piercing the luminous barrier resonated as several grotesque creatures resembling crocodiles managed to breach the protective dome, each no longer than 10 centimeters, identical to the first. Their eyes glimmered with a malevolent coldness, as if they held an ancient grudge, fixating on the onlookers with overwhelming hatred. Why are there so many? What manner of creature is this? Is Mars their lair? A sense of helplessness gripped the crowd. They were mere mortals, unaware of how to wield the artifacts in their possession, relying solely on the self-generated light of their Buddhist relics to stave off the impending doom. Yet, the sheer number of these monstrous entities made it impossible to eliminate them all at that moment. A rustling sound emerged as more than 100 crocodilian beasts appeared outside the multicolored altar. Those at the back, who had hesitated to act due to fear, began to tremble. If all these beasts charged at once, even divine relics might prove insufficient for defense. Pang Bo, stop chasing. Let us gather together. Yifan called out to Pang Bo. With so many ferocious creatures present, annihilation was not feasible. Defense was the wisest strategy. They merely needed to wait for the altar to accumulate sufficient energy to unlock the ancient pathway to the stars. Roar! Suddenly, a soul-chilling roar emanated from the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. This piercing howl seemed to suspend the raging sandstorm outside, for the world was devoid of any other sound. Save for the resounding bestial roar, the earth quaked beneath them, and the multicolored altar trembled as the external tempest was utterly suppressed. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. It is the den of these beasts, someone uttered. Trembling, the crowd gazed outward through the barrier, witnessing an ever-growing assembly of terrifying creatures, all emerging from the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, their dark, scaly forms multiplying into the thousands. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a horrific aura surged from 1,000 meters away, reaching both the heavens and the underworld, resonating throughout the land. Despite the sandstorm's interference, they could still see 2 lantern-like, blood-red eyes emerging from the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Piercing through the darkened space, that resembled a volcanic eruption, as rocks and debris flew through the air, and numerous massive stones crashed down near the multicolored altar, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. The foundation of the Great Thunder Sound Temple has collapsed. Something terrifying is emerging from below. If that were the case, even with several divine relics in their possession, they would likely prove futile. I believe I know what these crocodilian beasts are. A female classmate spoke, her voice quivering. The Tibetan region holds Buddhism in the highest regard, with nearly everyone adhering to its tenets. This classmate had previously visited Tibet, exploring sacred sites like the Jiaqing Temple and the Ramosh Temple, where she had heard local elders recount certain legends that it was said that beneath the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the abode of the Buddha, lay not a pure land but a prison for countless formidable demons. Among them the crocodile ancestor, an ancient god crocodile of boundless power, ultimately subdued by the Buddha himself. Are you suggesting that beneath the sacred grounds of the Great Thunder Sound Temple lies a prison for these formidable demons? Indeed, that is what the devout Tibetan elder claimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill sweep over them. If this were true, it meant that the crocodile ancestor was about to emerge. And these grotesque creatures were its progeny. That Yi Fan furrowed his brow and said, I once read some accounts in an ancient compendium. In that text, there was mention of a limbless creature called the crocodile, whose body was as indestructible as adamantium, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, effortlessly piercing flesh and bone, known as the divine crocodile. Zhou nodded in agreement. I have encountered similar ancient texts. It was said that Buddhist scriptures recorded the crocodile ancestor suppression by the Buddha, and since then, its descendants had not reappeared in the world. The group felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Tales once dismissed as mere stories were now to be witnessed firsthand, leaving them both astonished and filled with trepidation. That elder claimed the crocodile ancestor was sealed beneath the first layer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Does this imply there are second and third layers? A female classmate asked, her voice trembling. N01 responded. If the crocodile ancestor truly emerged, it could spell their annihilation. The rustling intensified as thousands of small crocodiles appeared outside the multicolored altar, striving to burrow their way in. Boom! Suddenly, the altar quaked, and 5 ancient symbols of different colors materialized in the sky, resembling stars twinkling brightly, heralding the imminent emergence of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. However, at the same moment, a terrifying tremor emanated from the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, as those lantern-like blood-red eyes rose several meters higher, clearly breaking free from the confines of the underground. Escape this place, flee Mars. This was the shared thought among all, many praying fervently, hoping to unlock the ancient pathway to the stars swiftly, as even drifting eternally in the desolate cosmos seemed preferable to remaining here. Chapter 021. Blood Sacrifice. The Bagua diagram has traversed the annals of Chinese history, its origins shrouded in mystery, and its purpose remains an enticing enigma that has been used to calculate celestial bodies' orbital velocities. And even the invention of computer binary is linked to it, thus imbued with an aura of mystique. To this day, the profound and intricate meanings contained within the ancient Tai Chi Bagua diagram have yet to be deciphered. Yet, bold hypotheses and speculations abound. Some have suggested it represents the unknown forces, allowing for projections of various future possibilities. Naturally, only perfect deductions can yield an approximation of future forces. Otherwise, a single miscalculation may lead to total failure. Others assert it depicts the essence of the universe in the simplest terms, with each symbol representing the most fundamental elements. Even bolder hypotheses have emerged, proposing that the Tai Chi Bagua diagram relates to time and space, with its 8 symbols serving as coordinates in the cosmos, and different arrangements signifying distinct star domains. According to this hypothesis, one could determine the coordinates of any star system within the universe, with the Tai Chi Bagua diagram acting as a gateway to the stars, potentially connecting to wormholes. Based on this speculation, the Tai Chi Bagua diagram is seen as a stable structure. If sufficient energy can be provided to establish the coordinates of a particular star field, it may be possible to open the gateway to the stars through complex and precise calculations. However, this complexity is unfathomable, involving peculiar arrays, a concept that is yet to gain acceptance and remains in the realm of speculation and hypothesis. The array itself pertains to space and remains an insurmountable challenge. Shrouded in profound complexity, it is easy to imagine that constructing a gateway to the stars via the Tai Chi Bagua diagram is an ethereal aspiration, one that may not be realized for a considerable duration. This moment, Yi Fan and his companions were fortunate enough to witness the construction process of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram once more. Those who had dedicated years to theorizing and researching the gateway to the stars would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement, for this represented a monumental testament. Alas, Yi Fan and the others were devoid of such thoughts. They were engulfed by a fierce sense of survival. Their sole desire to escape this place, as the shadow of death loomed ever closer. The ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, while temporarily quiet, were suffused with a horrific aura that surged forth. And those lantern-like crimson eyes were fixed upon them, unblinking in the darkness, instilling a profound sense of dread. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram in the sky had taken shape, exhibiting a metallic solidity and texture, as if forged from the finest gold. Around it, space twisted and light dimmed, as the 8 hexagrams corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dai, Jin, Jun, Li, and Qin emitted a radiant glow, akin to a set of mysterious and ancient codes shimmering in the air. The 8 symbols flickered thousands of times, undergoing intricate permutations, yet they remained unable to illuminate simultaneously, ultimately fading into darkness, the immense Tai Chi Bagua diagram trembling as it appeared on the verge of collapse. How could this happen? Many were filled with dread. If the gateway to the stars could not be opened, it would signify their doom. The light veil enveloping the multicolored altar dimmed to near obscurity, with only faint wisps of light swirling towards the Tai Chi Bagua diagram above, leading all to understand the reason behind it. Constructing the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, or rather, opening the gateway to the stars, necessitates a sufficient and stable supply of mysterious energy. Yet currently, the energy is lacking. What shall we do? Are we truly destined to perish here? With the crocodile ancestor looming in the distance and small crocodiles closing in, a net of death was being cast over them. Bang! Over a dozen small crocodiles had already breached the luminous barrier, launching an assault on the crowd. Incense burners, vajras, copper bells, and fish drums, divine relics, shone brilliantly, repelling the onslaught of the divine crocodiles. Yet the force was astonishingly potent, causing the defenders to stagger backward involuntarily. Crack, crack! Outside the multicolored altar, a multitude of scales blanketed the ground as thousands of divine crocodiles relentlessly battered the luminous barrier, the sounds of shattering growing louder, and within moments, over 100 small crocodiles had successfully infiltrated. This seemingly diminutive yet grotesquely fierce species was terrifying, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, each divine crocodile akin to a sharp blade, possessing formidable piercing power. It cannot go on like this. If we continue to defend passively, we shall inevitably perish here, Pang Bo bellowed, as the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple trembled incessantly, radiating myriad rays of light that formed a protective barrier for 3 or 4 individuals. While this provided temporary safety, the long-term consequences remained uncertain. Do not move just yet. Allow me to venture out first. Yi Fan instructed Pang Bo, resolutely abandoning his passive defense as he strode forward with the ancient lamp in hand. At that moment, dozens of divine crocodiles lunged toward him, their dark forms striking like bolts of lightning, piercing the barrier and relentlessly attempting to penetrate within. With a deep breath, Yi Fan waited until the crocodiles drew near before forcefully blowing towards the lamp's wick. Instantly, a brilliant burst of light erupted skyward, engulfing the area within a 5 to 6 meter radius in a raging inferno, completely submerging it in divine flames. The acrid stench of charred flesh filled the air, accompanied by the chilling sounds of anguished cries. As the flames gradually receded, Yi Fan emerged unscathed, enveloped in a halo of pure light, resembling a celestial being descending from the moon, while the ground around him lay littered with scales and armor. The majority of the divine crocodiles having been incinerated, that a few that had narrowly escaped were left scorched and maimed, their bodies barely intact, glaring at Yi Fan from a distance and emitting low, menacing growls. "Excellent, well done!" Pang Bo shouted from behind, eager to charge forward and join the fray. However, he was firmly restrained by the 3 pale-faced individuals beside him, who lacked divine artifacts and would undoubtedly perish without the protection of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's plaque. With a sudden crackling sound, 500 to 600 divine crocodiles broke through the barrier and surged in, their small forms brimming with a sinister power, their razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously as they advanced fearlessly around Yifan. This is untenable. Yifan cannot possibly contend with so many dark nails. I must assist him, Pang Bo insisted once more. But what can we do? The three individuals pleaded with ashen faces. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to meet your demise, Pang Bo replied, turning to Wang Ziwen, Lu Yunji, and the others behind him. You must protect these three. I'm going to help Yifan. And it would be best to mobilize a few more. This passive defense is ultimately futile. Very well, I shall accompany you. Zhou, he stepped forward. Although Pang Bo had never held Zhou in high regard. Believing him to be overly cunning, he could not deny that this cultured man displayed considerable resolve in a moment of crisis. At that moment, Wang Ziwen, who appeared genteel, also advanced, instructing those behind him, send up one or two more. The remaining divine artifacts are sufficient to safeguard everyone. However, it would be best if the women stayed back. Given the ferocity of these grotesque creatures, it was likely that their inherent fragility would render them ineffective in battle, even if armed with divine relics. With a loud clang, Pang Bo swung the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, bringing it crashing down upon the multicolored altar that a surge of violent energy erupted forward, a tidal wave of light that surged outwards for 7 to 8 meters, drowning several divine crocodiles in its wake. Their desperate, agonized cries sent shivers down one's spine, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits being obliterated, as wisps of white smoke ascended amidst a field of corpses and the acrid scent of charred flesh. This sweeping assault was unlike the previous encounter with a single divine crocodile. Now, as countless ferocious beasts surged forth, a mere swing of the plaque could crush dozens, if not hundreds, that a melodious chime resonated, akin to the ancient bells of a secluded mountain temple, evoking a sense of serene profundity. The broken copper bell in Wang Ziwen's grasp shimmered with golden light, sending forth visible ripples, while appearing gentle, like the surface of water. Upon contact with the advancing divine crocodiles, these ripples transformed into lethal blades, capable of cleaving the creatures in two. The sound of severed flesh echoed continuously as dozens of divine crocodiles were dispatched, flooding the ground with their crimson lifeblood, a scene both gruesome and awe-inspiring. Yet, an unrelenting tide of nearly 1,000 more divine crocodiles surged forth, their dark forms colliding into one another, weaving a deadly net of shadows. With a resounding thud, Zhou wielded the Vajra pestle, smashing through the throng, unleashing a torrent of Buddhist light that shattered countless scales and left a gruesome tableau of carnage in its wake. A gruesome sight indeed, that I end their desperate bid for survival. The group fought ferociously, their blood soon staining the altar as the acrid scent of iron filled the air, mingling with the rising mist of blood. Resembling a battlefield of hellish proportions. Suddenly, two piercing screams echoed from behind, as two classmates collapsed into pools of blood, their heads riddled with gaping wounds, grotesque small crocodiles crawling over their lifeless forms. A wave of sorrow washed over the group. Life and death were beyond their control, despite their desperate struggles. These two had clung to a divine artifact, yet they were overwhelmed by the sheer force of hundreds of divine crocodiles, their momentum propelling them into the air, causing the relics to slip from their grasp, leading to their immediate demise at the jaws of the ravenous beasts. Do not let go, even in death, Lin Jia shouted, urging everyone onward. Many had been tossed about like rag dolls, and their collective grasp on the divine artifact only served to hinder their movements, placing them in grave danger. Amidst the chaos, another pair of screams pierced the air. A male and female classmate fell victim to the onslaught. Their bloody bodies sprawled grotesquely, eyes wide open in eternal terror. The remaining individuals hastily grouped together, fortifying their defenses while launching counterattacks, wielding the divine artifacts to sever the advancing divine crocodiles, momentarily stabilizing their dire situation. Kill! Lu Yunji's complexion had turned pale, though possessing a somber demeanor and lacking in courage. He charged forth with the Vajra pestle that I in Buddhist lore. This was a formidable relic, capable of annihilating foes with ease, embodying invincibility and wielded by those of true Buddha nature, with electric sparks dancing and radiant light illuminating his surroundings. Lu Yunji swept through the throng, leaving behind a carpet of viscous blood and shattered scales, as countless divine crocodiles were ground to pieces beneath his might. That moment, the foreigner Cade also rushed in, shouting incoherently as he beat a battered wooden fish with fervor. God is merciful. Despite his frantic exclamations, his hands moved with purpose. The tattered wooden fish, though on the verge of collapse, exuded an enigmatic power. Inscribed with 3 bodhisattvas, the figures now manifested as ethereal lights, swirling around Cade as they swept away the surrounding divine crocodiles. Lord, are these your angels? Please, smite these demons from hell. In this incredibly tense moment, Cade's command of Mandarin suddenly flowed effortlessly, his voice rising above the chaos. Yellow-haired foreigner, you hold the Buddha's relic. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. In the midst of this life-and-death struggle, Pangbo found himself unexpectedly amused. After a flurry of frantic declarations, Cade proclaimed, God has declared that all beings are equal. My Lord is compassionate, and the bodhisattvas are nothing but angels. Enough of your nonsensical blabber about God. All beings are equal, and the Buddha is compassionate. These are the true words of the Buddha. Their banter, amidst the stench of impending doom, infused an unusual atmosphere upon the altar. The blood upon the altar transformed into shimmering droplets, breaking through the barrier and ascending towards the heavens, converging upon the unstable Taiji Bagua diagram, causing the nearly collapsing gateway to the starry abyss to flicker with renewed brilliance. It was evident that everyone had noticed this extraordinary development, their spirits lifting with newfound hope. Let us slay as many as we can. These divine crocodiles are the progeny of an unparalleled demon, their very essence infused with divine blood and strength. Through the altar, they can be transformed into the mysterious energy required by the Taiji Bagua diagram. Indeed, this multicolored stone altar was originally a sacrificial platform. It must have been designed with blood sacrifices in mind long ago. The Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky became increasingly distinct and resplendent, appearing as if forged of metal, its radiant light pulsating rhythmically, the 8 symbols of the Bagua flickering erratically as they shifted through complex sequences, poised to illuminate fully and unveil the ancient celestial pathway. However, just at that moment, the atmosphere around the great Thunder Sound temple thickened with a dreadful aura, the earth quaking violently as an immense entity ascended, shaking the very heavens. In an instant, the group felt as though their souls were on the verge of escaping their bodies. Nearly collapsing upon the altar point, 2 enormous blood-red eyes, resembling lanterns, loomed closer through the darkness, advancing with alarming speed. That is the crocodile ancestor, long imprisoned beneath the great Thunder Sound temple by the Buddha, now that it has broken free. Who in this world can hope to subdue it? The group descended into despair, feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Even if a bodhisattva were to descend, could they possibly tame such an unfathomable beast? Unless the Buddha himself intervened, was it truly their fate to be claimed by this legendary monster at the final hour? With a resounding clang, the ancient bronze coffin upon the multicolored altar emitted a resonant vibration, causing the 2 immense blood-red eyes to halt, their approach faltering as if caught in uncertainty. Chapter 022. The bronze coffin conquers the demon. Everyone felt utterly exhausted. Moments ago, they had nearly lost their very souls to the roar of the crocodile ancestor, a sound imbued with unfathomable power, as if it could siphon away their spirits. Had it not been for the peculiar metallic quiver emanating from the ancient bronze coffin, the fortunes of those present would have been shrouded in uncertainty. A dreadful aura surged from the distance, crashing forth like a tsunami. The formidable demon, having escaped from the depths of the great Thunder Sound temple, though it did not advance, emanated a pressure that was unbearable, causing souls to tremble in fear. The malevolent energy roiled and reverberated through the heavens, silencing the sandstorm in an instant, while the oppressive demonic aura loomed, 2 blood-red eyes like lanterns fixated intently upon the scene. Its true form remained obscured amidst the churning black clouds that veiled the stars and moon, casting a pall over the sky. Although it had not drawn near, the overwhelming presence of this ancient demon was far beyond what mere mortals could withstand. Many upon the multicolored altar nearly collapsed. unable to resist even with divine relics in hand. Was this the great demon personally suppressed by the Buddha? To witness such a mythical existence materialize before them was nothing short of surreal. Akin to a vivid dream to modern urban dwellers, they had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle. The surreal nature of what they beheld was truly astonishing. The ancient crocodile, now freed after endless ages, had witnessed the transformation of the world, the collapse of celestial realms, and the ruin of the great Thunder Sound Temple. The divine beings were long gone, leaving no one capable of restraining it. Roar suddenly, the ancient crocodile unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating like 1,000 thunders in their ears, causing a portion of the crowd to collapse to the ground. That it was not a true attack, merely the shockwave of sound. Yet it proved unbearable. Several individuals found blood streaming from their ears and noses. That a rustling sound emerged as countless divine crocodiles swarmed around the multicolored altar, swiftly breaking through the barrier of light to assault the altar. The ancient crocodile commanded these lesser beasts, wary of the bronze coffin, choosing to send its descendants to probe ahead. "Get up, quickly," several students, weakened and bleeding, struggled to rise, their grip on their divine artifacts faltering, reflecting the terror instilled by the earlier roar. Amidst the calls for help, a few managed to stand, yet two were too late. Overwhelmed by the rushing divine crocodiles, the miracles occurred. Two muffled groans escaped, and the divine relics slipped from their grasp. Two vibrant lives extinguished in an instant. Blood splattered as the crocodiles fought to plunge into their bodies and heads, the vivid red of blood contrasting with the pale white of brain matter, a sight both gruesome and striking. Others were unable to assist, encircled by thousands of divine crocodiles, each person preoccupied with their own survival. By now, 13 lives had been lost, and the remaining 17 stood on the precipice of death, the unpredictability of life rendering it all the more terrifying. As brilliance flared, everyone waved their divine artifacts, striving to fend off the cold-blooded killers surrounding them, seeking a path to survival. Even the most timid of female classmates had forgotten their cries, driven by an instinctual will to fight. Yet the most perilous event unfolded. Those wielding compatible Buddhist artifacts found themselves ensnared, unable to move freely, constrained by unseen forces. Roar in the distance, the ancient crocodile bellowed, sensing no unusual response from the bronze coffin, its wrath unfurling as it approached slowly. Its blood-red eyes, the size of wash basins, glimmered ominously in the darkness, resembling two blood suns suspended in the sky. As it drew near, the crowd struggled to remain upright. The horrific aura coalesced from the slaughter of countless beings, causing their very souls to quake, threatening to burst free from their corporeal shells. That a mere 10 meters separated them from this entity. Yet its true form remained elusive, visible only where the two blood-red eyes. And despair loomed over all. Wail suddenly. A demonic wind swept through the realm, akin to the cries of anguished spirits, far more ferocious than the previous sandstorm, reminiscent of 1,000 thunders cleaving the heavens. From the surging black mist, a massive black hand descended, reaching toward the multicolored altar, its shape indistinguishable from that of a human hand except for its colossal size, fingers extending 7 to 8 meters. Dark and menacing, instilling terror into the hearts of many. This was the unparalleled great demon, suppressed by the Buddha. Despite being confined for ages, its emergence was earth-shattering, its might unparalleled. That moment, the Taiji Bawa diagram in the sky finally coalesced completely. Empowered by the divine blood of the crocodiles, with 8 trigrams illuminating simultaneously, casting brilliant light and revealing the starry portal once more. Boom! A deep rumble resounded as the Taiji Bagua diagram opened wide like a gateway, unveiling a vast and mysterious passage, its destination unknown, shrouded in darkness. The descending hand was suddenly repelled by an unseen force, while simultaneously 9 enormous dragon corpses, previously motionless, began to tremble. Though these dragons had become lifeless shells, they still emanated a powerful dragon aura, causing all the divine crocodiles on the multicolored altar to tremble, prostrating themselves in fear, their bodies quaking uncontrollably, ultimately retreating like a receding tide, leaving behind a ground strewn with crocodile corpses and a few human remains, swiftly rendering the area desolate. Let us enter the bronze coffin. Yifan was the first to rise, assisting Pangbo to stand. That it was not due to their inadequacy. The great demon was simply extraordinary, and the mere pressure it exerted was lethal to mortals, its overwhelming aura capable of snuffing out life. Everyone swayed as they stood, unified in their decision to enter the ancient bronze coffin. The starry portal had opened, and it seemed that mere flesh would not suffice to traverse the ancient path through the stars. Entering the bronze coffin was a reluctant choice. Its enigmatic nature was unsettling. Yet they had no alternative. In the darkness, the ancient crocodile's gaze grew increasingly frigid, its blood-red eyes resembling two suns hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it unleashed two blinding beams of crimson light, crossing to seal the Taiji Bagua diagram in the heavens. Witnessing this, the crowd turned pale. The great demon, unwilling to relent, unveiled a celestial demonic technique, seeking to seal off the ancient path among the stars and obstruct their escape. At the same time, the massive black hand descended once more, effortlessly piercing the dim barrier of light, reaching for the altar. The crowd was horrified and hastily retreated into the bronze coffin. Clang! The black hand grasped the bronze coffin, producing a resonating sound that sent a chill through every heart. The immense ancient crocodile possessed formidable powers, far beyond what the Buddha could suppress, that if the mysterious coffin did not respond, they would truly find themselves without recourse. The sensation of dread enveloped them. The ancient crocodile's black hand retracted swiftly, as if avoiding a venomous snake. Blood flowed from its fingers like a small river, splattering onto the altar, radiating a ghastly glow, as though the bronze coffin had inflicted harm upon it. Yet the ancient coffin remained ominously silent, lying still upon the altar. From a distance, a chilling, mocking laughter echoed. The ancient crocodile gritting its teeth, its voice sending shivers down their spines. What shall we do? The ancient path among the stars is sealed by this great demon. How can we escape? Many were filled with dread, having glimpsed the hope of survival only to find their path obstructed, igniting panic and anxiety. Energy, we need mysterious energy to unlock the ancient path among the stars now. What is happening? The divine radiance within our artifacts is continuously diminishing. Someone cried out in alarm. That moment. Whether it was Yifan's bronze lamp, Pangbo's great thunder sound temple plaque, or Zhou Yi and others' bowls, the divine radiance contained within them flowed forth in abundance, converging together. Suddenly, a mocking laughter reminiscent of a night owl's cry pierced the air, and an imposing figure nearly 2 meters tall appeared abruptly outside the ancient bronze coffin, shocking everyone. The divine radiance pouring from their artifacts surged toward this figure. This being radiated an overwhelming demonic aura, surrounded by swirling black mist, its features obscured, yet the crowd sensed it was undoubtedly the ancient crocodile. It had manifested upon the altar, intent on entering the bronze coffin, disregarding the crowd entirely, its 2 blood-red eyes fixed upon the coffin. This was a figure who had faced the Buddha, stepping forth from the realm of myth into the eyes of the crowd. A scene that would remain etched in their memories forever, truly soul-stirring. Boom! In the face of the ancient crocodile's demonic energy, all divine artifacts ignited, radiating resplendent light that enveloped the crocodile. Simultaneously, the bronze lamp, great thunder sound temple plaque, bowls, vajras, fish drums, and all other Buddhist artifacts glimmered with brilliant light, soaring into the sky towards the ancient crocodile to suppress it. Chilling and sinister laughter echoed, penetrating to the very bone. The great crocodile trembled, dark light bursting forth as demonic flames surged. All the artifacts were momentarily immobilized before it, and several artifacts like the mat and measuring stick began to crack, culminating in a resounding pop as the mat shattered first, followed by the measuring stick, with 4 divine relics disintegrating into dust. The 4 artifacts transformed into 4 dazzling beams of light, vanishing into the multicolored altar, infusing the starry portal with immense, mysterious energy. The 9 massive dragon corpses shuddered, producing a rumbling sound as they slowly ascended. The ancient crocodile was startled, evading the bronze lamp and other artifacts, soaring into the sky as its right hand expanded rapidly. Enveloping the heavens, reaching for the 9 colossal dragon corpses that moment. The bronze lamp, great thunder sound temple plaque, and others seemed to possess sentience, each unleashing a beam of brilliant divine light, dazzling enough to blind the onlookers. Surging toward the ancient crocodile, the sky shimmered with an endless brilliance, dazzling to the point of being unapproachable, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze upon it clearly. The 9 dragon corpses had been temporarily halted by the crocodile ancestor. A clear sound echoed from the altar, as the relics, the Buddhist relics, the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the alms bowl, plummeted to the ground, losing their luster, even the ancient bronze lamp extinguished. The 9 dragon corpses are obstructed. What shall we do? The crowd was filled with anxiety. The bronze coffin did not ascend. The dragon corpses remained suspended in midair, struggling to enter the celestial gateway. The people exited the coffin and hastily gathered the dim relics, while Pang Bo deftly collected the water bottles from the corpses. Yi Fan, meanwhile, removed his shirt and gathered a substantial bundle of the crocodile remains from the ground. Just then, a violent tremor resonated through the sky, startling everyone, prompting them to rush back into the coffin. The bronze coffin emitted a metallic tremor, and the 9 massive dragon corpses suddenly swayed their enormous tails, striking the crocodile ancestor's dark hand with a resounding thud, forcing it to recoil. Boom! A tremendous noise reverberated through the heavens, as the 9 colossal dragon corpses slowly ascended towards the celestial gateway. With a loud clang, the bronze coffin swayed and tipped, causing the crowd to feel as though the very world were spinning. The blood-red gaze of the crocodile ancestor turned icy. Before the coffin lid could close, it attempted to surge forward, still fixated on the coffin within. Yet at that moment, the ancient carvings of ancestors and deities, along with the bronze motifs of primal beasts and ferocious birds adorning the corroded coffin walls, began to radiate a hazy luminescence, halting the crocodile ancestor in its tracks. That it seemed to recall something, its eyes flashing with a chilling bloodlust, and it retreated several steps into the void. With a resounding clatter, the bronze coffin lid closed, and the 9 massive dragon corpses, pulling the coffin, slowly ascended, breaking through the blood-red seal imposed by the crocodile ancestor, and disappeared into the celestial gateway. In the darkness, some mourned softly, while others trembled with fear. The moment they closed their eyes, horrifying images of pierced foreheads, blood splattering, and brains oozing forth haunted them like a nightmare or a ghost, eternally lingering in their hearts. The ghastly sight of their classmates' tragic deaths, the vivid bloodshed, the despair of unfulfilled lives, and the youthful faces forever etched in their memories, were haunting reminders of the 13 vibrant lives that had departed on that fateful day. Though they were momentarily safe, many could not find solace, instead engulfed by deeper fears, the gruesome deaths of their classmates, the menacing visage of the crocodile ancestor frequently resurfacing in their minds, perhaps haunting them for eternity. Within the bronze coffin, darkness reigned. Some female classmates wept, while male classmates sighed in despair. Although they had escaped, the path ahead remained uncertain and foreboding. The dragon corpses drew the coffin. Where would they journey? What lay beyond? Where was the promised land, the realm of light? They had yet to witness any illumination, but the sea of suffering was boundless. Were they treading the ancient path walked by deities? What awaited them at the realm of the gods? What kind of place was it? Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the coffin fell silent. According to earthly time, it was now deep into the night. Exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them lethargic and drowsy as they succumbed to sleep. Many remained restless in their dreams, gripped by anxiety and terror, clutching the relics of the deities as if seeking solace and support. It was a tormenting night. Countless individuals found it difficult to slumber, frequently jolted awake by nightmares, with some girls awakening from their tears, not due to weakness but rather the sheer horror of their experiences. Many tales, regardless of their veracity, are merely stories when heard secondhand, no matter how chilling. But to experience such horrors firsthand was an entirely different matter than a group of urban dwellers, accustomed to a life of ease, suddenly thrust into such a brutal event, faced an unimaginable psychological upheaval. witnessing legendary monsters devour their companions, seeing those around them perish one by one. How could they not be terrified? Even Beidou, typically carefree, struggled to find repose, not from fear, but from being roused by the distress of those nearby. The fan, too, found slumber elusive. The murmurs and weeping of those around him made rest impossible. Merely 5 or 6 hours had passed when the majority began to awaken, and after another 2 hours, the tension slightly subsided. This moment, none knew where the ancient bronze coffin was traversing the cosmos. Each began to contemplate the harsh realities ahead. The coffin glided with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any tremors, as if it had already come to a halt in the starry expanse. Was there yet another destination? Perhaps it would drift eternally within the desolate depths of the universe. What kind of place shall we arrive at? After shedding tears and venting their emotions, even the naturally timid female classmates began to ponder this question. Will we reach the abode of the deities? The ancient path of the starry sky, forged by their ancestors, might indeed lead to the divine, perhaps unveiling a mysterious world. Do gods truly exist? We have witnessed the dragon-drawn coffin, the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the mythic crocodile ancestor. There seems little reason to doubt. Yet, I still struggle to accept this reality. In my understanding, deities may merely represent a species, perhaps even once coexisting with us on Earth. As modern individuals, most do not believe in the existence of gods, yet now they faced undeniable truths. And hearing Wang Ziwen express such thoughts made acceptance easier. Perhaps, for us, these deities are not unfamiliar, possibly the result of human evolution, perhaps even figures from our history, whether through evolution or as a distinct race. We must acknowledge the existence of deities, and it is evident that our ancient ancestors had long been in contact with them. Atop Mount Tai, the 5-colored altar was erected by ancient ancestors, long ago. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings ascended Mount Tai for the sacred rites, which speaks volumes. Perhaps these deities are our forebears. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are revered as divine figures of antiquity, reputed to be deities themselves. One can imagine that the rituals atop Mount Tai were far from simple, encompassing a multitude of possibilities. Perhaps they were calling to life in the cosmos, transmitting some message to the desolate universe. Perhaps they truly could traverse the heavens and earth, feeling constrained by the earthly realm. So they ascended Mount Tai, leaving Earth to delve into the vastness of the universe. Perhaps Earth is merely a way station, a brief respite for those who are both human and divine, a mere segment of their lengthy journey. What transpired in that distant antiquity remains an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. All that can be affirmed is that our ancient ancestors had indeed opened the celestial gateway, exploring the boundless depths of the cosmos. Why are you silent? The ancient bronze lamp had extinguished, plunging the coffin into darkness, and the group remained closely gathered. Beside Yi Fan, a figure leaned against the coffin wall, silent, drawing his attention. What is it? Still harboring resentment over my earlier actions. Beidou, dissatisfied, sneered. You nearly pushed Yi Fan off the 5-colored altar, endangering his life. A beating was a mere mercy. Otherwise, tossing you into the midst of the crocodiles would have been justifiable. Hey, wake up, speak. A person beside him nudged him. However, unexpectedly, the individual did not respond. Instead, they collapsed to the ground with a thud. What happened? The one who pushed him was taken aback, recoiling in fright. This moment, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the group. Even in deep slumber, such a fall would likely rouse anyone. Yet, he remained motionless, lying there like a lifeless log. Wake up, please. Beidou moved closer, giving him a gentle shake. When he remained unresponsive, he patted his cheek and suddenly exclaimed, "Why is your skin so cold? Your body is stiff." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spines, an ominous premonition blossoming within their hearts. Yi Fan sensed the gravity of the situation, reaching to check the person's breathing, only to find himself momentarily dazed. Uttering, "He is dead. There's no breath left." What? The collective gasp erupted. How could a living person suddenly pass away? Just moments ago, he had been murmuring in his sleep, tormented by nightmares, yet now he lay silent and still, suspicious indeed. The atmosphere within the bronze coffin turned tense and oppressive. In the darkness, everyone gasped for breath, their bodies cold, the abruptness of it all too surreal and malevolent to comprehend. They clutched the relics of the deities tightly. "Turn on your phones. Let us see how he died," Yi Fan suggested, raising his phone to cast a faint light forward. What they beheld was a pallid face, eyes bulging wide, mouth slightly agape, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner. "He is truly dead." The group fell into despair and terror. The sudden death of one among them sent shivers down their spines, as if something dreadful lurked within the coffin that a few brave classmates began to examine him, seeking the cause of death. Look at his neck. It bore deep bruises, marred by bloodstains. As if he had been strangled, the purplish-red marks a shocking sight. "Ghost! There is a ghost in the coffin!" A girl quivered as she spoke, her voice laced with fear. Those words sent chills down many spines, the purple bruises resembling the imprints of a vengeful spirit, as if he had been mercilessly choked to death. Especially now, as everyone finds themselves ensconced within this coffin-like enclosure. A sense of dreadful suspicion and ominous associations intensifies. The nearby coffin looms like the very gate to hell, instilling a chill in the hearts of many, causing several to involuntarily step back. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, extending his hand to touch the corpse's throat, only to discover that the Adam's apple was shattered, leaving the area soft and pliable, with only the skin seemingly intact. Unmarred by tears, specks of blood stained his hand, appearing vividly sinister, sending a shiver down his spine. It is not the work of a ghost. It is murder. At that moment, Lu Yunji spoke with a dark intensity, casting a cold glare towards Yi Fan. When Pang Bo noticed Lu's gaze directed at Yi Fan, he shot him a sidelong glance, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" From the wounds, it is evident that he was strangled. Who could accomplish such a feat silently? Lu Yunji's expression remained frosty as he fixed a stare on both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, asserting, "Only someone in close proximity, with extraordinary strength, could achieve this." The implications were unmistakable, with the finger of accusation pointed squarely at Yi Fan, who was near the deceased and widely known for his exceptional physical prowess. "You speak nonsense," Pang Bo retorted, angrily seizing a heavy bronze plaque. Ready to strike. Lu Yunji smirked, addressing him coolly. "Are you attempting to silence me?" Yi Fan intervened, grasping Pang Bo's arm to halt his impulsive reaction. It was Yi Fan. "He is the murderer," a female classmate who had stood by Lu Yunji's, having previously aided him in conversations with Li Chongqing, exclaimed in terror, "It must be Yi Fan. He seeks revenge for the humiliation at the altar." Upon hearing this, several individuals recalled recent events and instinctively took a few steps back. "Indeed, it is Yi Fan who has slain our classmate," Li Chongqing seethed, declaring. "Perhaps he had accomplices." Pang Bo felt a surge of anger, eager to confront them. "Buzz!" Lu Yunji's raised his Vajra pestle, producing a metallic resonance, with a faint glow emanating from it. The crowd gasped as their divine relics dulled to mere mundanity, unable to shine, while Lu Yunji's weapon retained its supernatural power, astonishing everyone present. "Yi Fan, you are truly malicious. Even if he was at fault, you should not have resorted to such ruthless vengeance." Lu Yunji's advanced 2 steps with the Vajra pestle in hand. "Do you believe me when I say I am innocent?" Yi Fan surveyed the assembly. "I believe you." Pang Bo was the first to step forward. "So do I." Zhang Xiling also approached. Yi Fan then turned his gaze to the others, asking, "Do you not believe me?" His eyes lingered on Li Xiaoman. Chapter 024. Confrontation and Choice. This is not merely a matter of belief. Rather, you undeniably harbor significant suspicion, Cade stammered beside Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, snapping, "What do you mean, you foreigner? On what grounds do you accuse Yi Fan?" "No, I am not making a subjective judgment. I am stating an objective fact. I have not claimed he is the murderer. I am merely relaying that he is highly suspicious," Cade replied earnestly, his demeanor serious as he analyzed. "Lu Yunji's makes a valid point. Yi Fan had a conflict with the deceased, providing him with a motive for murder. Furthermore, He was in close proximity, which facilitated the act. Although his speech was somewhat halting, the meaning was clear to all present. Much like many straightforward Westerners, he was focused solely on the facts. Foreigner, you truly lack understanding of human sentiment. This is blatantly obvious, yet you insist on presenting it like a mathematical theorem. What do you mean by foreigner? Kate asked, bewildered. You are the foreigner, so single-minded. I cannot be bothered to explain further. Pang Bo retorted dismissively, then turned to Li Xiaoman, asking, Why are you silent? Surely you know Yi Fan well. Li Xiaoman stood gracefully, illuminated by the dim glow of her phone, resembling a fresh and radiant lotus blooming in the dark, exuding a subtle fragrance. She spoke calmly. In my heart, I do not believe Yi Fan to be the murderer. Yet he undeniably has suspicion surrounding him. Li Xiaoman, Pang Bo interrupted her, emphasizing her name with frustration. You are truly heartless. I never expected you to utter such words. Anyone can doubt him, but not you. Others may not understand Yi Fan, but you should. Despite your breakup, you cannot be so cold-hearted. Do you wish to rub salt into his wounds? I mean no harm. I am simply stating a fact, Li Xiaoman replied calmly. Her beauty striking, her skin fair as jade. She slightly furrowed her brow, adding, I am not targeting anyone. I just wish to express that a murderer would dare to kill, leaving nothing else they would shy away from. We are all in danger at present, that I hope for objectivity rather than subjective bias. The fact remains that Yi Fan is highly suspicious, and the others present also possess some degree of suspicion. Pang Bo scoffed. In the end, Yi Fan is the most suspicious. If you do not believe him, why say so much? He turned sharply, stating, I truly misjudged you. Your past decisions are hard to change. Friends cannot sway you. And now I realize your character is not decisive, but rather heartless. Just then, a nervous, almost timid voice piped up. I believe Yi Fan. I believe he is not the murderer. It was the classmate whose life had been less than fortunate. Her frail frame and timid demeanor revealed her anxiety. Once a carefree girl, life's hardships had eroded her confidence, and she now struggled to speak in front of others, appearing anxious and uneasy. This was the primary reason Yi Fan had felt deep sympathy for her during their school days. Pang Bo, like Yi Fan, felt compassion for this timid classmate. She had not always been this way, often joking and laughing with Yi Fan and him, their camaraderie evident. Thank you, Lu Yi. Yi Fan smiled, nodding at her. No need to thank me. I believe you would never kill. Lu Yi's voice was soft and frail, evoking pity as she stood there awkwardly. If not him, then who? Li Chongqing seethed. Who else among us possesses a motive for murder? This is revenge. The female classmate standing beside Lu Yunji spoke up again. Yi Fan, how could you be so cruel? He was a classmate you had known for 4 years. I repeat, I did not commit murder. Yi Fan faced the accusations with calm composure, asserting, You may suspect me, but until the matter is thoroughly investigated, please refrain from casting aspersions on my character. The evidence is clear. You were nearly adjacent to the deceased, the closest person that no one else could have killed him without being noticed. And only you had a motive. Pang Bo, quick to anger, demanded, Can we not speak reasonably? Until there is a conclusion, do not hastily assign blame. I truly do not understand. Back when we graduated, you spoke sweetly of parting ways with Lu Yunji's. And now it seems you are eager to align with him, cheering him on. This is a vicious personal attack. The female classmate's face drained of color, trembling as she pointed at Pang Bo. Attack. Yes, a counterattack. Pang Bo was not one to back down. Sometimes his words were indeed sharp. I call this a poison-for-poison approach. I speak plainly to those present, and to the unseen, I speak plainly as well. You. The female classmate quaked with rage, speechless. Lu Yunji's expression darkened as he interjected. Enough, Pang Bo. Are you even a man? Is this amusing? The Vajra pestle in his hand shimmered with faint rays, strikingly visible in the darkness, reminding everyone of its absolute deterrent power. Should conflict arise, none would stand a chance. Pang Bo also adopted a serious demeanor, insisting, The murderer is not Yi Fan. You are merely making a fuss. I am returning the favor in kind. Yi Fan's gaze swept across Li Xiaoman before shifting to the others, at which point 3 classmates stepped forward, declaring, "We believe Yi Fan is innocent." Including Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Pang Bo, there were now 6 standing in Yi Fan's corner, and with him, that made 7. Among the 16 present, nearly half supported Yi Fan. Lin Jia, exceptionally beautiful with a graceful figure and naturally alluring phoenix eyes, spoke calmly, her demeanor enchanting even amidst the tense atmosphere. "I too believe Yi Fan is innocent. We know his character. He is not one to act with such cruelty or to hold grudges." Li Chongqing interjected, displeased. "Who else could it be? Who among us would resort to murder? Who possesses such thoughts?" Pang Bo's patience wore thin, glaring at Li Chongqing. "Can you not be any more malicious? Can you not concoct any more reasons to cast aspersions? I would love to press this bronze plaque against your face. How can you utter such unwarranted accusations? I cannot be bothered with you." Li Chongqing, filled with rage, turned his head away that moment. His face was still bruised and battered, having been dealt a heavy blow by Pang Bo on the 5-colored altar. "I believe in Yi Fan. He is not that kind of person, and would never commit such a vicious act." Just then, Wang Ziwen approached, choosing to trust Yi Fan. Zhou had remained a mere bystander throughout, but now he too made a choice that he glanced at the shimmering golden vajra in Lu Yunji's hand, then at the composed Yi Fan, and declared, "We cannot hastily conclude who the murderer is. I trust that Yi Fan would not harm a fellow student." At this moment, the vast majority stood by Yi Fan's side. He discerned the sincerity of some, while others, through keen observation, believed that his calm demeanor in the face of Lu Yunji's vajra indicated he had some sort of hidden card, a nearly opportunistic choice. If it is not Yi Fan, then who could it be? Are we to suspect another among us? Lu Yunji glared at Yi Fan before shifting his gaze to Pang Bo. "Diminish your bravado. Do not presume that just because you wield a glowing scepter, others will fear you." Pang Bo, unperturbed and vigorous, retorted, "I could just as easily use this dull copper plaque to smash you." Lu Yunji's expression darkened immediately as he gripped the vajra tightly and advanced 3 steps closer. Yi Fan swiftly restrained the impulsive Pang Bo and addressed the assembly with utmost seriousness. "I can assure you that the murderer is none of us." Chapter 025. The Divine, sound resounding what? The crowd gasped in astonishment, for they believed Yi Fan did not speak without reason and must have uncovered something significant. Even Li Chongqing, along with the female classmate beside Lu Yunji, who had been targeting Yi Fan, turned pale, nervously scanning their surroundings, that Yi Fan had keenly observed everyone's reactions throughout, maintaining a demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, and had thus discerned who was genuine and who was duplicitous. It was only at this moment that he began to assert his innocence, directly presenting a crucial point of suspicion. "You may examine his throat. The Adam's apple is crushed, and no matter how strong a person is, such a feat is impossible." Some individuals crouched down to verify Yi Fan's claims by touching the corpse, while many others stepped back, a chill enveloping them in the face of the mysterious corpse. If it was not a human act, then what could it be? A shiver ran down everyone's spine. "Yi Fan, do you know what it is? Could it be coming for us?" Someone trembled as they asked. The purple-red bruises around the corpse's neck resembled the fingerprints of a vengeful spirit, and at this thought, many gazes involuntarily drifted toward the coffin. "We have not escaped the divine crocodile." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the crowd was struck with horror, tightly clutching the divine relics in their hands as they anxiously scanned their surroundings. That a female student, her voice quivering, asked, "Has the crocodile ancestor, suppressed beneath the great thunder sound temple, followed us in?" It was a legendary beast, personally subdued by the Buddha. Though they had only glimpsed it for a moment, its terrifying might was unforgettable. "Impossible. It did not follow us in. It cannot be." Li Chongqing's face turned ashen. Having lost the divine relic, he anxiously clung to Lu Yunji's side, tightly gripping the vajra. "I did not imply that the crocodile ancestor entered. Rather, I meant a small crocodile has infiltrated the bronze coffin." With that, he knelt down, using the dim light from his phone to illuminate the corpse's face, saying, his expression is one of sheer terror, his eyes wide open, unblinking, identical to the expressions of the other 13 classmates who perished. In the miscellaneous records of that ancient tome, I read about the divine crocodile. It describes not only its form but also states, "The divine crocodile devours men, taking both soul and spirit, instilling fear and scattering the heart." Though the ancient lamp in Yi Fan's hand had extinguished, he still held it tightly, as if guarding against something, stating, "This is no coincidence. The manner of death mirrors that of the previous 13 classmates, corresponding with the ancient records, where fear leads to the scattering of the soul. Surely, a divine crocodile is wreaking havoc." Yi Fan, unperturbed by the fact that it was a corpse, pried open its mouth and indeed discovered a blood hole leading directly to the skull that a chill swept through the crowd. That small blood hole resembled the wounds on the deceased classmates. Only a creature as fearsome as the divine crocodile could effortlessly pierce the human body, easily crushing the Adam's apple from within. How many crocodiles had entered the bronze giant coffin? Could the divine relic withstand the loss of its divine brilliance? These thoughts stirred unease among the crowd. So, the divine crocodile remains within him. It is hard to say. Yi Fan shook his head. It is still within him. Something is writhing in his chest. Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the corpse's chest. Puff! A spray of blood erupted, revealing a familiar, grotesque creature emerging from the corpse's chest. A 10-centimeter-long divine crocodile that IT transformed into a streak of dark light, rushing towards Yi Fan's forehead. Ba! Yi Fan ritet sivifte. Raising the copper lamp before him, sending forth several weak sparks, the divine crocodile shrieked in agony, struck by a spark, nearly perforated, and was flung away. Clang! Pang Bo, quick-witted, swung the great Thundersound Temple's copper plaque down with great force, unleashing strands of divine light that crushed the divine crocodile into a pulp. Lu Yunji, do you have anything to say now? Pang Bo questioned Lu Yunji while holding the copper plaque. I was too impulsive. But who would have anticipated that a divine crocodile would enter the copper coffin? Lu Yunji offered no further words, nor did he apologize. The situation had escalated to such a point that further humility was unnecessary. Smack! At that moment, Pang Bo suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Yunji's face that in the process, the Vajra and the copper plaque emitted flickering dim lights, colliding and enveloping the two, yet none of this could halt the slap. Lu Yunji's face was struck with such force that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I apologize. I too was overly impulsive, Pang Bo taunted Lu Yunji. You. The crowd hurriedly interposed themselves between the two to prevent conflict. Lu Yunji's expression was dark and stormy, clutching the Vajra and ready to charge forward, but remembering the flickering divine light from the copper plaque. He ultimately held back. Shoo! Yi Fan suddenly gestured for silence, then turned his gaze towards the central coffin, as if listening intently. After a moment, he asked the crowd, "Did you hear anything?" Everyone was taken aback, for they had heard nothing. Yi Fan's expression turned to one of confusion as he slowly approached the 4-meter-long small bronze coffin. That moment, the Bodhi seed in his embrace suddenly grew warm, filling his heart with a comforting warmth. It was then that he began to hear an increasingly clear sound. Compelled, he reached out to touch the coffin, which was covered in verdigris and adorned with carvings of ancient ancestors and deities. Exuding an air of antiquity and profoundness in that instant, he felt as though the Bodhi seed in his possession had forcibly opened a door for him, allowing him to hear an exceptionally unique sound. Initially soft, the sound gradually grew more resounding, and the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's hand became increasingly hot. The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom, enlightenment, and thought, was said to be where the Buddha attained enlightenment beneath such a tree. Yi Fan's Bodhi seed bore a natural depiction of the Buddha, formed entirely from the convergence of natural patterns, clearly extraordinary. The ancient and mysterious bronze coffin emitted a sound that grew louder, reminiscent of the celestial sound of the Tao, and embodied profound principles. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus and supplements the deficiency. The mysterious celestial sound began with a famous line from Taoist texts. Yet the following words were of an esoteric ancient scripture, difficult to comprehend. The grand and profound sound seemed to resonate from the distant primordial chaos, ultimately vibrating in Yi Fan's ears like the deep tolling of a great bell, echoing within his heart. Chapter 026. The ancient star map, Yi Fan leaned against the bronze coffin, standing motionless like a serene moon reflected on a still lake, exuding an ethereal aura that made him appear as if he were an otherworldly immortal, ready to soar away on the winds at any moment. Yet within his heart, turmoil stirred. The celestial sound resonated like an abyssal sea, vast and profound. Each word echoed like a cataclysm, reverberating through the heavens and earth. It resembled the ancient chant of meditation, or perhaps the prayers of primordial deities, flowing incessantly and piercing through the ancient firmament, gradually entering Yi Fan's heart, causing his spirit to tremble and his thoughts to surge. Leaving him disoriented as to his whereabouts, in the distance, the crowd observed him, standing in silence, their expressions filled with confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. They could only sense his purity, an untainted immortal, exuding an essence that was free from the mundane. Yi Fan remained fixed in place, the divine sound resounding like a distant bell, profound and grand, difficult to comprehend, its meaning utterly elusive. At times it felt as if he were standing on the precipice of hell, while at others, he felt as if he had entered the pure land of the deities, a myriad of inexplicable sensations flooding his heart, awakening both vigilance and confusion. This cryptic celestial sound was not lengthy. On the contrary, it was concise, comprising merely a few hundred words, embodying a sense of simplicity, where the grandeur faded and a return to the essence of truth prevailed. The celestial melody, reminiscent of the grandest chimes, reverberated repeatedly, with each word resonating in Yi Fan's heart like the tremors of mountains and rivers, followed by a profound stillness akin to the moon rising over the sea. Hundreds of ancient characters had been indelibly inscribed in Yi Fan's soul. Yet the divine sound continued to echo ceaselessly in his ears. Throughout this experience, the Bodhi seed nestled in his arms radiated a comforting warmth, enveloping him in a gentle embrace, and it was precisely because of this that Yi Fan could attune himself to such an ethereal sound. Legends say that the Bodhi tree can awaken one's divinity, allowing one to perceive oneself and capture the profound rhythms of the universe. Clearly, the Bodhi seed resting beneath the ancient Bodhi tree in front of the Great Thunder Sound Temple possessed extraordinary origins. While Yi Fan remained still and silent, others grew increasingly puzzled. Some suggested moving him away, for he was leaning against an ancient bronze coffin, a position that could hardly evoke favorable associations. Pang Bo circled Yi Fan twice, observing that he bore no signs of anguish. On the contrary, an aura of otherworldliness surrounded him, and a subtle divine essence emanated from the bronze coffin. Ultimately, Pang Bo refrained from acting impulsively and instead stood guard nearby, awaiting developments. Could it be that a malevolent spirit has possessed him? Li Chongqing remarked, his gaze fixed both on the ancient bronze coffin and Yi Fan. At his words, others tightened their grips on the divine relics in their hands, and a few involuntarily stepped back, for the mysterious ancient coffin brimmed with unknowns, instilling a sense of unease. Your biases are clouding your judgment. If you don't cast aspersions on Yi Fan, you might just survive. What are you thinking? Pang Bo harbored a deep-seated disdain for him, having felt targeted since their confrontation at the colorful altar. Therefore, he spoke without restraint. Enough of this bickering, Zhou Yi interjected, furrowing his brow, and then surveyed the surroundings, stating, "We cannot ascertain whether there are more divine crocodiles lurking within this bronze giant coffin. Let us proceed with caution and conduct a thorough search." Upon hearing this, a wave of tension washed over the group. This was indeed the reality. Having already encountered one divine crocodile, it was conceivable that there could be a second, a third, or even more. The stakes were high. For 14 lives had already been lost to the ferocity of these fearsome creatures. The group did not disperse too widely. They divided into 2 teams to ensure mutual support, illuminating their phones and grasping their divine relics. They began to search in the dim light. Yet, despite scouring every corner, no discoveries emerged until the 2 teams reconvened. Even so, none dared to relax their vigilance. The vastness of the coffin provided ample hiding spots for several divine crocodiles. Furthermore, it was impossible to rule out the possibility of a divine crocodile clinging to the coffin walls high above, where darkness reigned, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Let us remain vigilant. Exercising caution is never unwarranted, Lin Jiao advised the group while offering reassurance. Even if divine crocodiles do linger, they likely harbor a fear of the Buddhist artifacts we possess. Otherwise, they would have already attacked us again. Suddenly, an unusual sound reached their ears. Though faint and nearly imperceptible, it stirred the very essence of their beings. A drumbeat seemed to echo from distant realms, heavy with sorrow, followed by the tolling of bells, permeating the air with a melancholic resonance that felt both ethereal and tangible. "What is that sound?" Everyone gasped in astonishment, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing amiss. The somber drumbeats and mournful bell tolls seemed to penetrate the coffin walls, sending chills down their spines. Could it be the lamentation music played during the burial of an ancient emperor? Suddenly, a cascade of voices emerged, reminiscent of endless wails of mourning, as thousands lamented and prayed for a single soul's farewell. The tolling bells and sorrowful drums painted a vivid picture of an immense funeral unfolding before them. With a boundless sea of humanity engulfed in grief and prayer, to that moment, 9 resounding dragon roars pierced the heavens, shaking the earth and reverberating throughout the land, as if a genuine scene had been etched into the celestial tapestry of history. In an instant, every individual felt a peculiar sensation, as though they had witnessed an ancient emperor reigning over the vast expanse of the earth, followed by an unprecedentedly grand funeral. In truth, there were no images. All of this was merely a product of their imagination, conjured by the sound of the dragon roars and the vision of the vast sea of mourners. The group quickly regained their composure, yet the lingering echoes of the ethereal lamentation still sent shivers down their spines. Our divine relics are once more radiating light. At that moment, divine brilliance cascaded down, illuminating the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's possession. However, rather than restoring their divine power, the light was waning, as though almost extinguished. Thousands of beams of divine light surged forth, all directed towards the walls of the bronze giant coffin, merging with the ancient bronze engravings. The coffin walls, beset by verdant patina, struggled to conceal the depictions of ancient ancestors and primordial deities. At that moment, they shone brightly, as if poised for revival, while the carvings of savage beasts and divine birds came to life, imbued with a mysterious power. "Look, the starry sky engraving is flickering." Everyone noticed the anomaly. It was the largest of the ancient bronze engravings, depicting a vast starry sky. And at that moment, every star was aglow. The dim coffin walls served as a backdrop, devoid of any changes, resembling a pitch-black night sky, as if countless luminous stars adorned the expansive dark canvas. There is a slender line shimmering across this starry sky engraving. Could it possibly represent the ancient celestial path we traversed? The crowd gathered closer, exchanging words filled with astonishment. This starry map was as boundless as the ocean, with myriad stars as insignificant as dust. Yet among them, certain stars shone with exceptional brightness, standing out amid the constellation. These 7 stars are particularly radiant. They seem to be the Big Dipper. Upon hearing Wang Ziwen's words, the group fixated their gaze. Before the line that resembled the ancient celestial path, the Big Dipper sparkled brilliantly, commanding attention. There were many other stars as luminous as the Big Dipper. Upon closer inspection, a few individuals revealed expressions of surprise. Zhou Yi, not only possessing an elegant appearance but also well-versed in ancient texts, immediately recognized those exceptionally bright stars, declaring, "They are all ancient Chinese constellations." The ancient Chinese divided the celestial sphere into various regions, each with distinct names, which could be summarized into the 3 enclosures for symbols and 28 mansions. The ancient bronze engraving before them adhered to this method of classification, distinctly marking some of the most renowned stars. Having examined this starry map, and upon closer inspection of the ancient celestial path, one cannot help but marvel. The ancients' division of the starry map was likely not rooted in superstition. Different constellations represented different celestial domains, seemingly imbued with profound significance. Indeed, it appears to be related to the ancient celestial path. It may even connect to the source of life. The group was left in awe, rendered speechless for a considerable time. "Look, the shimmering line on the starry map is extending," Could it represent the direction we must take, an extension of the ancient celestial path? That line is drawing ever closer to the Big Dipper. The group fell into a daze. They had originally been atop Mount Tai on Earth. Yet in such a brief span of time, they might be nearing the Big Dipper. It felt like a dream, utterly surreal, given humanity's current technological capabilities, even if they were to travel for millions of years. Reaching proximity to the Big Dipper would remain an impossibility. The distance was simply too vast. All were left astonished, their hearts pounding with disbelief. There is an even brighter star beyond the Big Dipper. Beidou Star. Could our destination be a planet within that star region? For Beidou Star held exceptional significance in ancient times. Someone ventured this hypothesis, as the Beidou Star indeed shone brilliantly on the starry map. One of the most dazzling celestial bodies. It is difficult to say. Perhaps we are destined for even more distant celestial realms. Just then, someone exclaimed, "That shining line has ceased to extend. It is fixed at the star region of the Big Dipper." Simultaneously, the group felt the bronze giant coffin tremble violently, as though the heavens were shaking the earth. It seems we have reached our destination. Could it truly be the resting place of the gods? Might it be the legendary realm of immortals? Perhaps it is a civilization of unparalleled technological brilliance. If indeed there are deities or Buddhas, we may encounter legendary figures. Following the ancient path forged by the gods, arriving at the end, what kind of world awaits us? Anxiety and anticipation coursed through everyone's hearts. They could no longer bear to remain within the confines of the coffin. Chapter 027. The Ancient Forbidden Realm. The vast universe, the boundless starry sky. Many scientists speculate that Earth may be the only source of life. Over the past several decades, humanity has engaged in endless contemplation, launching numerous space probes in search of extraterrestrial life. Yet the profound starry sky and enigmatic universe resemble a desolate graveyard, cold and empty, an eternal realm of ice and darkness, devoid of any life signals. The universe is simply too expansive, with no discernible end, given humanity's current technological level. Even if a space probe were to escape the gravitational pull of its galaxy and travel indefinitely for millions or even tens of millions of years, it would still struggle to reach the far side of the cosmos. Perhaps today marks the rewriting of the exploration of the starry sky's history, as humanity has arrived at the edge of the cosmos. Traversing distances of dozens or even hundreds of light years, enduring the limits of human endeavor. Yet, all of this remains unknown to those on Earth. No one would believe it, nor would anyone celebrate or rejoice. 9 colossal dragon corpses dragged the ancient bronze coffin to the far side of the starry sky, crossing into the domain of the Big Dipper. It was at this moment that Yi Fan awakened, his hand withdrawing from the coffin, which was encrusted with verdant patina. Hundreds of ancient characters were inscribed upon his heart, arcane and incomprehensible, as if they could never be erased. Only then did the profound celestial sound finally dissipate. The path of the cosmos is remarkably simple. Words are precious. And as everything concluded, it resembled the fading of splendor. Returning to the essence of tranquility, Yi Fan stood in a daze, murmuring, "The way of heaven diminishes the surplus and replenishes the deficient." "Yi Fan, are you all right?" Pang Bo inquired with concern. "I am fine." Throughout this process, the bronze coffin continued to tremble violently, causing everyone to feel as if the world was spinning. They knew that the 9 dragons were nearing their destination. At that moment, the ancient bronze inscriptions on the coffin radiated a divine brilliance, creating a hazy curtain of light that countered an unimaginable force of impact, and the massive coffin gradually stabilized. With a final thunderous tremor, the lid of the bronze coffin shifted from its position and fell heavily to the side, causing the coffin to tumble to the ground. "Light! I see the light!" It is the familiar world of light. Many within the bronze coffin could not restrain their exclamations. As the dimness and blood-soaked desolation of the ancient planet had vanished, a refreshing breeze greeted them, carrying the scents of earth and blooming flowers, and the air was imbued with vitality. They found themselves in a radiant world brimming with life. Everyone rose and rushed towards the outside of the great coffin, greeted by a scene of splendor and beauty to at that moment. They stood atop a mountain of moderate height, surveying the landscape before them. In the distance, rolling peaks adorned with lush trees stretched into the horizon. Near the mountaintop were oddly shaped rocks and ancient, sturdy trees, intertwined with vines as thick as tree trunks, resembling coiling dragons. Alongside verdant grass and fragrant wildflowers, all teeming with vitality, that I in stark contrast to the dimness and desolation of Mars, this place was undoubtedly a peaceful sanctuary. How wonderful it is! We have finally escaped the darkness and desolation, arriving in such a beautiful divine land. No longer must we live in fear. Many were cheering, some even weeping tears of joy, having endured a series of deaths and tribulations, finally finding themselves in a world alive with nature. Kissing the sunshine, I tell myself to live well. Even the astute and enchanting Lin Jia was moved to such a state. Pang Bo stood atop the mountain, shouting toward the horizon. At last, I see the sun again. Though it is not the same as before, I will still proclaim that I have been reborn. Clang! Suddenly, the bronze coffin behind them emitted a metallic tremor, jolting everyone's nerves, and they collectively turned to look. A large portion of the 9 massive dragon corpses dangled precariously over the cliff, and the coffin was not far from the precipice. At that moment, the 9 dragon bodies, resembling an iron wall, began to slowly slide down the cliff, pulling the coffin along with them. Rumble. As the 9 great dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin slid down the mountaintop, a resonant sound echoed, eventually accelerating as they plummeted down the sheer cliff. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. One side of the mountaintop was a steep precipice, and had the coffin lid opened without them swiftly escaping, the consequences would have been dire. After the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin fell over the cliff, an unnerving silence ensued, as they heard no sound of impact, leaving everyone in astonishment. Now unobstructed by the bronze coffin, they could clearly see the scene beyond the cliff. Are we standing on the edge of a supermassive volcanic crater? Many gasped in astonishment, for what lay beneath the cliff was an unfathomable abyss. This is not a volcanic crater. It cannot possibly be that massive. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that 9 mountains were interconnected, forming an immense and profound valley. Logically, this should have been a broad valley, visible all the way to the bottom, as the 9 mountains were not towering peaks. Yet, looking down revealed an abyssal darkness, seemingly leading straight to the netherworld, unfathomable in depth. The chasm formed by the 9 mountains appeared endless, after the dragon corpses and the bronze coffin plummeted. There was no echo, as though they would never reach the bottom. How deep can it possibly be? It's truly unimaginable. What is this place? How can there be such a colossal abyss? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Sensing that this world was not as serene and tranquil as it seemed, after surveying the surroundings, Yi Fan remarked, "Have you noticed? There is no 5-colored altar here. It feels as though we have fallen directly from the heavens into this place, rather than emerging from the celestial portal." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, realizing that indeed, there was no 5-colored altar. However, the expansive mountaintop had not collapsed under the impact of the coffin. Instead, only a few large fissures had formed. If they had truly fallen from the sky, the force of impact would have been unimaginable, yet the mountains bore no signs of significant damage, indicating something unusual. Without the 5-colored altar, why have we arrived here? Could it be that the legendary universe has gone awry, stranding us here? This just failed to elicit laughter. Instead, solemnity fell over the group as they began to ponder. There lies half of a stone tablet. At that moment, Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed that on the mountaintop was a pile of scattered stones, accompanied by several ancient trees and thick vines. Among the intertwined tendrils lay a half-broken stone tablet, its artificial polishing evident. The group hurried over, clearing the withered vines and brushing away the dead leaves from the broken tablet, instantly feeling an ancient aura emanating from it. 3 archaic characters were inscribed upon it, their strokes powerful and solid, exuding a sense of age that had likely endured for countless years. What does it say? Many could not decipher it. Yi Fan scrutinized it for a long while, still uncertain, stating, "It seems to read ancient forbidden. Ancient forbidden? What does that even mean? It makes no sense." The crowd pondered in confusion. This is a broken stone tablet. There should be more characters below, but the tablet's fracture renders it impossible to restore, Beidou said, clearing away the vines and weeds, revealing many fragments that appeared to have shattered under a thunderous blow. Those three ancient characters must denote the name of this abyss or the mountain range. Zhou Yi appeared thoughtful, saying, there are not many words that could logically connect with forbidden. The most likely candidate would be land. If connected, wouldn't that be ancient forbidden land? A fellow student pieced the four characters together, and upon reading them, their expression changed dramatically, while others furrowed their brows. This name was indeed troubling, and many began to feel a sense of foreboding. This abyss is likely not a sanctuary or holy land, someone noted. Not merely devoid of sanctity. If the inscription bore truth, it was likely a place of malevolence. Have you noticed? There seem to be no birds or beasts nearby. It is far too quiet. Wang Ziwen, being particularly observant, sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. Here, there were flowers, grasses, vines, and trees. At first glance, it appeared vibrant with life, but upon closer inspection, it was eerily devoid of animals that I end this vast mountain range. There were no sounds of birds singing or beasts roaring, no signs of insects scuttling about. It was hauntingly silent. The ancient trees lacked the chirping of cicadas, the grass bore no grasshoppers, and the sky held no flying birds. Only an oppressive stillness prevailed. Beidou remained optimistic, stating, regardless, there is lush vegetation here. Such an environment should sustain us. Moreover, with the inscription present, there must be humanity on this planet. I refuse to believe that such a beautiful world could be a barren wasteland. Who says there are no animals? Who says there are no birds in the sky? Look, at this moment, Yifan made a new discovery. Pointing toward the distant horizon that I in the far sky, it appeared that a golden eagle was soaring, remarkable for its entire body gleaming with gold. Even from afar, one could perceive its brilliance, as if it were forged from gold, radiating golden light. That as the golden eagle flew a distance toward their vicinity, it became clearer. Then, it suddenly dove down toward a patch of land. Moments later, it soared back into the sky, its talons clutching a prey, heading toward a distant cliff. I must be seeing things. The usually carefree Beidou stammered at the sight. Others stood in shock, frozen like statues, barely able to believe their eyes. Why do I feel that the golden eagle is grasping a giant elephant in its talons? Li Chongqing stuttered, feeling parched. Not just feeling, it is indeed so, Wang Ziwen echoed, stating, to grasp a giant elephant is simply incredible. One can only imagine how enormous that golden eagle must be. As he spoke, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was clear that the group had misjudged the creature's size, mistaking it for something much smaller due to the distance. It was likely a supersized, extraordinary raptor that Wei Fan gazed into the distance, declaring, there cannot be such a massive eagle. It glows with golden light, its form immense, resembling the legendary golden-winged Peng. Upon hearing these words, all present fell into a state of stunned silence once more. Chapter 28. The mysterious fruit, the legendary Peng bird, has been referenced in numerous ancient texts, such as the Sheni Jing and the Shui Jingzhu, with the most renowned depiction found in Zhuangzhou's Xiaoyaoyu. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as kuan. The size of kuan is so vast that one cannot fathom its extent, perhaps thousands of miles, that it transforms into a bird named Peng. The wings of Peng are equally immeasurable, soaring with fury, resembling clouds that hang from the heavens. Through a grandiose and unrestrained style, Zhuangzi paints the image of a divine bird capable of soaring to great heights, leaving readers in awe. Clearly, this description defies the natural order of existence. No matter how colossal, a divine bird could not possibly attain such dimensions, revealing an exaggerated portrayal by ancient scholars. Yet, perplexingly, many other ancient texts also document the Peng bird, some even asserting with unwavering certainty that it indeed exists, albeit not to the mythical scale of thousands of miles. This leads one to ponder, did a creature named Peng truly exist in the distant realms of antiquity? Zhou Yi and others gazed in astonishment at the golden silhouette, akin to one cast in gold, as it vanished behind a mountain cliff. The legendary divine bird, exclaimed many, their voices filled with genuine astonishment, as they witnessed the effortless tearing apart of a colossal elephant, only to lift what appeared to be merely a small rabbit. The sheer size of the creature was astonishing, and its immense strength left them speechless. Cade, in a serious tone, stammered, "That giant bird belongs to the falconiformes. It represents a new species, a monumental discovery. Get a grip." Pangbo found himself at a loss for words regarding this rigid foreigner, who, even in such circumstances, continued to analyze matters through a scientific lens, failing to contemplate how they arrived here. "Pangbo, could you adjust your attitude?" Li Xiaoman expressed her displeasure, her long eyelashes fluttering as her beautiful eyes cast a glance at him. "I didn't say anything about you." Pangbo mumbled softly. What kind of world have we entered? Once calmness returned, everyone was compelled to ponder this question. Traveling through the desolate cosmos, arriving in this star domain of the Big Dipper, entering such a mysterious realm, could it truly be the abode of deities? How they would survive became a pressing concern for all, as the path ahead was uncertain and required careful consideration. Many clutched their divine relics tightly, yet at that moment, all the sacred artifacts had dimmed, some even cracked, bearing numerous fissures, rendered utterly ruined. The last remnants of divine power had been absorbed by the ancient bronze coffin, and now, devoid of divine radiance, holding them felt akin to grasping mere scrap metal. Nonetheless, none discarded them, hoping that these relics might once again gather divine light for future use. If they could be restored, it would become their greatest reliance moving forward. That a sudden gurgle erupted from an unknown source, causing many to feel embarrassed. After all, humans must eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Many shifted their feet, seeking secluded areas for convenience, dying for face while suffering in silence. Pangbo scoffed, remarking, "I foresaw this. The celestial ruins on Mars bear my magnificent mark that I believe that even centuries later, it will stand as one of humanity's greatest testimonies in the exploration of the cosmos." Yifan, caught mid-sip, unexpectedly sprayed the water, nearly dropping his bottle. "Hey, brother, could you refrain from speaking such things while I'm drinking? You might kill someone." The nearby individuals, unable to endure the antics of the two, distanced themselves, all feeling exceedingly awkward as they resolved their own issues. Observing everyone's expressions, Pangbo erupted in laughter, then feigned a heavy cough in a particular direction, startling those behind the large tree, who struggled to resolve their own matters. Laughing to himself, Pangbo bent down and picked up 2 stones, throwing them, which prompted an angry shout from Li Chongqing in the distance. "Who is it? Who's so wicked?" accompanied by Lu Yun's irritated snort. Seeing Pangbo pick up another stone aimed at the direction Li Xiaoman had gone, Yifan quickly intervened with a smile that as everyone began to emerge. Pangbo adopted a serious demeanor, then pulled Yifan to wander atop the mountain, hoping to discover some wild fruits to eat. Although Yifan had gathered a hefty bag of divine crocodile carcasses at the 5-colored altar on Mars, neither wanted to endure the nausea of consuming it unless absolutely necessary. "There's a spring pool over there," Pangbo suddenly exclaimed. Just a few dozen meters ahead, several thick vines encircled a clearing, where a square spring pool, about a meter on each side, bubbled forth, resembling a divine nectar spring. Beside the pool grew several small trees, each over half a meter tall, with broad, glistening green leaves resembling human palms. As if small multi-armed figures stood there, at the top of each tree hung a bright red fruit, resembling cherries, but as large as chicken eggs. That as Yifan and Pangbo approached, they caught a whiff of the rich fruit fragrance from quite a distance, nearly causing them to drool. After all, they had gone an entire day without food, and their hunger had reached a critical point. If they could not find something to eat soon, they were prepared to force themselves to consume the divine crocodile meat. "It smells so good. I've never encountered such aromatic fruit." Upon nearing the trees, the fragrance intensified, overpowering even the aroma of a millennial-old wine cellar. The scent is enticing. Could it be poisonous? Both were somewhat uncertain. As the more vibrant and alluring the fruit, the more likely it could be toxic. Regardless, with such a fragrant aroma, even if it is poisonous, I am willing to give it a try. I'd much rather not eat those revolting insects that once crawled through my mind. How about you try it first? Your constitution is robust. If it's toxic, you should be able to withstand it. Both were in high spirits. Even in this unfamiliar world, they faced it with optimism rather than gloom. Yi Fan plucked a gleaming red fruit, holding it in his hand, its appearance irresistibly tempting, resembling a piece of red jade. That moment. Pang Bo also picked a bright red fruit, saying, I can't resist any longer. This fragrance is too enticing. I must taste it. Let me go first, they said almost in unison, each taking a gentle bite. The lustrous red skin broke. A wave of rich, fragrant aroma surged into their senses, enveloping their bodies. Delicious, Pang Bo felt as if he could swallow his fingers. The juice flowing, bright red and aromatic, filling the air with fragrance. I've never tasted such exquisite fruit. Could it be that I'm simply too hungry? After finishing the first fruit, they waited a moment, feeling invigorated without any adverse effects. No poison. Then what are we waiting for? Let us continue. Seated by the square spring pool, they began to devour the fruits ravenously, juice splattering everywhere, starved to the point of desperation. They felt as if they could swallow their own tongues, let alone resist such delectable fruits. However, after each eating 4 fruits, Yi Fan remarked, we should take a few back for Yi and Zhang Xiling. Absolutely. They must be starving too. Each of these small trees, lush and vibrant, bore only a single fruit at their tops. Surrounding the spring pool were merely 13 jade-like trees, leaving only 5 shiny red fruits remaining. Pang Bo inhaled deeply, leaning down to sniff the bubbling spring pool, saying, strange, this spring water seems to have a hint of fragrance. Yi Fan scooped some water, catching a faint scent. Although subtle, it was indeed present. These small trees likely owe their unique fruit to the spring pool. Pang Bo drank several mouthfuls of spring water, commenting, it has a faint sweet aroma. Unfortunately, it's merely a peculiar taste. And after drinking, I feel nothing. He emptied the water from several mineral water bottles, beginning to fill them with the lightly fragrant spring water. After resting for a while, consuming the fruits and sipping some spring water, they picked the remaining 5 fruits. They returned. Pang Bo quietly remarked, did you notice that after eating the fruits, my fatigue seems to have vanished? I feel quite energized. Yi Fan, also puzzled, nodded in agreement. These red fruits appear to be extraordinary. At this moment, everyone had resolved their respective issues. Some gazed into the distance, surveying the terrain, while others gathered to discuss their next steps. As Yi Fan and Pang Bo approached, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating everyone's attention, many unconsciously swallowing in response to the growing hunger they had felt. This is for you. Hurry and eat. Pang Bo handed 2 bright red fruits to Lu Yi, which sparkled under the sunlight. Li Chongqing stood not far away, unable to resist the enticing aroma, exclaimed, Pang Bo, where did you find these fruits? Hurry and share them. We are all starving. As he spoke, he stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had recently harbored malicious intentions towards Yi Fan, nearly bringing him to his demise. With an outstretched hand, he reached for the 3 fragrant fruits in Pang Bo's possession. Chapter 029. Fury. Truly, you are as oblivious as a horse unaware of its own face, and a cow ignorant of its own horns, that I have never encountered someone as shameless as you, Pang Bo retorted, swatting his hand away with a disdainful glance, securing the 3 alluring fruits for himself. How can you speak in such a manner? Li Chongqing's pride was momentarily bruised, and he sternly replied, we are classmates, united in this unfamiliar world, and it is only right that we assist one another, that we are all famished. When sustenance is found, it should be shared among us. Are you intent on hoarding it all for yourself? Bah! How dare you utter such words? Pang Bo scoffed. Who was it that secretly indulged in chocolate within the copper coffin? At that time, did you even think of the term everyone? Now you put on a facade of righteousness. Do not repulse me. I find your presence more loathsome than that of a grotesque reptile. Be gone. I have no desire to engage with you. Li Chongqing was momentarily rendered speechless, his face pale and green with indignation. He could not possibly concede to such accusations. After a few futile arguments, he found himself at a loss. Though Pang Bo's words were sharp and fierce, they did not indicate a lack of cunning. He understood Li Changqing's intentions perfectly. If they could secure food, it would benefit them. If not, it would isolate him from Pang Bo and Yi Fan, particularly with many others observing. My apologies, everyone. With so many mouths to feed and only 5 fruits gathered, there is scarcely enough to go around. That Yi is quite slender. Let us grant her 2. Did I trust no one will object? Without regard for the crowd, Pang Bo continued to divide the fruits, declaring, Zhang Xiling, 1 for you. He tossed a fruit to him and added, these 5 fruits were procured by Yi Fan and myself. Surely, we deserve to reward ourselves. Pang Bo shoved the 4th fruit directly into Yi Fan's mouth, while he himself devoured a large portion of the 5th, its glistening flesh disappearing into his mouth. Thus the fruits were distributed. Lu Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, said, I can manage with just half. Let us share with everyone. She attempted to return the ruby-like fruit, but Yi Fan pushed it back towards her, saying, rest assured, the vegetation is lush here. We shall certainly find many wild fruits. Pang Bo urged her to consume it quickly, unwilling to let her decline. He knew this fruit was extraordinary. Consuming it would invigorate them, banishing fatigue and potentially offering other unknown benefits. But Lu Yi hesitated, glancing at the others surrounding her. You are far too kind. This simply will not do, Pang Bo whispered. Many among them possessed chocolate, yet none have shared it. Seeing Yi Fan nod in agreement, Lu Yi finally relented. I have some chocolate to share. Let us divide it among ourselves. At that moment, Lu Yunji stepped forward, offering several packets of chocolate for everyone to partake. Good grief! Pang Bo was incensed, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. His teeth ground in frustration, yet he could only endure this invisible blow, even if he leapt forward. He had little to say. Yunji, you are truly noble. Li Changqing unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, speaking with a glance towards Pang Bo and Yi Fan. It is in adversity that one truly sees the heart of a person. A female classmate who had been following Lu Yunji chimed in, her words laden with implications. This only served to deepen Pang Bo's discomfort, and he muttered under his breath, why did he not produce it earlier? Now, amidst this abundant flora, surely wild fruits are within reach. Chocolate is of little use now. Only now does he brandish it for show. Did I curse him? Time tests strength, and the heart reveals itself in hardship. Once we reach the outside world, Yunji, I shall follow your lead. Li Changqing feigned a dramatic demeanor, sighing, alas. He did not forget to cast a few more glances at Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Stung by Lu Yunji's light rebuke and the pointed remarks of those beside him, Pang Bo could hardly contain his ire, longing to confront him, yet in the presence of so many, he could only suppress it. The group gazed into the distance, assessing the mountain's contours and terrain, determining a direction that they believed would enable them to escape the mountainous region swiftly and reach a place inhabited by people. They did not linger long, descending along the mountainside and cautiously advancing through the forest, each grasping a wooden stick to fend off potential beastly attacks, for the divine relics had nearly lost their potency. However, after traversing for the better part of a day, they encountered no large beasts, nor even a single field mouse, let alone any birds in flight. This truly is a forbidden zone. Even the birds refrain from leaving their droppings here. Li Changqing muttered to himself. Pang Bo teased, you should count yourself fortunate. Had you encountered a large beast, you would surely pray to escape to a place devoid of even bird feathers. In the lush vegetation of the mountains, the group foraged for numerous wild fruits, temporarily alleviating their hunger. Yet, as twilight descended, they found themselves still within the forest, the seemingly endless mountains stretching on, with one peak following another. Are we perhaps heading in the wrong direction? Are we making our way deeper into the forest? Someone questioned, but ultimately, the group resolved to press on as darkness enveloped the land. They had no choice but to halt amidst the trees, deciding to resume their journey on the morrow. It was an unsettling night. At midnight, a chilling howl echoed through the air, a bone-chilling and thunderous sound accompanied by the clanking of chains, sending shivers down everyone's spine in the eerie forest. The noise was terrifying, reminiscent of a ghost in chains struggling against its bonds, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of all. It seems to be a sound emanating from the abyss of the ancient forbidden lands. Many trembled, gazing toward the distant, colossal abyss formed by 9 mountains that lie in the dead of night. The shadows of trees swayed, ancient woods trembled in the wind, appearing as fleeting specters. The howls grew louder, shaking the very earth, causing nearby trees to sway violently, leaves cascading to the ground. That a sinister chill emanated from the abyss of the ancient forbidden lands, leaving everyone aghast. It was astonishing that they could feel such a dreadful aura from a distance so great. Clang! The tremendous sound reverberated through the night, as though some colossal entity was striking metal, causing the forest to tremble. The group turned pale, instinctively thinking of one thing. The 9 massive dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin have plunged into the abyss. Could it be? The dull and forceful impacts resembled someone hammering against the bronze coffin, sending a shiver of icy dread through them, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. What is that? Many were shocked to their core, simultaneously gripped by fear. The mysterious bronze coffin remained enigmatic, and to this day, they remained ignorant of what could be assaulting it. They were well aware that coffin had effortlessly absorbed the divine power of their relics. The ancient forbidden lands. Does that imply a place that has existed since antiquity? Ancient times. How distant that era is. Has no one set foot here since then? Clang! The thunderous sound was deafening. A violent crash echoed. The tremors of the bronze coffin reverberated through the heavens. The earth quaked, and the surrounding trees swayed, leaves falling in a cascade. The howls emitted a fury that grew increasingly anguished and terrifying, making it difficult to fathom what resided within the abyss. We ought to be grateful. Had the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin not fallen into the abyss, drawing that thing's attention, it might have emerged during the night that if that were the case, none of us would survive. This was likely a grim reality, as the area was dubbed the ancient forbidden lands, where even birds and beasts dared not linger, implying the presence of something truly terrifying, a place of despair where unimaginable horrors lurked. Something that has existed since the ancient times is truly unimaginable. It seems it cannot yet contend with the mysterious bronze coffin. Thankfully, it is so. It was a sleepless night. Many found themselves unable to drift back into slumber. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from the distant mountains, as the abyss trembled violently, expelling endless black mist that completely obscured the sky, rendering all stars and moons invisible, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, all the black mist was drawn back into the abyss, and the stars in the sky shimmered back to life. Yet, the onlookers beheld a profoundly shocking sight, a vague shadow, indistinguishable as either human or beast, wielding chains of iron hundreds of feet long, howling towards the heavens, radiating an overwhelming menace. Even from such a distance, the enormity of the chains was palpable, and the deafening roar nearly rendered those in the forest unconscious, the resonating sound waves causing their eardrums to throb painfully. That entity, bound by enormous iron chains, was shackled, yet moved with the force of the heavens, the chains spanning the sky. It exuded an aura of terror, as if gathering power, emitting a heart-wrenching roar before plunging back into the abyss. Clang! The sound of the bronze coffin being struck reverberated once more. Do you think it seeks to open the coffin within the coffin? That would seem likely. After all, that great coffin is already ajar, and there is no need for it to shatter it without cause. The hearts of the crowd were filled with both astonishment and fear, only settling into tranquility deep into the night when the abyss fell silent, leading them into a heavy slumber. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the group gradually awoke, refreshed themselves by a nearby stream, and foraged for some wild fruits to sustain themselves before continuing their journey. They walked for 2 or 3 hours without pause, driven by an urgent desire to leave this ancient forbidden land, which instilled a profound sense of unease. They were determined to exit this region before nightfall. At noon, the scorching sun hung overhead, yet the shade provided by the trees offered some respite. Upon ascending a tall mountain, someone heard distant roars of beasts. We are close. We should be able to exit this forbidden territory before night falls. Oh! Do you see the structures atop that distant mountain? Wang Ziwen suddenly pointed ahead. It was an imposing mountain, still far away, separated by several peaks that could not obscure its grandeur. Indeed, there are structures. They seem to stretch endlessly. The crowd's faces lit up with excitement, confident they could reach there before darkness enveloped them. Look, there appear to be cranes soaring above. Could it be a celestial realm? Might there be immortals residing there, some individuals with their imaginations wandering? Instantly conjured images of legendary beings. The group hastened their pace, forming clusters of 3 or pairs of 2, many engaged in hushed discussions, eager to explore once they reached the inhabited area. That moment. Yifan noticed Lu Yi looking somewhat aggrieved and discontented. He inquired, "What troubles you, Yi?" Wang Yin took my prayer beads to examine them, and hasn't T returned them to me. Lu Yi expressed her feelings of injustice, tinged with anger. It was her. It must be Lu Yunji's instigation. Pangbo was immediately incensed. Wang Yin was the classmate always at Lu Yunji's side, persistently antagonizing Yifan and Pangbo. Yifan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and strode forward, confronting Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Changqing, extending his hand and demanding, "Hand them over." "What are you talking about?" Li Changqing retorted defiantly. "Spare me the nonsense. Return the prayer beads." Yifan's patience was waning, though he had been restraining himself. His anger, once unleashed, was formidable. "Oh, is that what you're referring to?" Wang Yin explained. "I merely played with them for a while, then grew fond and exchanged them with my copper bell for Yi's beads." Yifan turned to Lu Yi, noticing that others had also halted and turned their gaze towards her. I didn't exchange with her. She took my beads and forcefully shoved the copper bell into my hands." Lu Yi, visibly distressed, appeared uneasy under the scrutiny of the onlookers, exuding a vulnerable charm. "You mustn't say that. It was clearly you who agreed to the exchange," Wang Yin asserted. "Return them. I have no desire for further dialogue." At that moment, Yifan cast several glances at Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Changqing, stating, "I have lost all patience. We are on the brink of escape. Do not jeopardize yourselves." Li Changqing took a few steps forward, a smirk on his face, saying, "This is merely a matter between Lu Yi and Wang Yin. If they wish to exchange, what business is it of yours, Yifan?" Smack! Without uttering a word, Yifan swung his right hand forcefully, delivering a resounding slap to Li Changqing's face, leaving the onlookers stunned. Li Changqing flew back like a rag doll, tumbling over 2 meters, illustrating the sheer force behind that strike that he hit the ground. One side of his face swelling instantly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his mind spinning, and after a moment, he furiously shouted, "You!" Yet Yifan did not spare him a glance, his disdain palpable, as if he were invisible. "Hand them over!" Yifan reiterated, his gaze calm yet unwavering, directed at Lu Yunji and Wang Yan. Li Changqing struggled to rise, filled with rage, charging at Yifan with the intent to tear at his collar. Unfortunately for him, before he could grasp the edge of Yifan's garment, Yifan retaliated with another swift slap to the opposite side of his face, again ignoring him entirely, as if swatting a fly. Another resounding blow sent Li Changqing crashing against a sturdy tree, leaving him utterly dazed. "Hand them over!" Yifan continued, calmly fixated on Wang Yin and Lu Yunji. This time, Wang Yin was thoroughly intimidated, her eyes darting, unable to meet Yifan's gaze as she diverted her attention, mumbling, "I never said I wouldn't return them. I've been negotiating with her." Unfortunately, her confidence was waning, and as her words trailed off, she shifted her stance. "Since Yi has changed her mind, can I return them to her?" As she spoke, she began to remove the string of glistening beads from her wrist, prepared to hand them to Yifan. But it was Lu Yunji who interjected. "Yifan, you are being excessively domineering. What do you take Li Changqing for?" Only then did Li Changqing regain his composure, shouting loudly, ready to charge once more. Pangbo, observing from the sidelines, disdainfully scoffed. "You bring this upon yourself. Go ahead, try rushing him again." Upon hearing these words, Li Changqing hesitated, raising a ruckus from a distance, but not daring to advance further. Why do you treat Li Chongqing this way? Liu Yunzi said Yifa. What gives you the right to strike me? Li Chongqing shouted in fury. Do I really need to explain myself to an insect? I'll simply swat you away. Yi Fan's words were directed at Liu Yunji, still not sparing Li Chongqing a glance. What? What are you saying? At this moment, Li Chongqing's face had swelled, alternating between hues of blue and white. Nearly choking on his rage, he realized that Yi Fan regarded Liu Yunji with contempt and viewed him with even greater disdain, uninterested in engaging with him, which severely bruised his ego. Yi Fan extended his right hand forward, and Wang Yin hurriedly placed the prayer beads into his palm, avoiding eye contact as she stepped back a few paces. We all know that Yi has faced considerable hardships in recent years, suffering severe setbacks that have altered her character and mindset. She has become remarkably timid and insecure. Such psychological wounds require substantial time for healing that I hope you can restrain yourself. Be mindful of your words and actions, and refrain from bullying her in this situation. Have some decency. Yi Fan warned Wang Yin in a hushed tone. Upon hearing such heavy words, Wang Yin's face turned pale, a mixture of shame and anger evident, but more so, fear, as she retreated a few steps, unwilling to utter another word. Yi Fan, you have gone too far? Liu Yunji's expression darkened. The others observed the unfolding drama in silence, and just as it seemed Yi Fan was about to turn away, he unexpectedly swung his fist and struck Liu Yunji squarely in the face. In an instant, blood spewed from Liu Yunji's nose, his face blooming with red, as he fell backward to the ground. You! He could hardly fathom that Yi Fan would turn his aggression toward him. I've chosen not to hold this against you, yet you persistently provoke me. Do you truly believe I have a good temper? Yi Fan shot him a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with contempt, before turning to leave. Yi Fan. Liu Yunji gritted his teeth, lying on the ground, wiping the blood from his face, and shouted, You'll pay for this. Pang Bo, hearing this, rushed over, raising his foot to deliver a kick, exclaiming, Who are you telling to wait? What do you want? Speak up. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked Liu Yunji repeatedly, sending him sprawling far away, ultimately collapsing in a heap. The onlookers did not pause, continuing their journey, while Wang Yin helped Liu Yunji and Li Chongqing to their feet. The three trailing at the back of the group, that moment. Liu Yunji and Li Chongqing gritted their teeth, feeling the humiliation of having lost face. It was utterly mortifying. Simultaneously, they felt a genuine urge to spit blood, realizing that their previous actions meant nothing to Yi Fan, who regarded them with utter indifference. This casual disdain struck deeply at their pride, making them feel like mere clowns, dismissed as if they were insignificant, only swatted away when they became bothersome. The greatest blow was this: being treated like inconsequential beings, not even worthy opponents. An hour later, the group climbed over a low hill, finally catching sight of the distant mountain adorned with structures. And at that moment, the roars of beasts from the surrounding mountains grew increasingly loud, signaling that they were on the brink of exiting this ancient forbidden land. Let us walk a little further and then take a break. Having traversed the mountainous terrain for most of the day, the group indeed felt fatigued. After crossing another peak, they finally spotted birds soaring around them, swiftly entering a vibrant world filled with the sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts, lush vegetation, and abundant life. A stark contrast to the previous desolation. There's a rabbit and a badger. Upon encountering the wild animals, many could hardly contain their saliva, finding the mere consumption of wild fruits unbearably bland. Oh, look! There are inscriptions on that stone wall. At that moment, someone spotted a stone wall ahead, adorned with several enormous ancient characters. The first three characters were already familiar to the crowd, while the fourth character was finally confirmed to be. Why do we see these four characters again? Have we not exited the Forbidden Zone? No, on the contrary, it proves that we have indeed emerged. This must be the periphery of the ancient Forbidden Land, and we are finally safe from peril. Let us rest here for a while. I believe we will soon encounter signs of civilization. Among the group, 2 or 3 individuals gathered together, forming small circles as they sat down to ponder their plans for the outside world, clearly aware that they were destined to part ways. I will go see what Liu Yunji and the others are up to. They seem rather furtive, Pang Bo remarked as he stood and wandered into the nearby woods. Shortly thereafter, he returned and whispered a few words into Yi Fan's ear. As we are about to leave this mountainous region, it is certain that everyone will scatter. Moreover, this mysterious world likely harbors deities and immortal beings. Should those three gain power, it will inevitably spell disaster for us, that we must take thorough measures to prevent such a scenario. Yi Fan rose, speaking with an air of calmness, yet having already resolved the fates of the three individuals. Chapter 031. Thrown into the tiger's den, Wang Ziwen sat not far off, having caught a few faint words, and could not help but inquire of Yi Fan, "What is happening?" Yi Fan turned to Pang Bo and said, "Did you not record it on your phone? Play it for everyone to hear." At this juncture, the others had also become aware of the situation, all eyes turning towards Yi Fan. Pang Bo, fully cognizant of the need for a strategic approach, understood that if action were to be taken, it should be done openly. His expression darkened as he declared, "Lu Yunji, Li Chongqing, and Wang Yin are plotting against me and Yi Fan." At this proclamation, fury surged within him. These heartless wretches, having been spared time and again, remain oblivious to their folly, and now they seek our demise. As these words escaped his lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd, their gazes fixed upon him in confusion as they queried, "What is going on?" Pang Bo pressed a few buttons on his phone, and a recording played. "Damn it, I can't swallow this anger. It cannot be left unresolved." This was Li Chongqing's voice. Following that, Lu Yunji's ominous tone emerged, stating, "Let him live for a couple more days. I will surely find a way to kill him." "What? You want to kill both of them?" Li Chongqing and Wang Yin appeared utterly taken aback. "Indeed, it is either them or me." Though it was a recording, Lu Yunji's teeth were audibly gritted. "But we stand no chance against that seemingly docile brute. Especially with the imposing Pang Bo around. We are utterly powerless." Li Chongqing's voice was laced with frustration and resignation. Lu Yunji sneered, "Fear not. My Vajra pestle has manifested a hint of divine power. I believe that after one more night, it will grow stronger, allowing me to catch them off guard and eliminate them both." The phone then echoed with Li Chongqing's vehement declaration, "Very well, if that is the case. What is there to fear? We must ensure their demise. Wang Yin, when the time comes, you will apologize to Lu Yi and lure her aside, that I have a feeling her prayer beads are extraordinary and may retain a trace of divine power. Alas, your attempt to exchange with her ended in this debacle." Lu Yunji's voice dripped with dissatisfaction. "Fine." Wang Yan's tone had grown cold as she acquiesced to Lu Yunji's demands, that in a low, hoarse voice. Lu Yunji muttered to himself, "We cannot act in front of others. This complicates matters and requires careful planning." Clang! Pang Bo snapped his phone shut and declared, "Everyone has heard it, right? These three treacherous wolves aim to endanger both me and Yi Fan. Do not blame us for disregarding our past camaraderie." At that moment, Yi Fan strode forward, saying nothing. Pang Bo followed closely, joined by Zhang Xiling, while the others rose to accompany them into the woods. Upon witnessing Yi Fan and Pang Bo's determined approach, Li Chongqing and Wang Yin felt a surge of anxiety, while Lu Yunji's countenance darkened to an extreme. "Having spared you repeatedly and refrained from retaliation, yet you wish to bring about our demise. Should I let you go again, I, Pang Bo, would rather write my name backward." You speak nonsense." Li Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Yan's face turned ashen as she panically protested. "Wah! What are you talking about? I do not understand." Pang Bo said little more, replaying the recording once again. In that instant, both Wang Yin and Li Chongqing were thrown into a frenzy, while Lu Yunji's complexion began to pale as they found themselves unable to refute the ironclad evidence. "We were merely venting. How could this be taken seriously?" Li Chongqing shouted, now thoroughly terrified. "Venting? Do you presume the classmates present are but 3-year-olds? Everyone comprehends the situation at hand." Zhang Xiling, typically taciturn, interjected coldly. "Lu Yunji, your actions are utterly disgraceful. How could you harbor such malicious thoughts? Truly foolish." Wang Ziwen's expression turned grave. Lin Jia shook her head in dismay, stating, "We are all classmates. How can you be so cruel? This is beyond excessive." You would even wish harm upon classmates stranded in this world together. Where is your humanity? Others join in, condemning and berating the trio before them. Finally, Zhou Yi frowned and remarked, "Must it come to life and death among classmates? Apologize to Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately." Lu Yunji and the others looked as pale as ghosts, wishing in that moment to disappear into the ground. An apology is unnecessary. Insincerity yields no effect. Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Yi before turning to the assembly and declared, "They have already entertained such thoughts. If I were to remain calm in the face of this, I would be deceiving myself. With someone always seeking to find an opportunity to end our lives, I cannot be on guard every moment." With that, Yi Fan advanced resolutely. Lu Yunji's face drained of color, devoid of any blood, as he grasped the Vajra pestle tightly, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Wang Yin cried out in alarm. What? What do you intend to do?" Li Changqing also displayed signs of fear, his demeanor frantic as he urged Lu Yunji. "Hurry! Use the Vajra pestle." The three understood that this time, Yi Fan would not overlook their presence. Yet they knew that any retaliatory action would not end well. Pang Bo followed closely, but Yi Fan halted him, asserting, "This time, I will take on the role of the villain, and I shall see it through." With that, he seized the large brass plaque from Pang Bo's hands. Holding it with one hand, he advanced menacingly. "Do not approach!" Wang Yin screamed, while Yi Fan paid her no heed, first advancing towards Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. That moment, Lu Yunji suddenly shoved Li Changqing forward towards Yi Fan, using him as a shield, before wielding the Vajra pestle and swinging it with all his might, shouting, "Die!" Bang! Yi Fan swung the large brass plaque like a scythe, striking Li Changqing with such force that he soared through the air, landing a good 4 or 5 meters away, a testament to the tremendous strength behind it. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that Yi Fan truly lived up to the moniker of brute, his might astonishingly formidable. Pang Bo, gazing at the crumpled form of Li Changqing, taunted, "Is this what you call your righteous Yunji? At a critical moment, he pushes you out to take the hit. Truly commendable." Li Changqing felt as though half of his body were in excruciating pain. Certain that several bones had fractured, he struggled to rise but was pinned down by Pang Bo's foot. Unable to move, clang. At that instant, Yi Fan brought the brass plaque crashing down upon the Vajra pestle. A faint shimmer of divine light flickered in Lu Yunji's grip, yet it was utterly insufficient to withstand such overwhelming force. The brass plaque in Yi Fan's hand, though devoid of any radiant glow, wielded incredible might, shaking as if it were a copper mountain in motion. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding metallic sounds echoed as Yi Fan pinned Lu Yunji to the ground, forcing him to kneel, his arms seemingly broken. Convulsing as the Vajra pestle tumbled aside, collected by Yi Fan to this juncture, Zhang Xiling approached, bringing Wang Yin closer. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yunji's face was as pale as snow, crushed beneath the weight of the heavy brass plaque. Kneeling before Yi Fan, Yi Fan smiled blandly and replied, "What do I intend? To ensure peace of mind henceforth, free from the burden of being hunted." What are you planning?" Lu Yunji was now entirely panicked, shouting to the distant crowd, "We are classmates. Do not let him act recklessly. Have you heard of an ancient form of punishment, specifically devised for the most vicious offenders, to be crushed to death beneath a massive stone or cliff?" "You. Please no." Lu Yunji screamed in terror, yet found himself powerless to resist as Yi Fan lifted him effortlessly, akin to a chick, and led him out of the woods, bringing him before the stone wall inscribed with the 4 ancient characters. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling, each grasping Li Changqing and Wang Yin, followed closely behind. "No help, please!" The 3 cried out in terror. "Yi Fan, this is excessive. While they may be in the wrong, they are still our classmates. You cannot dispose of their lives so rashly." Zhou Yi's expression was one of displeasure as he opened his mouth to interject. "Indeed, let us not act rashly. After all, we are talking about 3 lives. Even if they are in the wrong, they should not be condemned to death. Let us afford them another chance for redemption." Several others echoed his sentiments. Yi Fan turned to face the crowd, stating, "In truth, I do not wish to resort to such measures. However, granting them a path to survival would, in essence, pave my own path to demise. Suddenly, Yi Fan's demeanor faltered as he noticed a cave in the stone wall, where two tiger cubs, their bodies adorned with swirling stripes, bared their teeth at him. Though they were merely a foot in length, they already exuded the aura of feral beast saber-toothed tigers. Yi Fan was taken aback. This species had long been extinct on Earth. And yet here they were before him. Despite their juvenile appearance, the glint of their sharp, elongated fangs was unmistakable. This was the den of the saber-toothed tigers, and with adult tigers absent on a hunt. The group was fortunate to be unharmed at this moment. Aside from Zhou Yi's admonitions, others voiced their concerns, urging, Yi Fan, do not act impulsively. Give them another chance. Killing fellow students is hardly justifiable. After observing the cave's interior, Yi Fan turned back to the others, proclaiming, I have refrained from holding grudges against them, yet they persistently harbor malicious intent, seeking to endanger both myself and Peng Biok why actions are purely a matter of self-preservation. However, if the group desires to avoid infighting among students, I shall heed your counsel and grant them one more opportunity. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo was immediately discontented, exclaiming, Another chance? Are we merely waiting to be harmed? Yi Fan shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at Pang Bo, and instructed, Let us bind these three first and leave them here for a while. We cannot allow these perilous individuals to accompany us any longer. Though Pang Bo was reluctant, he understood Yi Fan well enough to recognize that there was a deeper strategy at play, and thus he refrained from further protest. Lu Yunji, being held by Yi Fan, remained oblivious to the two cubs lurking behind him, unaware of the reason for Yi Fan's shift in attitude, and felt a surge of relief at the prospect of survival. Soon, Lu Yunji, Li Chongqing, and Wang Yin were securely bound with their own belts and strips of torn clothing. Finally, at Yi Fan's insistence, their mouths were also gagged while Yi Fan dragged Lu Yunji to the cave's entrance and unceremoniously tossed him inside. When Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling approached, they were left utterly astonished. The two cubs were indeed baring their teeth within. This was a tiger's den. Pang Bo's earlier reluctance evaporated, nearly prompting him to cry out in shock as he comprehended Yi Fan's reasoning. Throwing the three into the tiger's lair was the most fitting form of punishment. Surely, an adult tiger would return soon. Woo-woo. Lu Yunji's face turned ashen, his desperate cries reduced to mere whimpers, unable to articulate any coherent words. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling followed suit, casting Li Chongqing and Wang Yin into the tiger den as well. Under the guidance of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Zhang Xiling, the group hastily set off, recognizing that lingering here was ill-advised. After traversing 2 or 3 miles, the earth-shattering roar of a tiger echoed from behind them. Chapter 032. The passage of time and beauty, fading the roar of the tiger reverberated through the air, leaves swirling in chaos, the immense sound resonating in the mountains like thunderous applause. Akin to a deluge in tumultuous flow, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This was precisely where they had paused moments before. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing were doomed. Trapped within the den and certainly not to survive, especially under the wrath of a mother tiger nurturing her young. The pallor of the others' faces deepened, having barely escaped the ancient forbidden ground only to confront such formidable beasts anew. Who could say what further dangers awaited them? In retrospect, the ominous darkness of the forbidden realm, while terrifying, had at least offered some measure of safety during daylight hours. Having narrowly escaped the grasp of the crocodile ancestors and braved numerous perils, we have traversed the desolate cosmos only to lose our lives in this vibrant realm. How lamentable and unworthy, Zhou Yi remarked, gazing at the distant mountains. The tiger's roar was undoubtedly provoked by Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing. A chilling wave swept through the group as they envisioned a gruesome scene of the ferocious tiger tearing apart 3 bodies. Its claws and gleaming saber-like teeth drenched in blood, devouring flesh, a horrifying thought that sent chills down their spines. Let us depart, they urged, recognizing that lingering here was perilous, for a fierce tiger claimed dominion over this territory. After rushing another 4 or 5 miles, the group finally exhaled in relief. This forest is eerily silent. Could we have unwittingly returned to the ancient forbidden land? Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun. The primordial woods enveloped in silence, devoid of birdsong or animal calls, and not a single butterfly danced in the air. It was as though all wildlife had vanished, though they had not strayed from their path. An unsettling feeling gripped the group, compelling them to tread with heightened caution. After traversing approximately 2,000 meters, the ancient trees began to thin, revealing a more open expanse of terrain, solid and dry. Resembling marble beneath their feet, utterly barren of vegetation save for a few colossal boulders. What lies ahead is shrouded in darkness. What could that be? It appears to be a massive black lake. The great stones had obscured their view. But as they navigated through the rocky outcroppings, the scene before them took their breath away, that a vast lake stretched out, eerily still as iron, not a ripple disturbing its surface. The most astonishing aspect was its color. An inky black, reminiscent of thick ink, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Now I comprehend. Such malevolent waters do exist. This black lake is profoundly discomforting. I have never encountered such darkness in a body of water, someone remarked. The lake was devoid of any signs of life, and the surrounding rocky terrain had become a barren wasteland where not even a weed could grow. This place felt like a forbidden zone for existence. It seems as though there is a sound, a female classmate whispered, her voice trembling, her complexion paling. That moment, the others began to hear a faint, peculiar noise, a deep, sorrowful groan. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed, as if something hard had broken apart. There! Over there! Lu pointed, her face drained of color, indicating the edge of the black lake, where a massive stone lay across the shore. It appeared as though something was lying behind the boulder. Only partially visible, its thick skin resembling cold, black metal, with a quality akin to black gold. What on earth is that? The group stood in shock. Forget it. We must leave this place at once. The ominous black lake and the barren, unyielding terrain suggested that dwelling here was ill-advised. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed once more, the low, anguished roar growing more desperate, as though it were struggling, before it suddenly surged forward, crashing into the massive stone. The boulder, standing 7 or 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long, was overturned and rolled into the inky depths of the lake, sending up a cascade of dark waves. Only then did they finally glimpse the creature. Measuring no more than 3 meters in length and less than 1.5 meters in height, it was not the gigantic beast they had imagined. Yet it was precisely this that made it all the more astonishing. A 3-meter-long body capable of toppling a boulder 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters high was a terrifying display of strength. What manner of beast is this? The group had never encountered such a creature, devoid of fur or scales, appearing as though it had been forged from molten iron, its entire form glistening with a metallic sheen that was not even 3 meters long. Resembling a dark mass of iron, exuding an aura of unyielding power, at first glance, it appeared akin to a robust bull, yet upon closer inspection, it was markedly different. It bore 9 sharp horns, each more fearsome than the last, gleaming ominously. Additionally, it possessed 5 eyes, which glimmered with a sanguine light. Its wide maw revealed dagger-like fangs, each over half a foot long, glinting menacingly, radiating an aura of brutal ferocity. This was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a beast that exuded an inherent savagery that left them trembling at the mere sight. It appears to be shedding its skin. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, speaking in hushed tones that on the creature's back, a gaping wound was slowly splitting open, revealing a portion of its newly formed body, even darker and shinier, as if crafted from black gold. Let us flee. While it is preoccupied with shedding its skin, we must distance ourselves from this place. It was a peculiar sight to witness such a growth process occurring in a ferocious beast, evoking a sense of the uncanny. Fortunately, it was engaged in this transformation. Otherwise, the group could scarcely imagine the horrifying consequences that if the thunderous roar of the tiger were to return, it would likely cower like a mere kitten before this abominable creature, capable of effortlessly hurling a 7 or 8 meter high boulder into the lake. Just how formidable and unpredictable this beast was remained unfathomable. Having narrowly escaped danger, the group circumvented the dark lake, the low, anguished roars receding into the distance until they faded away. As they ascended a low hill, the distant peaks came into clearer view. The structures there appeared grandiose, an array of palatial edifices stretching as far as the eye could see, resembling celestial palaces that had descended to the earth. I can't help but feel an overwhelming heat in my body, a female classmate shyly confided to another girl beside her. "I feel the same way," came the response. At that moment, everyone began to notice the alarming condition of one another. Their skin was terrifyingly red, as if it were about to bleed, and an unbearable heat surged within them, as though a fierce fire were consuming their insides. This was not simply a result of the weather. Something was gravely wrong with their bodies. The sensation of searing pain intensified, as if they were trapped in an oven. "I can't bear it. I feel so awful," one girl cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, "It hurts so much. My flesh feels as if it is withering away." She was unable to control herself, tears streaming down her face as she writhed on the ground. Soon after, a second and third classmate succumbed to the unbearable sensation, their bodies turning crimson, blood seeping from their skin as they fell to the ground, rolling in torment. What on earth is happening? Everyone became acutely aware of the dire situation. At that moment, none could stand. Nearly all of them collapsed, emitting cries of pain, as if their flesh were being flayed from their bodies, every nerve ending ablaze with agony. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, screaming and rolling about, leaving trails of blood on the ground. "I don't want to die," another voice wailed in terror. This was an unforeseen calamity, and no one understood why it was happening. Completely oblivious to their own condition, feeling as though they were being slowly dismembered. "Just let me die. I can't endure this any longer." Struggling, weeping, rolling, and shouting, many were on the brink of despair, their cries echoing as the excruciating pain dulled their senses. Ultimately, a layer of crimson energy enveloped them all, as if flames of blood were igniting. The violent thrashing and anguished screams shattered the tranquility of the mountains, startling nearby birds and beasts into flight. This was a torment beyond human comprehension, akin to being trapped in hell, enduring the most tragic of tortures that in the end, the agony rendered everyone unconscious, and not a single soul could maintain their sanity. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until the mountains slowly settled into silence, the sounds of tormented groans dissipating. 2 hours later, Yi Fan, lying in the grass, was the first to awaken. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air. He quickly sat up, feeling no pain, and even brimming with vitality, as if he possessed limitless energy, capable of tearing apart a saber-toothed tiger. However, he soon noticed something amiss. His clothes had grown larger, hanging loosely on his frame. Extending his hands from the oversized sleeves, he gasped in shock upon seeing them. Were these truly his hands? They had shrunk several sizes, appearing youthful and smooth, utterly unlike an adult's hands. The Yi Fan quickly rose to his feet, finding everything astonishingly surreal. His clothes hung off him like those of a performer. Yet it was not that his garments had enlarged, but rather that his body had diminished, now resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old. At that moment, Beidou stirred nearby, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Yi Fan standing a short distance away, he was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you, little brat? Where did you come from? What the hell? Why are you wearing Yi Fan's clothes?" As he spoke, a sense of unease washed over him, and he quickly rolled over to sit up, then sprang to his feet, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. "Why have my clothes grown larger? No, why has my body shrunk?" He stared wide-eyed at Yi Fan, stammering, You are Yi Fan?" He covered his mouth, realizing his voice had become increasingly juvenile, filled with a childlike quality. Yi Fan, equally dazed, gazed at Beidou, who appeared to be a youthful and naive boy, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, with faint traces of the adult Beidou still visible. "What has happened to us?" Beidou approached Yi Fan, shouting in excitement, clearly overwhelmed. "I think we may have regressed to childhood," Yi Fan speculated, astonished and baffled, left to draw such a conclusion, as both of them now appeared remarkably youthful, a stark contrast to their former selves. Can you believe such absurdity could happen to us? Pang Bo shouted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfathomable circumstances. Let us check on the others, Yi Fan urged, beckoning him to ascend the mountain. They had tumbled down several dozen meters, but fortunately, the slope was gentle, and the area was densely wooded. Otherwise, they could have faced grave danger. It was unimaginable how violently they had struggled moments ago, and even now, the memory of that pain sent shivers down their spines. Upon reaching the summit, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo were struck dumb. Pang Bo exclaimed, "Who are these weary old men and women?" What they beheld nearly petrified them, sending chills down their spines. A dozen bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their heads starkly visible, each one bearing wrinkled, aged skin, appearing extraordinarily decrepit. Yet these figures were dressed in the familiar attire of their classmates, aged to the point where claiming they were 70 or 80 would not be an exaggeration. Their appearances grotesquely frail. Could they be Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, and the others? Time had taken its toll, and they stood parched and speechless at the mountain's peak. Yi Fan gazed at the elderly figures before him, unable to articulate his thoughts. They were unmistakably familiar classmates, yet transformed into this frightening state. Pang Bo was equally stunned, gripped by fear and anxiety at the thought of becoming like them. His heart sinking, they hurried over to assess the situation of those present, relieved to find that everyone was still breathing, devoid of any immediate danger. Oh! Pang Bo suddenly spotted Lu Yi among the grass. She showed no signs of aging, still as delicate and gentle as before, her eyes closed, appearing pitifully vulnerable. This brought joy to both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who had maintained a close relationship with Lu Yi since their school days and naturally wished to shield her from harm. Beneath an ancient tree, Yi Fan discovered Zhang Xiling, who appeared to be in his 40s, having seemingly lost a few years, but not nearly as aged as Zhou Yi and the others. Xiling has transformed into a rather dashing uncle, better than becoming an old man, I suppose. Yi Fan and Pang Bo whispered to each other. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi awoke, her mouth agape in shock upon seeing Yi Fan and Pang Bo's appearances. Soon, Zhang Xiling also regained consciousness, and upon realizing his predicament, he let out a loud cry, struggling to accept the transformation from a youthful man to a stout uncle. Xiling, don't panic. Just look at their current state, and you'll find solace in your own, Yi Fan reassured him. At the mention of Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others, Zhang Xiling froze, realizing that there were even more tragic fates than his own. How could this happen? He muttered, still in disbelief, though now far less despondent than before. Among the dozen individuals present, Yi Fan and Pang Bo had reverted to their youthful selves. Lu Yi remained unchanged, while Zhang Xiling had lost 2 decades, and the others had aged into frail old men and women. Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, both recalling the translucent red fruit they had consumed, which had initially seemed fragrant and revitalizing. In retrospect, that fruit was extraordinary, bordering on the miraculous, for reasons unknown. Everyone else had aged, while only those who had consumed that peculiar fruit had resisted the ravages of time. What force could have robbed them of their youth and vitality? Ben Bulpanda? Perplexed, I suspect it has something to do with that ancient forbidden place, Yi Fan conjectured. The name alone suggested a connection to ancient times, a place that had existed since antiquity, shunned even by birds and beasts. A desolate realm steeped in death, undoubtedly a site of great malice. Yet they had emerged unscathed, which seemed contrary to reason, rendering the term ancient forbidden place somewhat misleading. Indeed, it must be related to that ancient forbidden place. Pang Bo finally grasped the crux of the matter. According to their shared hypothesis, a terrifying force within the ancient forbidden place had siphoned away the youth and vitality of the others. But why did this only manifest after they had exited? That remained a mystery. Perhaps it is akin to a curse. Maybe entering the ancient forbidden place triggers it, and regardless of whether one escapes, once the time for the curse arrives, there is no escape. Yi Fan and Pang Bo could only feel grateful. Had they not consumed a few of those extraordinary fruits, they too might have succumbed to age. After some time, The others gradually regained consciousness, and the mountaintop erupted with anguished cries that sent shivers down the spine, soon followed by a chorus of sobbing. To age prematurely, to see one's youth wither away, was undoubtedly one of the most tragic experiences imaginable. In their 20s, the prime of life, they suddenly found themselves with white hair and deep wrinkles, leaving them in despair, almost wishing for death. "Why have I become like this?" Zhou quavered, reaching out a trembling hand to touch his wrinkled skin, plucking a strand of withered white hair as he emitted a voice laden with age. Shouting, "Why?" Beside him, Wang Zuan trembled as he assessed his physical condition. His eyes were clouded, and the bags beneath them resembled the size of pigeon eggs, rendering him exceedingly haggard. In a quavering voice, he uttered, "I cannot believe this." Lin Jia was on the verge of collapse. Her piercing scream startled the birds in the mountains, sending them scattering in all directions. A woman's beauty is her foremost essence. And for an attractive woman, her appearance holds even greater significance. For someone like her, naturally endowed with grace and alluring charm, the sudden realization that her once pristine skin had lost its luster, becoming coarse and aged, was more agonizing than death itself. On the other side, Li Xiaoman felt similarly, tormented to the brink of suicide. That if she had once been a delicate and ethereal lotus flower, she now resembled nothing more than a dried-up lotus leaf. Her flowing tresses turned to gray, lacking brilliance and vitality, withering like mere weeds. Her skin was riddled with wrinkles, sagging and loose, her eyes cloudy, and her face marred with deep lines upon seeing Yi Fan approach. Li Xiaoman screamed, "Stay away!" She covered her face with her hands, weeping incessantly, and then buried her head between her knees. Yi Fan refrained from approaching her to avoid further distress, instead raising his voice to reassure the others, "Do not despair. Even deities exist in this world. What is impossible? There must be a solution." The mountaintop was shrouded in a pall of sorrow. Many were in unbearable pain, especially upon witnessing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, two boys of merely 11 or 12 years, which was an immense shock. While the majority had aged drastically, these two appeared rejuvenated, a contrast that made many hearts bleed. "Oh my God, damn it!" Kide exclaimed in a fit of rage, expressing his profound sorrow in a mix of Chinese and foreign tongues. "Calm down, my friend," Pang Bo said, approaching him and patting his shoulder unceremoniously. "Growing old together with the one you love is the most romantic thing in the world." Kai burst into tears like a child, lamenting, "My girlfriend is not here. This is anything but romantic." Pang Bo was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Li Xiaoman, yet chose to say nothing as he walked towards others. "Yi Fan, why haven't you aged?" He was the first to regain composure. His eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, two beams of light emanating from his murky gaze. The others also momentarily set aside their grief, turning to look at them. Pang Bo felt uncomfortable with Zhou Yi's words and retorted, "I say, Grandpa Zhou, you aren't suspecting us of foul play, are you? If we had such powers, we would simply seal the fate of the world. Why bother pretending to be mortals?" Lin Jia ceased her weeping, gazing earnestly at Yi Fan, almost pleadingly. "Yi Fan, tell me the truth. How can we regain our youth? How did you manage it?" In response, Yi Fan could only offer her comfort and hope, for that strange red fruit had long been consumed, and no other means remained. "Let us leave this place and head for that celestial palace." Zhou trembled as he stood, pointing toward the distant mountain where palatial structure sprawled, resembling a heavenly abode descended to the earthly realm. Though his body had aged, his mind remained sharp, clearly identifying the only hope before them, that if there were immortal beings there, all could be resolved. The crowd helped one another as they descended the mountain. Many were frail and moved with great difficulty, prompting Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to run back and forth to assist. "Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Wang, I'll help you both," Pang Bo said, walking between them, one arm around each elder. Wang Ziwen managed a bitter smile, while Zhou remained expressionless. For reasons unknown, Li Xiaoman opted to let Yi Fan support her, yet along the way, she said nothing, only weeping continuously, nearly fainting from her tears. "What is happening?" Why is there still a mountain in between? Yi Fan and the others sensed something amiss, despite having only one mountain separating them from the celestial palace. After laboriously climbing over one peak, they still found another mountain ahead, as if nothing had changed. Since not long ago, no matter how we advance, the distance between us and that celestial palace seems to remain unchanged. What could be the cause? They looked again, pressed forward, and climbed over another mountain. Yet the situation persisted to this moment. Realization dawned upon everyone. It was impossible to draw nearer. It is time to make a choice. Perhaps we should no longer pursue that direction. It seems to be an unreachable labyrinth. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted through the air as the trees rustled, that a fearsome black beast, standing 5 meters tall, leapt toward them, its claws glinting ominously. Its body was covered in dense black fur. Half a foot long, striking terror into all present, it resembled an ape, yet its head was grotesque, adorned with a beak over a foot long, akin to a monstrous bird spirit previously unseen by anyone. Most in attendance were instantly filled with dread, and 2 individuals collapsed to the ground. The sight of such a monstrous creature charging forth was terrifying. If it caught them, they would surely be torn apart. Yi Fan, be careful, Pang Bo shouted, as Yi Fan was in the line of fire. In a panic, Pang Bo brandished the copper plaque from the Great Thundersound Temple and rushed forward to Yi Fan swiftly pushed the 2 people beside him aside. Wielding the Vajra pestle he had received from Lu Yun's, and swung it forcefully. Bah! The Vajra pestle collided with the beast's glimmering claw, bending its paw at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Everyone stood in stunned silence, attributing the feat to the power of the Vajra pestle. Yet only Yi Fan understood that the last vestige of divine power in the pestle had been exhausted by Lu Yun's. And this blow was solely a result of his own immense strength. He was astonished. If it had been his former self, he could never have mustered such power. However, ever since he had regained his youth not long ago, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if he possessed the strength of a tiger or the might of an elephant. The beast let out an ear-splitting shriek. Its beak opened wide, lunging fiercely at Yi Fan, while its other claw came crashing down. Yi Fan moved with unparalleled swiftness, evading the attack and darting behind the beast, then swung the Vajra pestle down onto its back with tremendous force. The sound of bones shattering resonating through the air. Bang! It was unfathomable how great the force was. The 5-meter-tall black beast was sent flying like a puppet, hurtling 8 or 9 meters away before crashing to the ground, struggling briefly before becoming motionless. The crowd was agape, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The savage creature had diminished in size, now resembling an 11 or 12-year-old boy, appearing more refined and tranquil, yet its strength and speed had reached a terrifying level, leaving them in shock. All breathed a sigh of relief, discussing amongst themselves, puzzled as to how Yi Fan could possess such divine strength, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy. As twilight descended and the final rays of sunlight vanished, the group, undeterred, climbed over yet another mountain, only to discover the distance to the celestial palace remained unchanged. That moment, despair enveloped them, and they resolved to cease their pursuit. Just then, a radiant beam of color appeared in the sky, resembling a magnificent rainbow slicing through the heavens, standing out vividly against the dimming sky. What is that? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Within the beam of light was a figure, soaring through the sky, impossibly defying the realm of mortals. With a sudden shift, the rainbow light changed direction and dashed toward them at an astonishing speed, akin to a rainbow crossing the sky in an instant. In midair, a beam measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters long stood upright, dazzling and crystalline, akin to a flawless gemstone. Within it was a young woman, 18 or 19 years of age, her beauty akin to jade. Her figure tall and slender, with a delicate waist and straight legs. Her light blue dress flowed naturally, exuding an ethereal grace. All were momentarily transfixed. This youthful beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by worldly strife, emanated an otherworldly charm, akin to a pure white lotus adorned with dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus atop a snowy peak, invoking a sense of transcending earthly existence. While the world is not devoid of breathtakingly beautiful women, it is rare to find one with such an ethereal presence, as if she had leapt from the mundane world and fused with the pristine realm of nature. The enchanting maiden hovered serenely, gazing down at the crowd. She spoke a melodious phrase that required contemplation before its meaning became clear, inquiring about their identities. Her speech bore a resemblance to ancient Chinese, imbued with a gentle tone that necessitated careful interpretation. "We are a group of unfortunate souls. Are you a celestial being? Can you save us?" A female classmate suddenly cried out, her form withered, skin wrinkled, and aged. Upon encountering what seemed to be a celestial maiden, she immediately wept for assistance. Lin Jia and Li Xiaoman also stepped forward, their faces radiant with hope. Once exceedingly beautiful and proud women, they now faced such devastation that it felt worse than death, especially upon gazing at such a strikingly lovely maiden, intensifying their yearning to restore their beauty. In midair, the radiant light sparkled, as if capturing a segment of the rainbow's essence, coalescing into a magnificent jewel that encased an ethereal girl within it. In truth, the crystal-like rainbow beam had not solidified. It merely appeared to possess texture. The maiden within was utterly unrestrained. Her raven tresses cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gently in the air, and her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, appeared hazy and shrouded in a delicate mist. Her skin was as white as snow, glistening with a lustrous sheen, exuding an ethereal beauty. "Have you ventured into the ancient forbidden lands?" came another softly spoken, melodious inquiry, prompting the onlookers to ponder for a moment before grasping the meaning of her archaic Chinese expression. "Indeed, we escaped from there," replied a classmate, her visage aged and tearful, casting a helpless glance skyward, her expression pleading. For a woman, such a tragic occurrence was the gravest of blows, leaving her utterly disoriented, speaking without consideration. Upon hearing this, the girl in the radiant light revealed a calm, yet tempestuous expression, her countenance betraying profound astonishment. "To have emerged alive from such a place is truly remarkable," she murmured softly. As her gaze flitted between Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Pang Bo, and Yi Fan, she seemed to recall something, her astonishment deepening as she urgently inquired, "Is this your true age?" "No, we are not so aged. We do not understand why we have lost decades of youth, yet still retain vitality," a male classmate answered eagerly, his eyes fixed on the maiden in the air with a mix of anxiety and hope. However, the girl did not turn her attention to him, as if she was already aware of their loss of youth and vitality. Directing her inquiries instead toward Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yi Fan responded, "We were originally in our 20s, yet some have aged while others have regained their youth." "Is that truly so?" The maiden in the air gazed at Yi Fan and Pang Bo with wide-eyed astonishment, her focus unwavering as she pressed. "Did you consume a certain red fruit, glistening and vibrant?" Yi Fan was certain that the extraordinary fruit they had eaten matched her description, and there was no denying it. For Zhou Yi and others had witnessed it as well. He nodded in affirmation. The girl in the air regarded Yi Fan and Pang Bo with an expression of intrigue, as if appraising rare treasures. Yet this attention left both young men feeling somewhat uneasy. "Pray tell, is there hope for those who have aged?" Wang Ziwen, unable to maintain her composure in such circumstances, expressed a deep desire to know if she could reclaim her youth. "Do not despair. While restoring your appearance may prove challenging, you have gained much in the process that in the outside world. Many will vie for your attention," the maiden continued, noticing the peculiar expressions among the crowd. "Fear not, for being sought after is not a misfortune. Rather, it is an opportunity for you." "I only wish to restore my appearance," lamented a female classmate, her tears flowing, feeling utterly devoid of the will to live after such an aging transformation. "Very well, I shall first lead you away from this ancient forest." The mysterious maiden waved her hand gently, and a cascade of radiant light enveloped the assembly, lifting them slowly into the air to stand alongside her. This indeed was a realm shrouded in mystery. The onlookers speculated it must be the work of celestial sorcery. This place is exceedingly distant from any signs of civilization. It would be nearly impossible for you to traverse it on foot. Within this primal forest dwell many fearsome beasts, and even I would have to choose to circumvent them upon encountering. Pang Bo remarked, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Are you not from the celestial palace beyond? Celestial palace. The maiden in the air displayed a look of confusion. What celestial palace do you speak of? Pang Bo pointed toward the distant mountains, saying, is there not a multitude of grand halls there, stretching endlessly, their magnificence overwhelming, with countless celestial cranes soaring amidst them? The legends are indeed true, the maiden remarked, her expression shifting intriguingly. What legends did you not see? Indeed, I saw nothing. The girl, amidst the colorful radiance, fell into contemplation, saying, the ancient forbidden lands, an ancient desolation, a realm of life and death. Throughout history, those who ventured therein and emerged alive all spoke of witnessing a celestial palace, tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach. The group, upon hearing this, came to a realization. Their experiences corroborated the maiden's account. Someone inquired, could it be merely an illusory specter? Not an illusion. Only at specific times and through extraordinary means can one genuinely approach the celestial palace. However, such immense fortune is seldom bestowed upon ordinary individuals. It is a hope forever distant. Zhou Yi, deeply concerned about his own fate, queried, what becomes of those who unwittingly enter the ancient forbidden lands? Some have emerged alive. What is their ultimate destiny? The maiden, as elegant as a snow-white jade tree, cast a calm gaze upon him and replied, to enter the realm of life and death is to face 100 deaths for every life spared. Even if one emerges alive, their hair turns white as frost, and their life approaches its conclusion. Yet, their sea of suffering shall be awakened. Should they embark upon the path of cultivation, they may achieve twice the result with half the effort. Can one restore their youth? It is difficult, but not entirely impossible that as cultivation deepens, vitality naturally strengthens. Upon reaching a certain realm, one might alter their appearance. Her words ignited a spark of hope within many. What lies within the ancient forbidden lands? What forces caused us to lose our youth? Wang Ziwen could not suppress her curiosity, a question that troubled many present, filled with both hatred and helplessness. This question has ancient roots throughout history. Many have pondered it, yet none have been able to provide a definitive answer. The maiden guided the group swiftly through the air, the surrounding brilliance resembling a rainbow slicing through the heavens. The soft glow shielding them from fierce winds, allowing for unimpeded conversation. She continued, it is said that beneath the abyss of the realm of life and death exists desolation, akin to an ancient entity. Or perhaps a terrifying force. Has no one ever sought to explore it? Yi Fan could not contain his inquiry. Since ancient times, countless have ventured to explore, yet almost invariably, they met with annihilation, the enigmatic maiden replied. Glancing back at the primordial forest, every inch of that land has been stained with blood, once a mountain of corpses, all of which belonged to formidable masters that in the past a certain celestial sect. At the peak of its historical might, dispatched all its resources, gathering tens of thousands of powerful cultivators to breach the ancient forbidden lands in pursuit of that elusive artifact. Yet, tens of thousands perished there, nearly erasing that celestial sect from existence, with only a handful managing to return, their lineage nearly severed. Such horror? Pang Bo gasped in disbelief. That is a land soaked in endless bloodshed. It is lamentable that the once great celestial sect saw not only tens of thousands of mighty cultivators vanish, but also several peak experts become desolate slaves beneath the ancient abyss. Forever enslaved. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but envision the terrifying specter of a fearsome entity, brandishing immense iron chains, likely the very so-called desolate slaves. The vibrant rainbow soared swiftly, racing through the air, as the endless primal forest receded beneath them. Yet, even after an hour of flight, they finally reached the forest's edge. By this time, darkness had fallen, revealing a distant town aglow with lights as they approached. Several beams of radiant light shot skyward, each of a different hue, within which stood figures. Vivi has returned. What discoveries have been made surrounding the ancient forbidden lands? experts from various paradisiacal realms have been dispatched, seemingly in search of something. Have you encountered them? Since our ancestors have sensed the ancient forbidden lands, the powerful beings from those paradisiacal realms would certainly have noticed as well. The figures within the radiant beams were several elders, likely the relatives of the girl named Vivi. Who are these individuals? Could they be those who unwittingly entered the ancient forbidden lands and returned alive? Upon receiving an affirmative response from the girl named Vivi, the elders erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, indeed, their sea of suffering has been activated. They are excellent candidates for cultivation. The group quickly descended into the town, entering a brightly lit hall. Why are they so young? Upon seeing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the elders displayed expressions of disbelief. Could it be they consumed that legendary fruit? This is impossible, an elder exclaimed in astonishment. The 9 sacred mountains encircle the ancient abyss. It is said that each sacred mountain harbors a divine spring and a unique sacred fruit, totaling 9 divine springs and 9 sacred fruits. Attaining even one could transform one's very being. Yet how could these mere mortals possibly approach there? Why do you not speak? An elderly man's gaze suddenly became piercingly sharp. Even if we were to tell you the truth, would you believe us? Yi Fan calmly addressed the assembly in the hall, articulating, "Our homeland lies far from here. Merely by ascending an ancient mountain, we have arrived at the other side of the world. Unaware of our whereabouts, unable to look back and reminisce." Several elders exchanged glances and one nodded in understanding, stating, "It is comprehensible. Undoubtedly, an extraordinary power has been laid upon that ancient mountain, capable of rendering the sun and moon dark and shifting the stars in an instant. Yet, such a means is truly terrifying." Since the elders ceased their inquiries, Yi Fan and his companions refrained from mentioning the 9 Dragons Coffin or their transcendence through the desolate cosmos to the other side of the starry sky. At this moment, the copper lamp, bowl, ancient bell, and other relics in Yi Fan's hands caught the elder's attention. "What is this?" One elder's expression sharpened as he took the copper lamp from Yi Fan, examining it with meticulous care. After a long silence, he sighed deeply, saying, "A remarkably sophisticated technique. I suspect the wick has birthed a divine essence. Yet alas, it is now rendered useless, devoid of any discernible pathways within." Subsequently, he scrutinized the bowl, ancient bell, copper plaque, and others, his face reflecting astonishment and regret, repeatedly lamenting, "These were once treasures. How could they all be rendered worthless? The valuable Tao patterns within have been utterly destroyed, rendering any attempt to uncover this technique futile. How did you acquire these items?" The elders appeared genuinely pained, their faces etched with regret, and they sighed continuously. This moment, Yi Fan remained silent. His prior words had been impeccably crafted, even if Zhou Yi and others were to disclose the truth later. His statements did not contradict the facts, yet the current situation was different. Someone followed his lead, responding that these divine relics were obtained from the ancient mountain imbued with power, and they had inexplicably entered the desolate forbidden zone without relinquishing them. It was evident that not only did Yi Fan wish to withhold information about the other side of the starry sky, but others also understood the gravity of the matter and refrained from speaking carelessly. "I see. I am increasingly intrigued by the ancient mountain you speak of and yearn to explore it," an elder remarked, his eyes narrowing in a smile, uncertain whether his intrigue was genuine or laced with skepticism. "Where exactly did you reside? Can you provide a general area?" Another elder inquired. At this point, the assembly largely aligned with Yi Fan's narrative, collectively fabricating a story, with a female classmate claiming to hail from the Western region. "The Western region. Thus, you come from the vast and boundless Western desert." One elder furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "To traverse from the Western desert to the Eastern wilderness is an unfathomable distance. Even if I were to soar through the skies, it would likely take me 30 years. Who possesses such extraordinary talents to establish such formidable power upon that ancient mountain? Unimaginable. So, we have arrived in the Eastern wilderness." Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to inquire, "How vast is the Eastern wilderness?" "The Eastern wilderness is boundlessly immense. Even mortals may live dozens of lifetimes and still struggle to traverse it. So vast." Yi Fan and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. In the mortal realm, the nation that governs the desolate Forbidden Zone is known as Yin, stretching 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such territory is but a mere drop in the ocean within the eastern wilderness, and nations of similar expanse are countless. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo nearly leaped up. What an expansive domain! The land of Yin is so vast, yet in the eastern wilderness, it scarcely counts for anything with similarly vast nations beyond measure. The eastern wilderness is indeed vast and boundless, making it difficult to fathom its true size. How can there be such vastness? Pang Bo's pupils constricted as he felt these facts gravely contradicted reason, utterly beyond belief. However, considering the existence of deities in this world, he could only shake his head. The elders, witnessing Pang Bo's astonishment, all displayed cheerful expressions. This seemingly 11 or 12-year-old boy would become a key seed for their future cultivation. One elder continued, although the state of Yin is merely a corner of the eastern wilderness, a mere drop in the ocean, it is not without renown. Its desolate Forbidden Zone is one of the 7 great life-restricted areas of the boundless eastern wilderness. The assembly fell silent for a moment. Overwhelmed by the wealth of valuable information, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Earlier, you also mentioned the Western Desert. How does it compare to the eastern wilderness? Wang Ziwen, being perceptive, could not help but pose this question. The Western Desert and the Eastern Wilderness are similar in their vastness. Both are boundlessly expansive. Upon hearing this affirmation, the assembly's hearts surged with excitement. What a colossal expanse it must be! Yet what astonished them even more followed, as an elder added, the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plain, and Central Continent, among which the Central Continent is the most prominent, can be described as boundless. Even cultivators find it difficult to traverse. The assembly was utterly petrified, their mouths dry, unable to utter a word. The elders appeared highly satisfied, encouraging them. The mortal lifespan is ultimately too insignificant, akin to ants, unable to comprehend the nature of the world they inhabit. Now, you all have the opportunity to gaze upon this vast land, as long as you are willing to diligently cultivate and practice. You shall one day stir the winds and clouds, standing atop the clouds. It took a considerable while for the assembly to regain their senses. Some hesitated, saying, "We cultivate." Indeed, you have entered the desolate Forbidden Zone, although you have lost your youth. This world is balanced. What you lose is what you gain in return. The arduous path of cultivation, fraught with thorns, is challenging to tread, yet you have already begun to carve out a small pathway. Indeed, your sea of suffering has been activated. Even if you traverse the sea of suffering and ascend the divine bridge to seek your own deity, it is not impossible. Several elders spoke encouragingly, eager to guide them onto the path of cultivation. We still do not know who you are. Zhou seized the moment to inquire. Within the state of Yin, there are 6 celestial realms, and our cultivation ground is one of them. However, it is not located here, nor in the mortal realm, one elder replied with a smile. The state of Yin, a mere drop in the ocean within the eastern wilderness, possesses 6 celestial realms. How many cultivation sects exist in this world? Pang Bo murmured softly. Clearly, these elders regarded him and Yi Fan with newfound respect. Showing no signs of displeasure, instead smiling amicably, saying, "Do not aspire too high. A solid foundation is paramount. Our celestial realm is inherited from a certain sacred place, and its foundational teachings are undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Moreover, should you rise to greatness in the future, we will provide you with even broader opportunities for development." Indeed, another elder proclaimed proudly, although we are merely a celestial realm, we are affiliated with a renowned sacred place in the eastern wilderness. If you prove to be exceptionally talented in the future, you may very well be sent to that sacred place. At this juncture, the elders affectionately glanced at the young girl Wei Wei beside them, saying, "Wei Wei is our celestial realm's once-in-a-millennium prodigy, soon to be sent to the sacred place that it is indeed difficult to part with her, but we do not wish to hinder her cultivation." Just then, hearty laughter emanated from outside the hall, declaring, "Your blessed land is lacking. Outstanding talents can certainly be sent to our celestial realm. I have heard you discovered several promising cultivators." A dozen figures adorned in radiant light descended from the sky, entering the hall uninvited. Chapter 036. The ancient sacred body. As the group entered the hall, their radiant glow faded. Among them were both men and women, all over 40 years of age, each possessing distinct qualities, some serene as orchids, others sharp as sword edges, and still others steady as boulders. One middle-aged man, exuding a formidable presence, spoke with a resounding voice, laughing heartily. Within the realm of Yin, although it is said to have 6 celestial realms, Yorlingshu celestial realm seems somewhat misnamed. It would be more fitting to call it a blessed land. Lu Wanshan, what do you mean by that? The elders from the Lingshu celestial realm displayed displeasure, stepping forward to shield Zhou Yi and Lin Jia while prioritizing the protection of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The man named Lu Wanshan stood like a mountain, radiating an oppressive aura, speaking bluntly. Since there are over a dozen promising cultivators, we naturally wish to take a few to guide them on the path of cultivation. Nearby, an elderly woman with graying hair nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the 6 celestial realms within Yin have always been interconnected. Having discovered so many exceptionally gifted talents, we naturally wish to take a few." An elder from the Lingshu celestial realm furrowed his brow, expressing, "Sister Liying, you cannot say that. 3 years ago, your Jinxia celestial realm found several disciples with exceptional roots, yet you did not send any to us at Lingshu. Those individuals were of mediocre talent and hardly qualified as celestial seedlings. Naturally, we did not disturb you." The elderly woman with graying hair replied with a smile. That moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair stepped forward, embodying an air of ethereal grace, and spoke leisurely. "I do not believe these dozen individuals can be considered celestial seedlings. How about this? We celestial realms will choose a few, leaving some for your Lingshu celestial realm." The elders from Lingshu celestial realm immediately lost their composure, seeming to regard the ethereal elder with some trepidation, saying, "Brother Ma Yun, does your Yuding celestial realm truly lack potential disciples? I have heard you discovered 2 genuine celestial seedlings." The elderly man known as Ma Yun smiled silently, continuously scrutinizing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, occasionally nodding. This made the several elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven feel quite anxious. While others could be sent away, these 2 were individuals they absolutely needed to retain. "How about this? I will choose only one on behalf of Yuding Cave Heaven," the white-haired Ma Yin declared, gesturing towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "It is not too much to ask for either one of them." "No way." The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven almost simultaneously objected at the same time. Other cave heavens began selecting candidates, unwilling to yield, leading to an immediate dispute. Yi Fan listened attentively, gathering a wealth of information. Cave heaven surpasses blessed land, making it more suitable for cultivation, and possessing a cave heaven could very likely naturally give rise to a blessed land. At that moment, it was utterly impossible for Lingshu Cave Heaven to retain everyone. With individuals from 5 other cave heavens present, they could only reluctantly let go of a portion. However, the dilemma of how to choose was indeed a challenging one. Eventually, tensions escalated, creating a highly charged atmosphere as the 6 cave heavens stood their ground. A middle-aged man, Lu Wanshan, whose presence was as formidable as a mountain, stepped forward and said, "It seems we can only settle this through a duel." "That is indeed the case," the elder from Jinxia Cave Heaven, Liying, nodded in agreement. "To avoid any hard feelings, let us keep it to a minimum." The elderly Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven also expressed his concurrence. The expressions of the elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven turned quite grim. Yi Fan and the others were their discoveries, and now others were trying to interfere, making it uncertain how many they could retain in the end. A dozen beams of light shot into the sky, shining brightly against the night, and the duel between the cave heavens commenced. Yi Fan and the others gathered outside the hall, gazing upwards, but regrettably, as those individuals soared out of the town, they fought further away, rendering them unable to see clearly. All that could be seen were brilliant lights in the distance, divine rainbows crisscrossing, occasionally erupting with thunderous roars, accompanied by fierce winds that swept up dust and stones. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were mesmerized. The elders, who had previously appeared so serene, were now soaring through the skies with such overwhelming might, leaving them in awe. Soon, the divine rainbows in the distant sky vanished, and it was unclear where the fierce battle had taken them. That it was not until half an hour later that a divine rainbow reappeared in the horizon, slicing through the air and arriving in an instant. The first to descend was a girl named Wei Wei, who was ethereal and captivating, with elegantly arched brows, watery eyes, luscious red lips, and pearly white teeth. Under the silvery moonlight, she appeared hazy and graceful, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, embodying beauty to the utmost degree. Following her were several other elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven, despite their disheveled appearances. With some bearing traces of blood, they wore victorious smiles. Those who followed also bore some injuries, but comparatively, their expressions were not as favorable. The formidable Lu Wanshan had blood still fresh on his shoulder, while the ethereal Ma Yun, with his flowing white beard, had it severed, and the elderly Li Ying, with her hair grayed, had her cane broken in two. I never expected that Wei Wei would surpass us at such a young age. Lingshu Cave Heaven has produced an extraordinary talent, Ma Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Fan and the others were equally surprised. This girl Wei Wei appeared delicate and graceful, yet her strength in defeating these elders was indeed astonishing. Since we have lost, there is nothing more to say. You from Lingshu Cave Heaven may select 2 individuals first, Lu Wanshan said, his expression far from pleasant, not only feeling humiliated for losing to a junior, but also for being unable to choose first. The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven showed no hesitation, directly selecting Yi Fan and Pang Bo, their faces nearly blooming with delight. Next, the elderly Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven chose Lu Yi, followed by Li Ying from Jinxia Cave Heaven, who selected Zhang Xiling. However, at that moment, the elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven changed their expressions after examining Yi Fan's body, their smiles vanishing instantly. How could this be? Others quickly noticed the situation, turning to look, seeing the displeased expressions of the Lingshu elders, utterly perplexed. What is it? Are you not satisfied with being allowed to choose 2 individuals first? It's not that. Come and take a look, the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven said, their expressions filled with regret as they gazed at Yi Fan. Others quickly understood. There must be an issue with Yi Fan's body, and they all rushed forward to surround him. The elderly Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven was the first to approach, stating, just by observing, one can sense that this youth possesses exceptionally vigorous vitality, comparable to that of a dragon. Surely he is a rare celestial seed. Could there be a problem? At this moment, others stepped closer, also beginning to examine Yi Fan. Uncomfortable with being prodded, Yi Fan felt quite uneasy, yet he could not protest in this situation. The elderly Li Ying from Jinxia Cave Heaven expressed her disbelief. How could such a constitution exist? After probing for a long while, Lu Wanshan revealed an expression of incredulity. The life wheel is silent. The sea of suffering is tough as divine iron, stable as a boulder, utterly unshakable. It cannot be developed. What is going on? Everyone displayed puzzled expressions. This constitution was exceedingly bizarre, entirely defying logic. Just then, Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven seemed to recall something, murmuring, could it be the legendary constitution? He began to re-examine Yi Fan's body, his fingers glistening like jade, with a faint divine light emanating as he meticulously measured the bones and assessed the spirit. After a lengthy period, Ma Yun finally paused, staring in a daze. There truly exists such a legendary constitution in this world. What constitution? Everyone present revealed expressions of curiosity. The unprecedented, supreme, sacred body. Ma Yun articulated each word with gravity, as if they were boulders weighing down the air. What? The crowd collectively displayed astonishment, hardly daring to believe their ears. The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven reacted swiftly, pulling Yi Fan behind them, encircling him closely to protect him, fearful of others attempting to snatch or harm him. Lu Wanshan found it hard to believe, stating the Yin region, stretching 2,000 miles north to south and 3,000 miles east to west, is but a drop in the ocean compared to the boundless eastern wilderness that on this land. It seems unlikely that someone possessing a supreme sacred body could emerge even over the course of countless ages. Since ancient times, the vast eastern wilderness has hardly seen many such figures. However, The elderly Liang from Jinxia Cave, Heaven, shook her head. It is not impossible for such individuals to appear. I have heard that in the current eastern wilderness, there is a significant possibility that such a person has already emerged. Moreover, there are rumors that it is not just one individual, but due to their still being in development, they have yet to reveal themselves to the world. I suspect they are currently hidden within some sacred ground or concealed within ancient families that have survived since the archaic times. At this moment, the gazes of these elders towards Yi Fan transformed entirely. Burning with desire, eager to seize him as their disciple. Even Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others looked at Yi Fan with expressions of wonder. Yet, just then, Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven coughed lightly, stating, I believe you have misunderstood. Perhaps I did not articulate it clearly. What is it? The crowd looked at him with uncertainty. He indeed possesses a supreme sacred body. That is not mistaken, but there is a time limitation, belonging to the era before the archaic age. What do you mean? Ma Yun explained. You all must have heard some legends from the archaic times. Right. There was a type of supreme constitution, unprecedented and unparalleled. During that period, 9 generations of individuals emerged, each invincible beneath the heavens, shaking the ancient world. That constitution, if one were to embark on the path of cultivation, is unfathomable in terms of ultimate achievement, revered as the first sacred body throughout history. Yes, of course, we have heard of it. You cannot be suggesting. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Yi Fan. Yet there was no longer awe or enthusiasm in their eyes, only disappointment. Yes, he is of that constitution. What a pity, though, since the archaic era, throughout endless ages, while this constitution may occasionally manifest in the world, it no longer possesses its former might, unable to look down upon all under heaven as it did before the archaic age. In truth, this constitution, for reasons unknown, gradually faded into obscurity after the post-archaic era. No longer suited for cultivation, with no one able to achieve success. Currently, many celestial sects are circulating rumors that a celestial seed with a supreme sacred body has appeared in the eastern wilderness. Just now, I thought we would witness a remarkable figure emerging from within the Yen region, but it turns out to be this, the supreme sacred body of the pre-archaic era, compared to the invincible divine body of today. Alas! The elders of Lingshu Cave, Heaven, all sighed, overwhelmed with disappointment, no longer paying attention to Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the expressions of those from other cave heavens were also complex, unsure whether to feel fortunate or disappointed. At this moment, no one looked towards Yi Fan anymore. The stark contrast from previous enthusiasm to the present indifference was glaringly evident. Thus far, only 13 individuals remained from Yi Fan's group, with the others all deceased. Excluding Yi Fan, who possessed a unique constitution, the remaining 12 could be evenly distributed, allowing each cave heaven to take 2 individuals. This was a passive choice, yet Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others did not reject it, just as the elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven had said. This presented a fortuitous opportunity for them. At last, Yi Fan found himself in an awkward position. Once regarded with great optimism by the crowd, yet now devoid of attention, as if he were a mere ghost, unnoticed and unremarked upon. If you do not take Yi Fan with you, I shall not accompany you, Pang Bo declared, appearing no older than 11 or 12, yet speaking with remarkable determination. At worst, I will venture into the mundane world alongside Yi Fan. An elder from Lingshu Cave Heaven explained, there are no mortals within the cave heavens. If he were to join, it may not bode well for him. Yi Fan understood this clearly, pondering the various potential outcomes. The cave heavens were populated solely by cultivators, who would care for a mere mortal like him. Even with Pang Bo's support, it was not a sustainable solution, and he would undoubtedly encounter numerous unforeseen troubles in the future. Pang Bo, you should go with them, that I will not join any cave heaven. Perhaps it is better to live a simple, unremarkable life as an ordinary person. No, I must take you with me, Pang Bo firmly opposed. Very well, we shall take Yi Fan along as well, the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven decided, wishing to avoid any resentment from Pang Bo. Stop! Yi Fan did not display any joy, rather. His expression remained serene as he stated, I have said I will not join any cave heaven, that I appreciate your kindness, but it is not for me. Yi Fan, this is an opportunity, Pang Bo urged hastily. Yi Fan shook his head, saying, there is no need to persuade me. He had thought it through and fully comprehended that joining a cave heaven could subject him to myriad troubles, as the elder from Lingshu Cave Heaven had subtly indicated. If you do not go, I certainly shall not accompany them. Pang Bo was fiercely loyal, unwilling to abandon Yi Fan on this journey. The Yi Fan smiled gently and said, from now on, I shall rely entirely on you. You must diligently cultivate your skills. In the future, I will depend on you to support me, perhaps with some heroic maidens, celestial beings, divine ladies, or saintly women. Just a few will suffice, and I shall not be picky. Pang Bo rolled his eyes at this. The cultivators from the cave heavens nearby exchanged strange glances, and several female cultivators shot him disapproving glares. Yi Fan, please come along with me, Pang Bo urged once more. I truly wish to accompany you, but only to visit for a time, not to join. That I wonder if the people of Lingshu Cave Heaven would permit that. Yi Fan suddenly remarked, unwilling to sever all ties with the path of immortality, and hoping to enter Lingshu Cave Heaven to learn more without being bound to any sect. Good. As long as you are willing to go, Pang Bo exclaimed joyfully. Believing he would find a way to keep him there, he immediately turned his gaze towards the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Very well. The elders consented with a nod. As Yi Fan and his companions prepared to part ways, the unknown future loomed ahead, filled with both confusion and anticipation that I end their final gathering. Everyone exchanged heartfelt farewells, vowing to reunite in the years to come. At this moment, Yi Fan undoubtedly appeared somewhat exceptional. His path seemed devoid of hope, as if he and the others belonged to entirely different worlds. Even if someone proposed a reunion in the years to come, one could easily imagine he would not be present before them. When all gazed upon him, their expressions varied, revealing a blend of concern and curiosity. Ultimately, after exchanging warm farewells, they parted ways. Yi Fan, this is for you, Lu Yi said, handing him a string of prayer beads before he could decline, swiftly departing. In truth, living as an ordinary person is not such a bad fate. May you find happiness in your life, Li Xiaoman remarked, casting him a lingering glance before turning away. Yi Fan, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I believe with your abilities, your life in the mortal realm will be vibrant and fulfilling, Lin Jia added before she too took her leave. Soon after, Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen came to bid farewell as well. In fact, being an ordinary person can be a blessing, Zhou Yi said with a gentle smile, patting him lightly on the shoulder. There is nothing to feel disheartened about. Yi Fan remained composed, offering a faint smile as he replied, who can say what the future holds? Moments later, a dozen radiant rainbows soared into the sky, shattering the tranquil night, resembling a cascade of brilliant shooting stars, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon, marking the end of their party. After the other cultivators departed, the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven addressed Pang Bo and Yi Fan, saying, in truth, the cave heavens are not far apart. If you wish to meet, it would be quite easy. The inhabitants of Lingshu Cave Heaven set off the following day, riding the celestial rainbows at a breathtaking speed, the mountains and rivers of the earth receding rapidly beneath them. Eventually, they halted before a magnificent celestial mountain, where peace reigned, lush trees flourished, and pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, with flowing springs and cascading waterfalls, vibrant and alive. A truly splendid place. Is this Lingshu Cave Heaven? Pang Bo could not help but inquire, though his subsequent comment was rather jarring, muttering to himself, those celestial cranes look rather plump. Could we catch one or two to roast? An elder nearby shot him a disapproving glare, retorting, those are enlightened celestial cranes. Do not entertain such thoughts. With your current abilities, you would not be able to approach them. This location was not the interior of Lingshu Cave Heaven, merely the entrance. Within lay ethereal mists and a plethora of extraordinary flora. Upon reaching a great azure stone standing prominently, he noticed two ancient characters inscribed upon it. Lingshu. Naturally, Pang Bo did not recognize the characters, but an elder nearby informed him, and he realized they had finally arrived at Lingshu Cave Heaven. Legend has it that this place was once a desolate ruin, which was slightly cleared by later generations, transforming it into a cave heaven. One could say that Lingshu Cave Heaven possesses a lengthy history. Tracing back to the primordial era in antiquity, many had excavated and explored this site on a grand scale, hoping to uncover divine artifacts among the ruins, yet ultimately found nothing of significance. Those who practiced here through the ages sensed that the place held deeper secrets. Yet no significant discoveries ever materialized. As they passed the great azure stone and entered the ethereal mists ahead, the scene transformed dramatically, revealing an incredibly resplendent world, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Is this Lingshu Cave Heaven? It truly seems like a world unto itself. The elders were pleased with Yi Fan and Pang Bo's reactions. The vegetation here appeared to bask in the essence of sun and moon. Even the ordinary grass and trees radiated an extraordinary emerald hue, as if sculpted from jade. Towering ancient trees reached for the sky. Fragrant herbs filled the air, and spiritual birds flitted about, while rare beasts roamed freely, and divine springs bubbled forth in that moment. Yi Fan felt a sudden daze, as an ancient scripture echoed in his heart, resonating like a distant bell, vibrating like celestial sounds. Precisely the ancient text he had obtained from the bronze coffin. Chapter 038. What is cultivation after walking over 100 steps into Lingshu Cave Heaven? The scripture in Yi Fan's heart finally subsided. Behind him lay dozens of ancient stone steps, quite extraordinary. Yet Yi Fan did not pause, nor could he afford to linger. Ahead, the peaks stood elegantly, suffused with spiritual energy. From a distance, a 1,000-meter-long waterfall cascaded down a towering mountain, its white veil resembling a suspended galaxy, the roar echoing like a stampede of horses, spectacular and magnificent. Truly deserving of being a cave heaven, the scenery is extraordinary, resembling a pristine sanctuary beyond the mundane world. A winding path paved with cobblestones meandered past the waterfall, leading deeper into the enchanting celestial mountains. Along the way, ancient trees towered, their branches twisting like mighty dragons, revealing numerous palaces nestled among the foliage, harmoniously blending with nature. That on either side of the ancient path lay cultivated medicinal fields, where ginseng grew as thick as a child's arm, and lingji mushrooms flourished with 9 leaves. Alongside many unknown herbs, glimmering with a hint of light, their fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. Most of those they encountered on the road offered their respects to the elders, and the attitude towards Wei Wei was exceptionally friendly. This remarkable talent clearly held a significant status within Lingshu Cave Heaven. Wei Wei reciprocated each gesture without a trace of arrogance, embodying the grace of a celestial being as she floated away like a gentle breeze, vanishing into the picturesque depths of the cave heaven. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were led to a low mountain, where a few thatched cottages stood, surrounded by clusters of bamboo and a medicinal field in front of the house, with several ancient trees closely connected. Although there were no splendid palaces, everything appeared simple and unpretentious, yet it thrived in tranquility and nature, serene as a sanctuary untouched by the world, cleansing the spirit and alleviating worldly troubles. You shall reside here for the time being, the elders instructed, offering a few words of advice before departing. Another classmate had also been brought into Lingshu Cave Heaven, yet they did not reside with Yi Fan and Pang Bo, being taken to another location. Approaching noon, a boy of 12 or 13 years arrived with a food box, inviting them to dine. The meal was simple and light, consisting of lotus slices, yellow essence, poria, and tianma, mostly medicinal ingredients. Can we eat this? There isn't even a hint of minced meat. For the past 2 days, we've either eaten wild fruits or drunk spring water. Now we continue with these dishes? Our mouths are about to taste like the mountain spring, Pang Bo complained. Despite the lack of oil or seasoning, Yi Fan and Pang Bo devoured everything, leaving not a single leaf behind. Could you send a roasted chicken instead? Seeing their reactions, the boy delivering the food was taken aback, saying, There isn't any. The cave heaven does not provide such things. If you are still hungry, I can bring more food. How can there be no meat? I see you have many celestial cranes and white deer, as well as numerous unknown rare birds and beasts. Couldn't you simply roast 1 or 2? Those cranes look well fed enough, Pang Bo remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. The boy, as if confronted by a ghost, promptly fled in fright, eager to distance himself from the two. It appears that entering the realm of cultivation is not as fortunate as one might think. The days are exceedingly harsh, with even meat being a luxury. How shall we endure this in the future? Pang Bo lamented continuously that Wei Fan also felt a deep pang of hunger, yearning to grasp a roasted chicken, tear into a succulent leg, and indulge in fine wine with great delight. Over the next several days, the elders remained absent, yet the youth who delivered their meals gradually grew familiar with the two through their conversations. Yi Fan and Pang Bo slowly adapted to the ancient Chinese dialect. The youth looked upon them with envy, stating that newly admitted disciples typically do not possess independent abodes and must achieve a certain level of cultivation before they can establish their own dwellings. 3 to 5 thatched cottages. Does this count as having our own abode? Ye Fan remarqued, as he and Pang Bo donned the garments provided by the youth. Aside from their short hair, they bore no distinction from the denizens of the Lingshu cave heaven. That is not quite accurate. Everything surrounding this low hill belongs to you too. If you cultivate your abilities, you may indeed create your own abode. Since this low hill is ours, surely it would go unnoticed if we were to hunt a deer or roast a couple of cranes. Upon hearing their audacious remarks, the youth fell silent, sensing that their thoughts diverged significantly from the norm. Fear not, we shall not act recklessly. For now, enlighten us on the nature of cultivation. Yi Fan and Pang Bo inquired with keen interest, as they had yet to grasp its essence, having only heard vague references to terms like Sea of Suffering, Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore. The youth shook his head, unable to articulate much, as he too had only recently entered the Lingshu cave heaven and had not yet embarked upon the path of immortality. It seems you are quite eager. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage appeared before the low hill. His flowing sleeves danced as he approached the thatched cottage, seemingly gliding through the air. He acknowledged the bowing youth with a nod and said, "You may leave now." "Who are you?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo, unfamiliar with the rosy-cheeked elder with flowing white hair, regarded him as a celestial being from a distant realm. "I am Wu Qingfeng, an elder of the Lingshu cave heaven, responsible for teaching all disciples within their first 3 years. We greet you, venerable elder. No need for such formality. Might you improve our provisions, esteemed elder? If this continues, we shall ascend to immortality before even beginning our cultivation. The food is far too bland, and even a grasshopper now makes our mouths water." Pang Bo complained earnestly. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression turned serious as he replied, "In this worldly realm, where greed abounds, the foremost task upon entering this blessed sanctuary is to sever ties with vanity, to cleanse the body and quiet the mind. If one cannot even relinquish their desire for food, facing the myriad temptations along the path of cultivation will be exceedingly arduous." Upon hearing these words, Pang Bo found himself at a loss for a retort, while Yi Fan, not yet a member of the cave heaven, felt even less inclined to voice any demands. Though both harbored numerous questions, Yi Fan hesitated to speak, while Pang Bo, now a disciple of the Lingshu cave heaven, felt less restrained. Inviting Wu Qingfeng to sit upon a wooden stump in front of the cottage, they began to inquire about various matters, their ignorance regarding cultivation becoming increasingly apparent. "Do you find the sky to be clear?" "The sky is cloudless. A brilliant azure, naturally very clear," Yi Fan replied, not understanding the relevance of the question. "Incorrect. It is filled with endless dust." Wu Qingfeng opened his palm and continued, "Even within the confines of this hand, there exists boundless dust." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo asked, perplexed. The elder, maintaining an air of tranquility akin to that of a sage, elaborated. "What do you think this endless dust represents? What else could it be but dust? It is dust. Yet it is also not dust," he stated calmly. "I comprehend that it is dust, but what else could it be if it is not dust?" Pang Bo pressed. "It is the world, an expansive universe," Wu Qingfeng replied with an unhurried demeanor. "An expansive universe. Surely you jest?" Pang Bo questioned, bewildered. "In time, you will come to understand. Every speck of dust, every blade of grass, Every tree constitutes a world unto itself. Could you be more explicit? It feels as though I am deciphering an ancient scripture, while the literal meaning is accessible. The deeper significance eludes me entirely. Wu Qingfeng, sitting calmly, offered a faint smile and said, "Let us not delve into such matters today. What I wish to convey is that the universe is filled with countless particles of dust, and each one is a world unto itself. Likewise, our bodies are no different. Though imperceptible, they contain innumerable gates, akin to the dust scattered throughout the cosmos. What appears to be a diminutive form encompasses an unfathomable number of gates. The journey of cultivation entails the continuous unlocking of these gates to uncover the true self." Observing the astonishment on their faces, Wu Qingfeng inquired, "Now, do you understand what cultivation is? It seems somewhat clearer now. Good. Take your time to comprehend it further. For now, I shall explain to you the concept of the sea of suffering. There are myriad paths in the world, yet all lead to the opening of the immortal road. Esteemed elder, please speak with greater clarity this time." Though they had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, both Yi Fan and Peng Bo recognized the paramount importance of foundational concepts. All things in existence experience the passage of time. Some endure eternally, remaining unchanged through the ages, while others merely spring to life and perish within a fleeting moment, their lives passing in a blur. You speak in such enigmatic terms. What precisely are you attempting to convey? The elder did not chastise him for interrupting, but instead pointed to an ancient tree not far off, saying, "Can you discern how many years it has lived? Of course, one need only cut it down and count the growth rings. Indeed, time is unrelenting and leaves its mark upon all living things. Just as trees bear growth rings, our bodies too possess a cycle of life. Do humans possess such things?" Yi Fan and Peng Bo found this notion somewhat absurd. What I speak of regarding cultivation begins with the cycle of life within the human body. Chapter 39. The cycle of life. Every being has a point of origin, and within our bodies there exists a fundamental location, the source of life's vitality, containing the essence of our being. This is known as the life source wheel, or the cycle of life. Wu Qingfeng explained in a calm tone. "Where is this cycle of life located?" Peng Bo inquired. "It lies beneath the navel," Wu Qingfeng indicated. "This position is precisely where the upper and lower halves of the body are most perfectly divided." Yi Fan felt a jolt of surprise, suddenly recalling the golden ratio of the human body, which coincidentally aligned with the location the elder described. The proportion from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head adheres to a ratio of approximately 0.618, deemed the golden ratio of the human form, with the navel positioned at that juncture. This anatomical structure is deemed the most aesthetically pleasing. In truth, various parts of the body possess numerous golden ratio points, each crucial in its own right. Comparatively, the most significant golden ratio point, the area beneath the navel, may outwardly seem less important. At this moment, hearing Wu Qingfeng declare that it is the cycle of life and the fundamental source of human vitality illuminated Yi Fan's mind. Perhaps the most vital golden ratio point is indeed the place of origin for all life. The cycle of life is not a singular point, but rather an area. According to Wu Qingfeng, it is centered around the point beneath the navel, forming a circle approximately the size of a palm. This is the reservoir of vitality that Wu Qingfeng emphasized with solemnity. The cycle of life is the foundation for mortals to give birth and for cultivators to embody their existence. It is the essence of a practitioner. According to Wu Qingfeng, the cycle of life is the source of divine power. For cultivators to embark on the path to immortality, all must commence from this point. Throughout a mortal's life, the cycle of life gradually depletes. Each passing year leaves a mark upon it. Much like the growth rings of a tree, when one reaches the end of their life, the cycle of life becomes etched with the scars of time, and at that moment, it signifies the complete shattering of the cycle. Could you indicate how many marks our cycles of life bear at this moment? Yi Fan and Peng Bo, once in their 20s, now appeared as if they were merely 11 or 12, their bodies undergoing an astonishing transformation of rejuvenation. "Your cycle of life bears 11 marks," Wu Qingfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Peng Bo broke into a wide grin. In comparison to his peers who had lost their youthful vigor, his experience was indeed extraordinary. That he then pointed at Yi Fan and asked, "What about him? Surely, he must be similar to me." Wu Qingfeng, already aware of Yi Fan's unique constitution, conducted a careful examination. His findings were consistent with those of others. Yi Fan's cycle of life was remarkably tranquil, as steadfast as divine iron, unyielding and immovable, unable to be opened. His constitution is exceptionally unique, obscured from view. It is difficult to ascertain how many marks it bears, but I suspect it is similar to yours, Wu Qingfeng noted, a look of intrigue crossing his face. His vitality is robust, akin to that of a dragon. If he were to cultivate, what a pity. At last, Yi Fan and Pang Bo grasped the concept of the cycle of life. Yet many questions lingered in their minds. The cycle of life is the bedrock of a practitioner. Should one attain the legendary realm, maintaining a crystal-clear cycle of life, unmarred by scars or marks, perpetually as pristine as at birth, there may lie a glimmer of hope for ascension to immortality. Is achieving immortality truly so arduous? What is termed immortal in this world merely refers to practitioners capable of traversing the skies and earth. The existence of true immortals, as spoken of in legends, remains uncertain. To my knowledge, in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, no one has attained immortality for thousands of years. Perhaps only those sacred grounds, along with the ancient families passed down from primordial times or certain ancient beings, hold fragments of the truth. Old man, you are shattering our beliefs. Just as we wish to embark on a path of cultivation, you tell us that immortals may not necessarily exist. This is truly disheartening. Spring flowers fade, but autumn, the cicadas fall silent with the winter. The lifespan of mortals scarcely reaches a century. If they were to exist for millennia, it could be said that they have transcended the natural order. Perhaps in a sense, they are immortal. Yi Fan and Pang Bo grasped the essence of the elder's words. From the moment a cultivator steps onto the path of immortality, they have already surpassed the realm of mortals. The powerful may even live for thousands of years, breaking the rules of heaven and earth. Even if they ultimately do not attain immortality, their struggles in this lifetime are not in vain, for they have shattered the constraints of natural law and altered their fate. In truth, I have not entirely dismissed the existence of immortals. Perhaps it is merely that we are unable to touch that world. As the conversation continued, Yi Fan and Pang Bo posed numerous questions, and the elder patiently elucidated. People often speak of the sea of suffering. What exactly is it? It is the boundless ocean of trials that obscures the wheel of life. What does that mean? Both Yi Fan and Pang Bo were perplexed. Once a cultivator reaches a certain realm, the wheel of life, which appears as a mere palm-sized circle, actually encompasses an entire universe within, coexisting with the sea of suffering. Please elaborate. It seems the wheel of life and the sea of suffering occupy the same space. What is their connection? The sea of suffering overlaps with the wheel of life. Or rather, the sea of suffering engulfs the wheel of life. Not only does time sharpen the wheel of life, but the sea of suffering steadily erodes it as well. Thus, the notion of crossing the sea of suffering arises? The elder nodded and said, "Indeed. The essence of a cultivator resides within the wheel of life. One of the purposes of cultivation is to traverse the sea of suffering." Yi Fan and Pang Bo were astonished. According to your words, if the sea of suffering is boundless and submerges the wheel of life, how can one cleanse it? Precisely, it cannot be fully traversed. Hence, even the most extraordinary cultivators, after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, inevitably return to dust. The elder's expression turned bittersweet before revealing a glimmer of yearning. Legend has it that a true immortal must completely traverse the sea of suffering, transforming it into a life-giving spring, a single drop of which is sufficient to resurrect the dead. Alas, that is merely a legend. The existence of immortals remains a question. Pang Bo sighed. Perhaps you should share with us something that truly exists. While the sea of suffering cannot be entirely traversed, a cultivator seeking longevity must not remain ensnared within it. The elder's eyes gleamed with determination. One must create life within the sea of suffering, nurturing vibrant vitality amidst desolation, cultivating the divine meridian, and forging a celestial bridge to reach the other shore, arriving at the edge of the sea of suffering. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, feeling puzzled, and asked, if the sea of suffering engulfs the wheel of life, and they are thus intertwined, then cultivating the divine bridge to reach the other shore and escape the sea of suffering, does this not equate to departing from the wheel of life? Is that not the very foundation of a cultivator, something from which one cannot distance oneself? The elder nodded approvingly. I have said that the wheel of life is foundational for cultivators, the root of all. However, I did not imply that there is nothing beyond it. Pang Bo's eyes widened in surprise. What else is there? To aspire to become an immortal, merely cultivating the wheel of life is insufficient. The divine bridge is key to traversing the sea of suffering and connecting to other mystical realms within the body. Are you suggesting that there is not just one wheel of life, but others as well? Or is it that the human body contains several entities akin to the wheel of life? Yi Fan was truly astonished. To reach the pinnacle of power in this world, mastering the wheel of life to its utmost is sufficient. However, to attain immortality, merely cultivating the wheel of life is far from enough. At this point, the elder shook his head, for even he was uncertain of the true existence of immortals. He continued, even a prodigious talent, dedicating a lifetime to mastering a single wheel of life, would reap immeasurable benefits. Yet to cultivate the divine meridian, to forge the celestial bridge, to reach the other shore and attain longevity is no simple feat. Remember, do not aim too high. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Chapter 040. The Tao Sutra. Time flies, and 3 months have swiftly passed that Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to their new life. A transformation that began with a shift in their mindset, slowly accepting the reality around them. During this time, they did not engage in what one might call cultivation. Rather, they absorbed knowledge and contemplated their future paths. The elder, Wu Qingfeng, did not rush them, but instead willingly imparted various experiences and insights from his own cultivation journey. This proved invaluable for Yi Fan and Pang Bo. After another month, they felt fully integrated and understood, believing they were ready to commence their cultivation. The wheel of life and the sea of suffering are intertwined. To cultivate the wheel of life is to inevitably engage with the sea of suffering. Thus, in a sense, all cultivation begins within the sea of suffering. Cultivation is a challenging process, especially for those first embarking on the path of immortality, as guidance is essential. Without it, one would not know how to break through the barriers. In the coming 2 months, I will assist you in stepping onto the path of immortality, officially becoming cultivators. After this, I will no longer teach you individually. You will join others at Lingshu Cliff to listen to the profound teachings. Although Yi Fan did not join the Lingshu Cave Heaven, the elder did not require him to stand aside during the transmission of teachings, treating him and Pang Bo equally. The elder understood that even if Yi Fan persisted in cultivation, it would yield no results. In ancient times, Yi Fan's physique was regarded as the first holy body in the world, but now it was merely a shell. For those first stepping onto the path of immortality, establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. Only then can they aspire to ascend higher. Wu Qingfeng produced a text renowned as the most powerful foundational method in the world, the Tao Sutra. The very title, Tao Sutra, signifies its significance, recording the scriptures of the great Tao and serving as an unparalleled method. It is said to be a celestial classic, with only a few ancient texts in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness that can be compared to it, none surpassing it. Naturally, Lingshu Cave Heaven could not possess the true Tao Sutra. No cave heaven has such depth. What they had was merely the preliminary chapters of the Tao Sutra. Moreover, this introductory chapter, even in Yin territory, was not unique. Otherwise, it would certainly attract calamity. Undoubtedly, having the introductory chapter of the Tao Sutra is a tremendous blessing for exceptionally gifted disciples, fortifying their foundation and greatly benefiting their future cultivation. Although this foundational technique is precious, it is no longer an exclusive secret. Thus, Wu Qingfeng did not shy away from Yi Fan, directly imparting it to both. The Tao Sutra is indeed a profound ancient text. Otherwise, it would not have resonated throughout the eastern wilderness for countless ages. This introductory chapter alone contains supreme truths, and though it comprises only a few thousand words, Wu Qingfeng devoted half a month to elucidate it. Every sentence in the Tao Sutra is laden with meaning, encapsulating boundless wisdom and elucidating the intricacies of cultivation with remarkable finesse. Even the strongest cultivators, upon acquiring this introductory chapter, would marvel at how foundational cultivation could be so enchanting that Yi Fan and Pang Bo diligently practice daily, following the teachings of the Tao Sutra. First, they must sense their own wheel of life, then guide their vital energy to confront the sea of suffering. Throughout this process, there are naturally profound methods of perception and unique guiding techniques. Yet this alone is insufficient. Merely practicing alone makes it difficult to break through. One must be guided by immortal energy. Wu Qingfeng personally assisted each day, operating the foundational techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra, placing his hand beneath Yi Fan and Pang Bo's navel. After several days, Pang Bo finally sensed the presence of his wheel of life. In the following days, he began to attempt guiding the vital energy hidden within the wheel of life to confront the sea of suffering. However, Yi Fan remained completely unaffected. His wheel of life was utterly silent, as unyielding as divine iron. Even someone as powerful as Wu Qingfeng could not penetrate the immortal energy within, let alone guide it. It is truly difficult to fathom why such a physique exists. Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, ultimately having to concede that he had nearly exhausted all his vital energy in an attempt to penetrate Yi Fan's wheel of life, but it remained impervious. Old man, you must help once more. Lend Yi Fan another hand. Perhaps success is just a moment away. Pang Bo, seeing Wu Qingfeng about to give up, hurriedly implored. Alas, it is not that I do not wish to help, but there is simply no way. With a physique like his, no one can assist in guiding him. Ultimately, it must rely on himself. Wu Qingfeng shook his head. How can this be? Perhaps you could try again? Pang Bo smiled hopefully, pleading. This physique, known as the first holy body in ancient times, is naturally beyond our comprehension. There are surely many unknown secrets. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has been difficult to regain its former glory. Whether it requires a special cultivation method or other reasons, it is hard to clarify. At this moment, Yi Fan remained in deep meditation. Still unaware, Pang Bo continued. I believe the elders should thoroughly investigate. If you discover the reason, perhaps the unparalleled might of the ancient first holy body could be revived, and then the Lingshu cave heaven would soar to great heights. Wu Qingfeng, having lived for so many years and possessing profound insight into worldly affairs, could hardly be swayed by his words. Amused, he shook his head and said, in the post-ancient era, this physique has surfaced several times. Yet even the powerful sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness were left helpless. Do you truly believe our Lingshu cave heaven has a chance? At that moment, the elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to suddenly sense something. Extending his hand once more to rest against Yi Fan's lower abdomen, that he then gathered all his vital energy to explore. How is it? Does the old man hold any hope? Pang Bo inquired eagerly. After a considerable duration, the elder Wu Qingfeng reluctantly lowered his palm, shaking his head as he spoke. The wheel of life and the sea of suffering remain as unyielding as divine iron, silent and motionless, devoid of any fluctuations. However, I do possess a peculiar sensation. It seems that his blood essence has become even more vigorous, albeit concealed and difficult to perceive. Nonetheless, I was able to sense the fleeting pulse just now. Vigorous blood essence? Pang Bo queried in confusion. Indeed. The two of you unexpectedly consumed a sacred fruit and drank from the divine spring while in the ancient forbidden land, resulting in a profound transformation of your constitution and a remarkable enhancement of your vitality. As he spoke, the elder Wu Qingfeng displayed a look of puzzlement, saying, despite his lack of progress in cultivating the Tao scripture over these past days, being unable to sense the wheel of life, it appears that his blood essence has intensified to a degree surpassing even yours. Pang Bo was taken aback, responding, did you not mention that the Tao scripture is hailed as the most formidable foundational method in the eastern wilderness, a legendary celestial text that should possess a strong specificity? The initial chapters are dedicated to cultivating the wheel of life. How could he have ended up focusing solely on blood essence? This. Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. Just then, Yi Fan opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and brimming with vitality. Observing his robust demeanor, the elder found himself even more perplexed and inquired, "Have you sensed the wheel of life?" Yi Fan shook his head, replying candidly, "No." "Do you feel any particular changes?" The elder continued to question why Yi Fan, wishing to conceal nothing from him due to the elder's genuine kindness and unwavering support, answered, "Although I have not sensed the wheel of life, I feel utterly invigorated, with an abundance of energy coursing through me." "Do you perceive any transformations?" Elder Wu Qingfeng asked once more. "It feels as if I possess inexhaustible strength." At this juncture, Yi Fan effortlessly lifted a colossal stone before the thatched cottage with one hand. Exuding a calm demeanor, as if expending hardly any effort, the elder Wu Qingfeng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Seeing you so effortlessly, it appears you possess at least several thousand pounds of strength with a single arm, combined. Your arms likely yield close to the strength of an elephant." Nearby, Pang Bo was equally astonished. He and Yi Fan had both undergone a wondrous transformation, their powers closely matched, yet he now felt overshadowed by Yi Fan's divine strength. The elder Wu Qingfeng departed with a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend why this was the case, despite the fact that the other party could not sense the existence of the wheel of life. One could hardly regard him as an ordinary mortal in light of his current state. After the elder's departure, Yi Fan suddenly began to run, darting like a gust of wind across the low hills. Pang Bo's eyes widened in surprise. "Not only has your strength increased significantly, but your speed has also improved." In the days that followed, the elder taught with even greater dedication, for soon he would no longer be able to instruct them in isolation. In due course, Yi Fan and Pang Bo would have to join the masses at Lingshu Cliff to seek enlightenment in the profound methods. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Once you officially embark on the path of immortality, it will entirely depend on yourself. The Lingshu Cave will provide profound methods and medicinal liquids, but as for the transmission of teachings and the resolution of doubts, those will be conducted collectively. For the elders too must cultivate and lack the time and energy to teach individually. Before long, you are to go to Lingshu Cliff. There, exercise caution and discretion, and if you can endure, do so that the not act rashly. Chapter 041. Opening the Sea of Suffering. Over the past 2 months, Elder Wu Qingfeng dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching Pang Bo and Yi Fan, guiding them onto the path of immortality. Pang Bo's cultivation progressed smoothly, as he sensed the wheel of life within himself and could now direct the flow of vital energy. His next task was to open the Sea of Suffering. Preparing for the subsequent release of divine power, Yi Fan, on the other hand, still could not sense the wheel of life, which remained as tranquil as a placid lake. Yet after each day of cultivation, he felt invigorated, relaxed, and brimming with energy. Over these days, his strength had grown immensely, and his speed had also increased significantly, as if his vitality was inexhaustible. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months soon elapsed. Elder Wu Qingfeng was about to depart, no longer instructing them in solitude. The path of immortality is fraught with peril. Only with steadfast determination and perseverance can one achieve success. Having uttered these words, the elder drifted away gracefully. Yi Fan and Pang Bo bowed deeply to the elder's receding figure, their gesture not a mere formality, but a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Before the low hills, a handful of thatched cottages nestled among a few bamboo groves, creating a tranquil and natural scene that in their daily lives of simple fare. Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to this existence, with the morrow's journey to Lingshu Cliff for cultivation approaching. Yi Fan felt uncertain. Having not joined Lingshu Cave, it seemed inappropriate to accompany Pang Bo in learning the methods. However, Elder Wu Qingfeng had bestowed upon him a jade token, which granted him the privilege to practice there. Even as a non-disciple of Lingshu, under the full moon, its silvery rays cascaded down like soft water, enveloping the forest near the low hills in a hazy veil that Yi Fan and Pang Bo gazed up at the starry sky. Lost in contemplation, searching for a star that resonated with their hearts. Yet, amidst the myriad of stars, everything felt so foreign, leaving behind the familiar constellations of their past, having arrived on the other side of the starry expanse. The past seemed too distant to retrieve. Unaware of the celestial palaces above, what year is this evening? Humans experience joy and sorrow, while the moon waxes and wanes. May we wish for longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. The two reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky, holding cups of coarse tea. Yet the tea remained untouched, spilling mostly onto their faces. We can never return. Subsequently, the two remained silent for an extended period, quietly lying there, observing the stars, no longer uttering a word. Only after a long while did this tranquility shatter. We must strive to live well. Yifan and Pang Bo were inherently optimistic. This fleeting sense of loss was merely a farewell to the past, allowing them to face the future with composure. They soon cast aside their thoughts, redirecting their discussion to matters of cultivation. Although they had only practiced for 2 months, it had been a form of rebirth for both. An unprecedented experience. The path of immortality was ethereal, the future uncertain. Having embarked on this journey, they could only resolutely proceed forward. Lingshu Cave was one of the 6 blessed caves in Yin territory, while it could not be compared to those renowned sects. It nonetheless housed nearly 1,000 cultivators, with hundreds of young disciples that as dawn broke, golden light illuminated the cliffs, casting a radiant glow. Lingshu Cliff consisted of a series of low stone precipices, each standing apart from one another, with gaps in between. The heights of these cliffs were modest, around 70 to 80 meters. In the early morning, numerous young disciples gathered here, each at varying levels of cultivation, selecting different cliffs to listen to the profound methods suitable for their current levels. Yifan and Pang Bo arrived early. Being newcomers, they had no choice but to head directly to the farthest cliff. Here, a considerable number of people had already gathered, both male and female, totaling around 40 to 50 individuals. The youngest among them appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age, with innocent faces, while the oldest were in their 30s, bearing the marks of time. With a sudden flash, a divine rainbow pierced the sky and descended upon the cliff. As the light dissipated, an elderly man with pure white hair sat cross-legged above, casting a calm glance downward, pausing momentarily on Pang Bo and Yifan before commencing the transmission of teachings. Simultaneously, other cliffs experienced similar phenomena, with elders from Lingshu Cave arriving. The distance between the cliffs ensured that their teachings did not interfere with one another. Bathed in the morning glow, the assembly below felt a sense of novelty, many of whom were newly inducted disciples of Lingshu Cave. The elder on the cliff appeared composed, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, yet he spoke with great detail, addressing the concerns that initial cultivators needed to heed. After half an hour, the transmission concluded, and the elder, maintaining a neutral expression, looked down, stating, "If there are any questions, feel free to ask. That if there are no inquiries, we shall conclude for today." Several youths hastily stepped forward, eager to pose their questions, and the elder on the cliff answered each one in turn. Once no further questions were forthcoming, he mounted the divine rainbow and soared into the heavens. For Yifan and Pang Bo, their first experience attending these teachings was rather mundane, devoid of any sense of novelty, leaving them feeling somewhat disenchanted. Over the past 2 months, under Elder Wu Qingfeng's tutelage, they had laid a solid foundation, already grasping the various essential points of focus. The initial chapters of the Tao scripture are sufficient to sustain our cultivation for 2 years. These minor profound methods feel rather uninteresting, as the elder has already guided us through them. Do not be overly ambitious. Did the elder not emphasize the importance of establishing a solid foundation, since he has stressed this point and encouraged us to attend here? There must be a reason. In the following half-month, despite their feelings of tedium, the two persevered in their attendance. Eventually, they began to discern the benefits, as the elder on the cliff occasionally shared his personal insights and experiences from his own cultivation journey, which proved invaluable. Such narratives of the cultivation process served as illuminating beacons for novices, allowing them to draw comparisons with their own situations, thus accelerating their progress in cultivation. On that particular morning, the venerable elder of the cliff unexpectedly extended his palms, and instantly, Dozens of beams of radiant light cascaded down, landing in the hands of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and their companions, each receiving a small, exquisitely polished jade vial. Upon opening it, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. "This is a potion to aid you in traversing the sea of suffering," the elder stated tersely, sparing no words. The sea of suffering is intertwined with the wheel of life. To unleash the vast essence contained within the wheel, one must continually cultivate the sea of suffering. The potion within the jade vial is exceedingly precious, dispensed only once every 3 months, with each individual permitted to claim but 4 vials annually. Pang Bo's sea of suffering had been gradually transforming, having expanded from the size of a jujube pit to that of a fingernail over the past 3 months, surrounded by wisps of vital energy, making him appear significantly more agile. Although Yi Fan had also consumed a small vial of the potion, he remained unchanged. His sea of suffering was eerily silent, incapable of expansion, and not a single speck of vital energy circulated within. Nevertheless, during this time, his strength and speed had been on the rise, his vitality almost boiling over, and his blood surged with remarkable vigor, akin to that of a dragon. "I shall continue to cultivate at this pace. Although I am temporarily unable to develop the sea of suffering or communicate with the wheel of life, my physique is growing increasingly robust, which can hardly be a misfortune. I believe your progress surpasses mine," Pang Bo lamented. "I spend my days cultivating the sea of suffering, yet see no increase in strength or speed. Nor can I wield any profound techniques that I truly wonder what the purpose of this cultivation is." The next day, unable to contain his curiosity, he approached the elder at the cliff's base and inquired, "Esteemed elder, must we persist in this manner? When shall we be able to ride the divine rainbow?" The elder regarded him with a cool glance and replied, "One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. If you cannot walk yet wish to run, you shall only fall." While the elder's words bore a reprimand, he ultimately provided an answer, primarily to instill hope among those below, elaborating on the subsequent stages of cultivation. Only when the sea of suffering is sufficiently vast can one proceed to the next phase of cultivation. This involves opening a passage directly to the wheel of life at the ocean's depths, creating a springhead that releases the divine power of the wheel of life. Only then can one claim to have achieved something and begin to manifest profound techniques, which is what you all eagerly anticipate. Time flew swiftly, and it had been 4 months since Yi Fan and Pang Bo arrived at Lingshu Cliff to learn the ways of cultivation. On this day, the elder once again bestowed the potion. The small, lustrous jade vial stood no taller than 2 inches, with a base diameter of merely 1 inch, containing a limited amount of potion. This potion was a vibrant green, exuding a unique herbal aroma, and was renowned for its extraordinary efficacy in cultivating the sea of suffering, saving cultivators considerable time and effort. It was said to be an essence distilled from 100 varieties of herbs, akin to the vital energy harbored within the human wheel of life, referred to as the essence of 100 herbs. With a flash, the elder transformed into a beam of divine light, soaring skyward and vanishing into the depths of Lingshu Cave. Yi Fan and Pang Bo prepared to depart with their jade vials. A brash youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, boldly obstructed their path, demanding, "Lend me 2 vials of the essence of 100 herbs." Without granting them a moment to refuse, he reached forward with outstretched hands. "Who are you to make such demands?" Pang Bo retorted, swatting his hand aside and casting him a sidelong glance. The Yi Fan noticed the surrounding individuals displaying signs of fear, retreating hastily, and upon seeing the youth clutching 5 or 6 vials of the essence, he quickly discerned the blatant act of extortion. The youth, having been pushed back, immediately darkened his expression and challenged, "Do you dare glare at me?" Both Pang Bo and Yi Fan were reluctant to provoke trouble, especially since they were new arrivals to Lingshu Cave and wished to avoid conflict. They instinctively took a few steps back, intending to leave quietly. "You think you can just slip away without consequence?" "I have not given you permission," the youth sneered, seizing Pang Bo's wrist with one hand while reaching for the vials with the other. Although Pang Bo lacked the immense strength of Yi Fan, he was still formidable compared to those who had yet to master profound techniques. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the youth stumbling backward, nearly losing his footing. Enraged and humiliated, the youth shouted, You dare lay a hand on me? I will ensure you spend the next 3 months bedridden. Just then, several other youths of similar age surged into the crowd, and the onlookers immediately recoiled in fear, clearly recognizing the newcomers. Each of them clutched 6 or 7 vials of the essence, evidently seized from others. They quickly encircled Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the previously affronted youth, sneering. Let us teach them a lesson. Make sure they can't get out of bed for 3 months. It is true that wherever people gather, there will be conflicts. Even cultivators are not exempt from such human follies, Yi Fan remarked, choosing to remain silent thereafter as he advanced forward. A youth leapt toward him, but Yi Fan swiftly kicked him aside. Pang Bo added with a mocking tone, to steal from one's own sect is truly audacious. If we do not teach you a lesson, who knows what further misdeeds you may commit in the future? He struck out more forcefully, sending the surrounding youths sprawling like marbles scattered across the ground. You dare strike me? The initial provocateur shouted, his face swelling as he glared fiercely at Yi Fan and Pang Bo before scrambling to his feet and fleeing, declaring, You will pay for this. Though cultivators possess greater strength than ordinary individuals, without the ability to channel the divine power of the Wheel of Life, they remain merely stronger than the average person. At that moment, a 14 or 15-year-old youth remarked to a nearby young man in his 20s, Your brother is truly a waste. Let him go and gauge those two, yet he ends up making such a fool of himself. The young man, though slightly embarrassed, regarded the younger boy with a mix of caution and deference, inquiring, Do these two appear to warrant such scrutiny? It is my uncle who wishes to test them. I have heard they seem to have consumed some divine elixir. The younger youth smirked disdainfully. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested in them at all. The young man shivered at this, clearly intimidated by the youth's uncle, responding, Even if they did consume a divine elixir, what intentions could your uncle possibly have? My uncle believes they must still retain a potent residual effect from the elixir. It is unfortunate that he only recently learned of these two, the younger boy lamented. Is it truly possible to extract the residual effect? The young man hesitantly inquired. Direct extraction is impossible. We could always draw blood from them, the 14 or 15-year-old youth replied with a chilling smile, a demeanor unbefitting his age. At worst, we could simply refine their bodies. I believe that is precisely my uncle's intention. The young man felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the ruthless nature of the elder who specialized in alchemy. As a respected elder of Lingshu Cave, few dared to provoke him, and if he had set his sights on these two youths as potential materials for his craft, their survival was bleak. The younger youth commanded, Your useless brother is approaching. You should go assess those two and determine whether their physique is worthy of my uncle's alchemical pursuits. Very well, I shall do so at once. Despite Yi Fan and Pang Bo's efforts to remain inconspicuous, they soon found themselves targeted. Just as they were about to push through the crowd and leave, they were once again obstructed by a young man in his 20s, his body radiating a faint glow, indicating he had mastered some profound techniques and could wield a portion of divine powers. Brother, you must teach them a proper lesson, the instigating youth hissed, glaring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The surrounding youths, emboldened by their apparent protector, began to shout their demands. Break their arms and legs and toss them into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Make them kneel and kowtow 1,000 times. The cacophony of threats grew louder as the youths, emboldened by their ally, hurled insults and curses at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yi Fan frowned, sensing the situation was amiss. It felt as though someone was deliberately targeting them. Why did you two assault my brother? The young man inquired, his expression as cold as ice, fixating his gaze on Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Which of your eyes witnessed us assaulting him? Pang Bo retorted, his brow furrowing in irritation. The situation had escalated beyond the point of toleration, even if they offered an apology. It was clear that their adversaries would retaliate mercilessly. What do you truly want? Yi Fan asked directly. You have harmed my brother, and I am obliged to seek retribution on his behalf, the young man sneered, advancing step by step that a crowd had gathered, observing from a distance, none daring to intervene. The disciples at the base of the cliff were mostly newcomers, harboring fear towards the luminous young man. Break their legs and make them kneel. Throw them into the lake to feed the fish. The chorus of shouts rose again. In a flash of brilliance, the young man lunged forward like a wraith, moving with blinding speed, his hands glistening like jade, striking toward Yi Fan's neck with lethal precision. He did not exert his full strength. In his view, this strike was sufficient to topple Yi Fan, rendering him helpless upon the ground. However, to his astonishment, Yi Fan reacted swiftly, sidestepping with remarkable agility and effortlessly evading the attack. To his further surprise, he reached out and, with a resounding bang, seized the young man's hand. "Let go!" While the youth was taken aback, he did not perceive Yi Fan as a genuine threat and attempted to fling him away with force. Yet, once again, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. His fingers felt as if they were caught in a vice, excruciating pain coursing through him, making it impossible to escape. Bang! At that moment, the onlooker Pang Bo intervened, delivering a powerful punch to the young man's back, the force of which was astonishing. The youth's body shook violently, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, after seizing the young man's hand. Yi Fan swung him around, as if he were a mere scarecrow, then slammed him down heavily onto the ground. Bang! Dust erupted, and the earth trembled violently, the youth's radiant aura dissipating entirely, with a cry of anguish. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his body convulsing. The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished that Yi Fan had managed to bring the youth to the ground so decisively. That it was not that the youth lacked prowess. After all, he had cultivated some esoteric techniques, but he had been given no opportunity to utilize them. Presently, Yi Fan could effortlessly lift massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds with a single arm, possessing a strength akin to that of a mythical dragon. Such immense power could easily withstand even the most formidable of supernatural techniques. "You clearly instigated trouble, yet we merely acted in self-defense, and now you audaciously claim we assaulted you. Very well, let us make it truly justified." Pang Bo, filled with ire, charged forward. The group of youths attempted to flee, but the crowd of onlookers obstructed their escape, leaving them with no means of a swift getaway. Bang, 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 Pang Bo unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending each of them sprawling back before pinning them to the ground, where he began to rain down heavy slaps, the sound echoing loudly. "What were you saying earlier? Breaking our limbs and tossing us into the lotus pond to feed the fish, demanding we kneel and kowtow 1,000 times? Have you lost your minds?" With a fierce swing, he delivered a series of resounding slaps, leaving those on the ground battered and bruised, resembling grotesque caricatures of pigs, their cries of pain incessant. "You haven't even cultivated a single feather of supernatural ability, yet you wish to act as bullies. You truly are unaware of the vastness of the world. If we do not teach you a proper lesson today, you may very well think yourselves immortal." Standing up, Pang Bo unleashed a barrage of kicks, each strike eliciting pained wails from the youths on the ground. Yet he felt invigorated, reveling in the growing satisfaction of his actions. "Speak. Why do you target the two of us?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan was not idle either. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the youth rolling across the ground, his body spasming, blood spilling from his lips. "If you refuse to talk, I shall toss you into the pond head first." With another forceful kick, Yi Fan propelled the youth through the air, sending him soaring 8 or 9 meters away. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo's face lit up with excitement. What a splendid idea! He then crouched down, effortlessly lifting 5 or 6 youths simultaneously, making his way toward the lotus pond. "No, please, put us down. Help! We're being killed. For the love of all that's holy, please let us go." Pang Bo paid no heed, lifting them one by one and forcefully tossing them toward the lotus pond. The muddy waters awaited them, and under the might of Pang Bo's strength, they landed headfirst into the muck. "Do not let this escalate into a fatality," Yi Fan cautioned. "No worries. These worthless beings have at least stepped onto the path of immortality, though they have yet to cultivate any profound techniques. Their physiques are far superior to ordinary humans, allowing them to hold their breath for at least half an hour. So, will you speak, or do you wish to meet the same fate?" Yi Fan kicked the youth once more, sending him flying. Pang Bo strode over, declaring, "Just toss him in head first. No need for further conversation, but let's see if he changes his tune. Seeing the youth remain obstinately silent, Yi Fan seized his words and hurled him forcefully forward. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer magnitude of Yi Fan's strength. Even from a distance of 40 to 50 meters from the pond, he seemed to launch a living person as if throwing a javelin. Thud! Indeed, the youth pierced the mud like a javelin, most of his body buried, leaving only his legs thrashing above the surface. What a freak! Where did this monster come from? He appears so refined and gentle. Merely 11 or 12 years old, yet possesses such immense strength. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their murmurs rife with astonishment, yet they all felt a sense of vindication. Those arrogant youths deserved such a lesson. Suddenly, the crowd parted swiftly, some stepping aside in fear that a boy of about 14 or 15 approached, his expression dark and foreboding, flanked by several young men in their 20s, each radiating an aura of brilliance. That is Han Chonglau's grandson, known as Han Feiyu. His uncle is also an elder, reputedly a master alchemist. Silence, do not speak of him. Be wary of drawing misfortune upon ourselves. Han Feiyu's face was a mask of anger as he drew closer to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, addressing them with a chilling tone. Do you think the Lingshu Cave is a playground? To act so brazenly in public, do you truly believe yourselves to be enforcers of the law? Yi Fan and Pang Bo paid him no mind, nearly ignoring him as they turned their attention back to the lotus pond. Han Feiyu's countenance darkened further, and he commanded his 4 companions, "Do not allow them to remain in my sight." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned back, remarking, "Such grandiose words. It seems you have been the one orchestrating this all along that I have nothing further to say. Today, I shall toss you in as well." Han Feiyu's eyes glimmered with icy intent as he murmured to himself, "It appears I shall have to deliver 2 corpses to my uncle." Chapter 043. Divine Patterns with a Sullen Expression. Han Feiyu's eyes flashed with cold light, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he regarded Yi Fan and Pang Bo as though they were mere corpses. Choosing to remain silent, the 4 youths beside him, upon hearing his almost commanding tone, stepped forward, their faces twisted with mocking smiles. Slowly encircling Yi Fan and Pang Bo, one of them leaned in closer, seemingly intent on keeping their words from the surrounding crowd, and said, "You ignorant fools, some individuals in the Lingshu Cave are not to be trifled with. How dare you utter such words in your naivety?" Another young man pressed forward, sporting a derisive grin, taunting, "Truly remarkable. You've barely entered the realm and already wield such arrogance. You seem blissfully unaware of the meaning of death. However, I wager you won't die, for a fate worse than death is to suffer in agony, making it difficult even to wish for death. In fact, I have a suggestion to spare you some suffering." Another youth casually interjected, treating Yi Fan and Pang Bo as if they were mere insects. Casually mocking, "You could break your own legs, kneel and beg for mercy, then crawl into the lotus pond to insert yourselves into the mud, experiencing your own downfall. If I were in your position, I would simply dash my head against a wall and end it all, rather than endure such misery." The 4 youths spoke with casual disregard, viewing Yi Fan and Pang Bo as inconsequential, their words dripping with mockery as they surrounded the 2, leaving no room for escape. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were not the type to endure such insults silently. The words of these 4 were utterly outrageous. However, instead of losing their tempers, they responded with a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of calm. What are these 4 fools up to? I suspect they must have gotten their heads caught in the door when they exited. Otherwise, how could they all appear so dim-witted, chattering incessantly? They spoke as if they were mere spectators, casually commenting on the unfolding drama, as if they were watching a show. This only served to infuriate the 4 youths, who had viewed the 2 as insignificant insects. Their fearless attitude and caustic remarks caused the youths' tempers to flare, their previously mocking smiles evaporating, replaced by scowls. "Ignorant fools," one of them spat, yet they hesitated to charge forward. Having noticed the extraordinary strength possessed by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, unwilling to risk a misstep. Swish! A shimmering light emanated from beneath one of their navels, a wave-like divine pattern shooting forth like iron chains. rapidly coiling toward Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the divine pattern emerging from the sea of suffering. The elder has said that only those with a modicum of skill can wield such esoteric techniques. This is a master. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The majority were recent initiates, rarely having witnessed the application of such techniques. Their expressions tense with anticipation. Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved with remarkable speed, dodging to either side as the iron-like light grazed their bodies, only to find it swiftly reversing course, determined to ensnare them once more. This was their first encounter with a practitioner capable of employing esoteric techniques, and they were uncertain of the divine pattern's power. Unwilling to engage recklessly, they attempted again to evade, but the divine pattern clung to them like a shadow, impossible to shake off, its brilliance shining like metal, glistening as it rapidly wound around them. Bang! Yi Fan suddenly lifted a massive boulder beside him to confront the descending divine pattern. Upon collision, a resounding crash echoed, leaving a deep gash on the colossal stone, akin to the marks left by a blade or axe. This prompted both Yi Fan and Pang Bo to change their expressions simultaneously. Indeed, cultivators capable of wielding profound techniques were formidable, that a mere mortal would stand no chance against such power. Whoosh! Although the iron-like divine pattern left a significant imprint on the boulder, it seemed to have exhausted its strength, its brilliance dimming considerably as it transformed into a wraith. Hastily retreating back into the abyss of suffering of the young man, that he staggered backward, taking 2 steps in retreat. The strength of these grasshoppers is indeed extraordinary. We must exercise caution. If they injure us, it would be utterly humiliating, one of the 4 young men whispered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of light sounds followed as 4 distinct hues of radiance erupted from the young men's abyss of suffering. 4 iron-like divine patterns launched towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo from all directions. In response, Yi Fan and Pang Bo initiated a fierce counterattack. The rocky cliffs were abundant with stones, and one after another, enormous boulders weighing 1,000 pounds were hurled forth, causing the divine patterns to tremble incessantly. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Fan and Pang Bo, endowed with astonishing divine strength, sent boulders soaring into the air towards the divine patterns, while numerous large stones rained down upon the 4 youths. The young cultivators, who had only recently begun to grasp profound techniques, were thrown into disarray, though they had managed to cultivate a trace of divine power, allowing them to form iron-like divine patterns. Their control over the pattern's velocity was insufficient to evade the incoming boulders, rendering them incapable of inflicting effective harm. Having cultivated their divine power within the abyss of suffering, their physical prowess had significantly enhanced. However, in terms of sheer strength, they could not compare to Yi Fan and Pang Bo's boulders weighing 1,000 pounds continued to rain down upon them. They could only retreat. The boulders soared, and the 4 young cultivators found themselves not only obstructed but also forced to fall back, fearing that the immense stones would crush them. Swish! At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly dashed forward, his speed remarkable, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. Bang! In the next instant, he appeared before one of the young cultivators, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch that sent the young man flying. The blow possessed a striking aesthetic while simultaneously exuding raw power. Yi Fan gracefully extended his body. As his right arm swung, a natural elegance emanated, yet upon the release of his fist, it transformed into sheer violence, propelling the young man a good 10 meters away. Blood erupted from the cultivator's mouth and nose, spraying several meters into the air, forming a crimson arc, accompanied by the flight of 7 or 8 teeth that fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Pang Bo could no longer restrain himself and took the initiative, striking with incredible speed as he smashed a boulder against another cultivator's body, producing the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. The individual staggered and fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 more heavy impacts resonated as the remaining 2 were also brought down by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. In that moment, they exhibited a brutal aesthetic, their fists hammering down upon the 2, causing them to spout blood profusely. At this juncture, the 4 divine patterns dimmed in brilliance, rapidly retreating back into the youth's abyss of suffering. Yi Fan and Pang Bo positioned the four incapacitated cultivators side by side, standing over them with a commanding gaze. What were you just saying? That we are unaware of our own limits, oblivious to the dangers we face. Now I ask you, do you understand? At this point, Pang Bo delivered a swift kick, sending the four rolling like marbles. Do you think we are grasshoppers, to be crushed at will? You suggested we break our own legs, kneel to beg for mercy, and then crawl into the lotus pond, burying ourselves in the mud. You wish to make our lives a living hell, subjecting us to endless torment. Truly audacious. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan and Pang Bo expressed their utmost disdain for the four, showing no mercy as they kicked and stomped upon them as if they were mere pests, leaving them as limp heaps of mud. Enough! At that moment, Han Feiyu, who had been observing from a distance with a cold demeanor, approached, his expression so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. Pang Bo shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Who are you to dictate what is enough? Release them." Han Feiyu's voice was icy, chilling those around him. Despite his youthful appearance of 14 or 15, his demeanor was far too somber for his age. "Why should we listen to you?" Pang Bo dismissed him outright. As for Yi Fan, he completely disregarded Han Feiyu, casually squatting down to lift two of the cultivators from the ground, then elegantly stretching his body and swinging his arms. The two figures shot through the air like spears, swiftly embedding themselves into the muddy depths of the lotus pond, leaving only their feet protruding above the mire. "You are courting death." Han Feiyu's expression shifted to one of intense fury, his entire being radiating a chilling aura as he advanced. Yi Fan paid him no heed, lifting the other two and hurling them once more. Puff, puff. Two more soft sounds echoed as the last two were similarly sent crashing into the mud. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished and at a loss for words at the unfolding spectacle. Whoosh! The brilliance of Han Feiyu's abyss of suffering erupted, dazzling and blinding, that a small wooden seal, scarcely an inch in size, burst forth, swirling with vibrant emerald light, rapidly expanding as it bore down upon Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The crowd erupted in gasps. This was a genuine wooden seal, not merely the traces of divine power. Incomparable to the four divine patterns the emerald seal surged forth from the abyss of suffering. It exuded tendrils of green energy, enveloping them in a heavy pressure. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had no time to evade. The wooden seal was far swifter than the divine patterns, descending upon them in an instant, casting a shadow over their heads. The square wooden seal, initially less than an inch in size, soon grew to the size of a house, surrounded by a swirl of green mist. As if clouds were billowing under the immense weight of the pressure, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, straining with all their might to resist. Bah! The two thrust their hands upward, attempting to lift the descending wooden seal, only to find the ground beneath them shatter, their feet sinking into the earth, a testament to the overwhelming force they faced. Bang! The seal quaked, enveloped in an endless swirl of green mist, swelling to the height of a palace as it pressed downward. Even a 1,000-pound boulder would have been effortlessly lifted. What manner of entity is this, that it carries such weight? Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms growing heavier, and once more, the ground beneath them buckled as their knees sank into the earth, fissures cracking open in the surface. Did you not enjoy being turned upside down? Now I shall plant you as human trees. Han Feiyu approached with a chilling smile, his voice sending shivers down their spines. Bah! The wooden seal trembled again, the hazy green mist swirling like thin smoke around them, and Yi Fan and Pang Bo instantly felt the pressure intensify, their bodies sinking further, until only their upper halves remained above ground. If this continues, we shall be reduced to pulp, Yi Fan murmured to Pang Bo, sensing the dire situation. Fear not, I will not allow you to perish easily. Han Feiyu chuckled coldly, making it clear he intended to torment them at this moment. Both Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a tingling in their arms. If this persisted, they would soon be unable to withstand the pressure. Being crushed into the ground, Yi Fan signaled to Pang Bo to let go and escape, but Pang Bo shook his head, fearing that if he released his grip, Yi Fan would be unable to endure alone and would be reduced to mush. There is no time left, nor any other choice. Yi Fan grit his teeth and uttered those words. The pressure above them was overwhelming, and even with his strength akin to that of a dragon, he could not sustain it for long. Pang Bo understood the gravity of their situation. One of them had to break free to confront Han Feiyu, or they would find no way out. However, the one left behind would be on the brink of despair. Supporting the wooden seal had already been a grueling task for both. If only one remained, the danger would escalate exponentially. With no other option, one had to remain to uphold the wooden seal. Pang Bo was not one to hesitate. He resolved, releasing his grip and forcefully pushing against the ground to extract the lower half of his body. Bang! The wooden seal trembled, emitting a faint green glow. The immense pressure causing Yi Fan's arms to quiver as he sank further, his chest now buried in the earth, the seal hovering less than a meter above ground. Pang Bo was frantic. Cold sweat broke out across his brow as he shot forward like an arrow, moving at breakneck speed. Bang! The green light flickered. The wooden seal swayed as Pang Bo dashed out. In that instant, the massive seal crashed down upon Yi Fan, pinning him into the ground. Pang Bo's heart sank, fear gripping him as he charged forward, wrapping his arms around Han Feiyu, his hands gripping like vices as he tore at him. Han Feiyu, taken aback, had never anticipated that one of the two he had thought immobilized would break free and pounce upon him, tearing at him like a ravenous wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Bo sat astride Han Feiyu, mercilessly raining down blows like a relentless drummer, his fists striking down with great force. The onlookers were astounded, utterly unprepared for Pang Bo's sudden assault. Although Han Feiyu lacked Pang Bo's sheer strength, he had cultivated a thread of divine power, summoning his inner energy, which enveloped his body in a radiant aura. Despite the weight of Pang Bo's fists crashing down upon him, he suffered no grievous harm. Only a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yet, even so, Han Feiyu's eyes flared with rage. He had never endured such humiliation. With a sudden, fierce struggle, he unleashed a brilliant light from his depths, sending Pang Bo hurtling away. Soon after, several iron-like divine patterns shot forth from the depths of his being, shimmering brightly as they advanced toward Pang Bo. Pang Bo hastily evaded, raising a massive stone beside him as a shield before hurling it back with tremendous force. "I will tear you apart." Han Feiyu's expression was menacing, multiple divine patterns swirling around him, striking out like bolts of lightning toward Pang Bo. Boom! At that very moment, the colossal green wooden seal, which had been pinned to the ground, suddenly soared upward. Li Fan emerged from the earth, lifting it with both hands and forcefully directing it at Han Feiyu. Green light radiating and mist swirling, descending like a small mountain. With Han Feiyu's cultivation, he could not manage both the green wooden seal and the divine patterns simultaneously during the struggle with Pang Bo. This had given Li Fan an opportunity to free himself. That Li Fan moved like lightning, leaving a long afterimage as he raced forward alongside the green wooden seal, just as the green wooden seal was hurtling back. Han Feiyu's expression changed, and he swiftly ceased his assault on Pang Bo, retracting the divine patterns in an attempt to control the green wooden seal to eliminate both adversaries. However, Li Fan's speed was too swift. He reached Han Feiyu in tandem with the green wooden seal. As Han Feiyu managed to stabilize the green wooden seal, Li Fan was already upon him, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Han Feiyu's face. Blood sprayed forth as Han Feiyu's mouth and nose erupted with blood, sending him sprawling more than 20 meters away. The green wooden seal, now uncontrolled, crashed heavily to the ground. Li Fan did not pause, his body transforming into a streak of light as he pursued Han Feiyu, landing a crushing blow upon him before he could even touch the ground. This tremendous kick left the spectators shuddering, the ground trembling violently as Han Feiyu nearly broke in two almost simultaneously. Pang Bo charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Han Feiyu's abdomen. "Kick his head. Do not let him concentrate," Li Fan commanded. Pang Bo instantly understood the need to prevent Han Feiyu from focusing on controlling the wooden seal, otherwise they would remain in peril. Bang, bang, bang. Both of them possessed immense strength. Each kick could send boulders flying, as they relentlessly trampled Han Feiyu, causing the very earth to tremble, that if not for the luminous aura emanating from Han Feiyu's depths. which shielded his body, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp beneath their feet. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The two, previously cornered in near defeat, had turned the tide and were now mercilessly beating Han Feiyu. It was a truly astonishing sight. To think he would seek to torment us to death. Such malice at such a young age must surely foreshadow a future of even greater wickedness. Perhaps we ought to simply crush him now. Though they spoke thus, neither wished to take a life. Such a deed would escalate matters beyond control. Nonetheless, they could not allow Han Feiyu to escape unscathed, pressing down with their strength until the radiance surrounding him dimmed. Han Feiyu struggled to control the green wooden seal, but each attempt ended in failure. The seal would rise only to crash heavily back down. He was becoming increasingly disoriented, unable to concentrate. Ultimately, Han Feiyu found himself devoid of strength, the luminous aura from his depths failing to manifest, as he was trampled mercilessly by two beings of divine power, rolling and crying out in agony. Having opened your bitter sea and cultivated a thread of divine power, do you think yourself a master? You wish to kill us? You are still unworthy. We bear no grudge against you. Why do you target us? At such a young age, your heart is far too wicked to think you would seek to torment us to death. Li Fan and Pang Bo struck without mercy, fearful that Han Feiyu might be feigning weakness, landing heavy blows that quickly left his face swollen, tears and blood streaming down, his head ballooning like a pig's. Although Han Feiyu could hardly endure such excruciating pain, he glared fiercely at the two, his eyes filled with malice. This brat truly seems to be a venomous character. I believe it is imperative that we deal with him. To target us so and harbor such resentment. If we do not resolve this, he will undoubtedly be a nuisance. Hearing the two discuss him in hushed tones, Han Feiyu was finally gripped by fear, shouting, "Do not kill me," as if to ensure all present could hear. His voice was alarmingly loud. He then lowered his tone, pleading, "You two must spare me. My granduncle is an elder of the Lingshu Cave. If you kill me, you will not escape unscathed." Li Fan and Pang Bo immediately furrowed their brows, sensing the potential complications. The enmity is already established. There is no way to resolve it. Upon hearing their words, Han Feiyu was filled with dread, exclaiming, "Do not kill me. This grudge is trivial. I will never trouble you again." Li Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, realizing that killing him before the onlookers would surely invoke the wrath of an elder, leading to their certain demise. Finally, Li Fan dragged him to the edge of the lotus pond, holding him upside down, preparing to toss him in. "You!" Han Feiyu's eyes blazed with fury. If they were to truly invert him, he would lose all dignity and be unable to lift his head within the Lingshu Cave. Swish! Swish! A flash of light appeared as two divine rainbows descended from a nearby cliff, landing at the edge of the pond. The crowd instinctively retreated. These were undoubtedly experts, capable of traversing the divine rainbows, their bitter seas surely brimming with divine power, having undoubtedly connected with the cycle of life. Brother Li Fei, Sister Wang Jing. Upon seeing the two descend, Han Feiyu immediately cried out, "Are you here to enforce the law today? Quickly apprehend these two. They seek to kill me." The man and woman, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years of age, exuded an ethereal aura, neither strikingly handsome nor beautiful, yet embodying the essence of the celestial Wei. Li Fei cast a fleeting glance at him, stating, "We witnessed the events unfold. It was you who instigated the conflict. Not them." You, Han Feiyu was both shocked and furious, yet he dared not confront these two. Wang Jing stepped forward, addressing Li Fan. "While he was at fault initially, it is unwise to treat him thus. Lower him down for now." Seeing that the two showed no inclination to shield Han Feiyu, Li Fan, unable to oppose their authority, released Han Feiyu, who fell to the bank of the lotus pond. Han Feiyu stood up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared menacingly at Pang Bo and Li Fan, casting a discontented glance at Li Fei and Wang Jing before emitting a deep grunt, preparing to turn and leave. "Han Shitty," Li Fei called after him, "I advise you to refrain from reckless actions in the future. Pang Bo has now been officially recognized as a celestial seed by Elder Wu Qingfeng. If you continue to act out, even your granduncle may not be able to protect you." "What?" Han Feiyu spun around, his face a mask of disbelief. He is a celestial seed? Indeed, he is a celestial seed. Most disciples would be unaware of the significance of a celestial seed. But as the grandson of an elder, Han Feiyu was well aware. Any cave or blessed land would cherish a celestial seed, for it signified the foundation of future strength. Typically, it would take years of exhaustive search to find even one, highlighting the rarity of such a suitable constitution for cultivation. And once discovered, the individual would be groomed as a successor. Currently, there were surely no more than 5 celestial seeds within the Lingshu cave. How could this be? Han Feiyu's disbelief was palpable. If he is a celestial seed, why would he come to Lingshu Cliff to learn the law? That is because Elder Wu Qingfeng does not wish for him to feel special or superior to others. In fact, Elder Wu Qingfeng has personally instructed him months ago and even passed down the Tao scripture. Wang Jing answered his question. Upon hearing that Elder Wu Qingfeng had personally transmitted the Tao scripture, Han Feiyu's face turned ashen. He now understood without a doubt that his opponent was indeed a celestial seed. That Li Fan continued. Elder Wu Qingfeng has been closely monitoring them. He witnessed the events that just transpired and felt it necessary to disclose the fact that Pang Bo is a celestial seed, hoping you will act more wisely in the future. Han Feiyu's expression was one of utmost despair. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Pang Bo, still in a daze, only snapped back to reality when Han Feiyu began to depart. His expression perplexed as he inquired of Li Fei and Wang Jing. So, does this mean I no longer need to fear him? Wang Jing, mistaking his expression for one of worry, reassured him, do not be concerned. Even if he is the grandson of an elder, not even the heir of the sect would dare to take action against you. Then I am at ease. With that, he strode forward, his previous fear and worry seemingly evaporated, clearly intent on continuing to pummel Han Feiyu. This left Li Fei and Wang Jing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Han Feiyu's countenance darkened, feeling as though he had swallowed a dead child, struggling to suppress his fury as he quickly pushed through the crowd and vanished from sight.